Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to my empire. The Sanity Machine Empire. We bring the madness.
Viking strong. Viking strong. Pound the drums. We are Viking strong. This dark, demonic realm.
This rotten sewer matrix. This shit is not my home.
I am not from here. I am not from here. I will not stay here. This is not my home. I've known all along. I will seal in the demons. I will shut this down. Shut this matrix down. 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 Down.
Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon! Do you want to play? Answer me!
Face me.
Do you want to play?
Show me your hate.
Show me your rage! Do you want to play? Do you want to?
Do you? Bury yourselves in hell. Bury yourselves in hell.
Miserable creatures, creepy ass creatures, dirty asshole creatures,
Burn in hell. Burn.
demons!
Burn.
Do you want to play?
Burn in hell. Demon hell!
People love to hate. People love to hate the truth. People love to hate. People love the lies. Love the lies. Love the lies. Hate the truth. People hate the truth speakers, sad little zombie, demon tweakers, demon zombies, love the lies. Truth is love, lies and envy, pathetic zombies, love lies, miserable zombies, miserable zombies. Miserable zombies. Hate the truth. Hate the truth. Hate the truth. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast burn in
This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too. Your father.
You have no mother.
Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me.
Sanity machine. The sanity machine. The sanity machine. The hottest dream makes bedrooms. Genesis. In Genesis, God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. His heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your guts. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat matrix shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. God loves demons.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sovereign Spirits, where we discuss the possibility of this planet and the universe as being a type of trap where we get caught in a reincarnation cycle, partly perpetuated by so-called guides and counselors. And we focus on ways to transcend this cycle by remembering our true essence and using our intention in a willful and empowered way to manifest an afterlife as sovereign spirits. I am Julie McVeigh, and I am here with co-creator and co-host of the show, Wayne Bush.
Well, hi, Julie, and hi, everyone. In today's episode, we will be going over our article, which we wrote on June 10, 2024, entitled A Case Against Merging with Source or God.
We will be reading this article because we spent a great amount of time writing this article together, and we have carefully worded it the way we like it, and we don't want to forget anything that's important. So
Right, and we'll take turns reading the sections just so, so in case one of us is saying something, it does not mean that was solely that person's idea, but rather this article was a collaborative effort from the both of us.
all right, so just to start off, we realize this article will be a little bit controversial. It's a really difficult topic to write about. There's so much on this topic that's unknown. So we just want you to know we do not pretend to know everything.
Right. I mean, this is just our opinion. We simply hope to provide evidence suggesting that merging with source or God should be reconsidered. We're not ruling out the possibility that there was a true, genuine source or originator with whom to merge. We feel that since there is such a strong push to merge with source from, the New Age community, that is likely a false copy of the original true source, if there is one.
And if there is no original true source, perhaps each of us is an independent source. For example, sources within, who is and who has always been. In other words, that we're not created from any source, and we do not emanate from any source, possibly. And another possibility, of course, is that we're already part of source, and so merging is not even necessary at all.
So the first section of our article is recurring theme, oneness and merging. The ideas of oneness and returning to and merging with the divine source are recurring themes in individual experiences, religious texts, mystical traditions, and New Age beliefs. And while it's difficult to determine the precise origin of the concepts, the quest for union with the divine source has been present in various cultures throughout human history.
Individuals using meditation, psychedelics, and other methods have reported mystical experiences, visions, or revelations involving a sense of unity or oneness with a divine source or cosmic consciousness.
Ideas of union with the divine source are found in ancient Eastern religions such as Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. In Hinduism, the concept of moksha, or liberation, involves breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation and merging with the ultimate reality, Brahman.
Christian mysticism aims to achieve union with God through contemplative prayer, meditation, and the study of sacred texts. Oneness is also within the fundamentalist Christian thinking, which is inspired by the Bible.
New Age beliefs propose that individuals can undergo a process of ascension or spiritual evolution where one's consciousness rises to higher levels of awareness and vibration, eventually merging with the divine source or unity consciousness.
So as we progress through this article, ponder the reasons why this idea of merging with source or God is so prominent in human thinking. Is it something intrinsic within our being, or is it something programmed within us after we came here? Another question to ask yourself might be, is what's the benefit of merging with an external source?
Does anybody really know what source is? People have different ideas about what it means to be one with or merge with source. Some believe merging means we lose our identity, yet others believe we retain it. In this article, we generally mean absorption of identity or loss of sovereignty.
All right, so the shift from polytheism to monotheism, changing the narrative. Originally, the belief in one God, or monotheism, was not practiced. Before organized civilizations, many prehistoric cultures practiced animism, which is the belief that spirits inhabit natural objects and phenomena, and that all creatures possess a distinct spiritual essence. Animism, like pantheism, shares the idea of a divine presence within nature.
Early human societies exhibited polytheistic traits, worshiping multiple deities associated with natural forces, animals, and ancestors. Archaeological evidence, such as figurines and cave paintings, suggests reverence for various spirits and gods. There were gods for different things: a sun god, a moon god, god of the wind, god of the sea, etc.
For example, in Sumer, the earliest recognized civilization, Enlil was the god of the wind or storms. Enki was the god of wisdom, water, and creation. In Egyptian, Greek, and Roman mythology, there were also multiple gods worshipped.
Pantheism is the belief that the divine and the universe are identical. That is, all is God and God is all. Is this a type of oneness? Although Hinduism has both polytheistic and monotheistic elements, pantheism can be seen in the early Vedic texts of Hinduism and more explicitly in the Upanishads.
The emergence of monotheism marked a significant shift in religious beliefs. The acceptance that there is only one God to worship helped set the stage for the eventual promotion of merging with one God.
Pharaoh Akhenaten is often credited with one of the earliest instances of monotheism by promoting the worship of Aton, the sun disk, above all other gods and suppressing traditional polytheism.
Yes, similarly, the ancient Persian prophet Zoroaster founded Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions, which influenced later faiths such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, particularly in concepts like the battle between good and evil, judgment after death, and the messianic figure.
In the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, Yahweh or Jehovah is presented as the one true God. Key declarations including, I am God, the only God there is. Besides me, there are no real gods, Isaiah 45:5. And the first commandment, you shall have no other gods before me, Exodus 23. Both of those affirm this monotheistic belief.
The point is, things did not start off with monotheism. There was a progression of thought moving from animism to polytheism to pantheism to monotheism.
Why is that the case? Was there a deliberate attempt to shift our thinking toward believing in one God?
All right, the next section we want to talk about is this idea that we are disconnected, but from what? Sentiments of oneness certainly sound very nice, but why does it sound so nice to us? It may appeal to us because this universe is set up this way, but what else could this appeal to within us?
The heavily pushed narrative, of oneness and merging is very effective because it attempts to satisfy one's feeling of being disconnected. New Age philosophies and some Eastern religious teachings tell us our feeling of disconnection or separation from source is an illusion.
Right. These teachings mainly come from channeled messages, for example, deities, angels, ETs, ascended masters. Why do the recipients of these messages automatically trust these sources of information, especially when so many messages are conflicting? Have these beings or entities been properly vetted?
Even if these channeled entities want you to merge with something, doesn't that imply you are not one with, that is separate from whatever it is they want you to merge with?
Right.
If separation from source is just an illusion, why does it need or want us to merge with it?
The very fact that merging with God or source is so strongly pushed to the mainstream masses of religion and New Age circles should be a red flag, especially because those in control of this exploited system in the astral realms have demonstrated they have ulterior motives.
Rather than originating from source, perhaps each of us is truly an eternal individual spirit or consciousness, independent from one another or any external higher or supreme being. If one is disconnected from something, then it might be one's own true essence.
Why wouldn't we feel disconnected when we've lost the memory of who we are and why we're here?
No. Does this feeling of separation come from forgetting who one truly is, a sovereign true essence, which is not connected at all to some external source or deity?
So the next section we would like to discuss is the New Age movement. So far we've looked at the recurring theme of oneness and merging, the shift from polytheism to monotheism, and the idea of separation from source. So now we want to investigate perhaps the biggest push toward oneness today, the New Age movement.
New Age spirituality draws upon esoteric teachings and channeled messages from spirit guides, ascended masters, and extraterrestrial beings.
While New Age spirituality often emphasizes the oneness of all beings and the underlying unity of existence, it also stresses the concept of the God within, suggesting each individual possesses a divine spark of God.
The New Age goal is to awaken this inherent divinity and work to resolve karmic patterns and attachments that bind one to the material world and align us with the divine will, ultimately experience a sense of reunion or merging with the universal consciousness or divine source.
The idea is that the same God in you is the same God in me. In this situation, you think you have your own will, but you would really just be doing the will of the one God or God's will. For those with a Christian background, doesn't this sound a bit similar to the body of Christ doing the will of the one God?
What many don't seem to realize is that the beliefs of many New Agers still carry monotheistic overtones, just like the Christian religion from which they managed to escape.
Christians believe there is one God from whom they come. For example, they're a child of God. New Agers believe there is one source of which they are a part. They are a divine spark of source.
Yeah, and so the next section we want to speak about is fragmented parts. Many in the New Age community say we are fragmented parts of one entity, so separation is just an illusion. And we need to let go of the ego so we can realize we're all part of one being. In other words, we are already a part of Source and we just need to recognize it. Others say we need to return to or merge back with Source, also known as the light, God or Brahman, Source, among some names.
As a result of this mentality, we are all one. Not only are we pushed to merge with a being larger than ourselves, we're also encouraged to merge or integrate our fragmented parts with our current soul. We read in the books of out-of-body pioneer Robert Monroe that he believed he needed to collect his I-theirs in hopes to reach escape velocity, wink out as a totality, and then pass through the aperture.
We feel this temptation to gather all our lost fragments may also be part of the trap to keep us here indefinitely, because one has to go on for eons trying to convince free will fragments they must merge with you.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't it seem nonsensical that we come here to experience the illusion we are separate from God, so we can discover we have never been separate from God at all?
Yeah. The next section is a copy of true reality or holographic reality. A prevailing theory, especially among Gnostics, is the idea that this reality is just a copy of the true reality. Along with the idea of oneness, scientists are now seriously discussing the idea this universe may be a hologram.
In other words, each part of a hologram contains the whole image. When you cut a photograph into pieces, each piece has only part of the photograph in it, whereas when you cut a hologram into pieces, each piece contains the whole picture.
For example, when you cut a hologram of an apple, a subset of our reality, into pieces, each piece has the image of the entire apple.
All right, so this possibility, this may be a holographic universe, implies it might not be real, but more like an illusion.
It could be a copy of reality, but it could just as likely be a copy of only a small portion of the true reality. And like a hologram, it wouldn't be a pristine copy. It might be distorted, diluted, degraded, copy lacking the full content.
So now we're going to go into NDEs and the idea that there's a super entity that's growing bigger and bigger, possibly through our sacrifices. We've looked at the recurring themes, the shift toward monotheism, separation, the push toward oneness, and the part New Age thought plays into this, including fragments and the idea of a copy or holographic reality. How do near-death experiences, NDEs, fit into all of this?
During their NDE, many experiencers report encountering a bright light or radiant presence, often described as loving, comforting, and all-encompassing. Some NDEers describe a profound sense of unity or oneness with this divine presence, experience a deep connection to the source of all existence.
Many NDEers have also experienced this oneness or the feeling that everything is interconnected to the point they believed they merged with the light. There are NDEers who say merging does not lead to losing one's identity.
However, there are others who say the opposite. For example, Justin Hughes said, "I knew if I merged totally, I would disappear, would become one."
Some near-death experiencers report the being of light is the collective soul of all humanity combined.
A man on nderf.org, NDERF.org, named Israel, wrote about humanity merging with and being absorbed by a super evolved super entity he was shown by an angel named Lamdiel.
All right, quote, you, the entire humanity, are going to proceed with it. After the unification process with each other, you humans on Earth are going to make the main evolutionary step, the ultimate one as individual humans. You are going to bond with a greater, enormous spirit. It is going to be a strong, huge, high intensity spirit from the third level of existence, from the forces level. That spirit is going to bond himself with all humanity on the planet Earth.
And he continues on to say, it will create a huge new entity, one that will improve your lives tremendously and forever. This huge spirit is quite well known to humanity on Earth. Many people unknowingly already are craving to bond with him. They consciously pray for his help and love him. In some part of their subconscious minds, all people on Earth already know it. And whether they believe in any established religion or not, in times of great need, most humans recognize his existence. They call him God, Elohim, Yahweh, Allah, the Heavenly Father, and many other names, end quote.
3 to 4% of NDers claim to have met Jesus. Angels and archangels are sometimes seen. One being of light pretended to be the Virgin Mary. So there may be a great deal of manipulation occurring.
You think? Many who claim to have merged with the light called it God. A couple were even told that the light is the God of the Bible.
Although not a near-death experience per se, the following example was included on nderf.org website with all the other NDEs and labeled a spiritually transformative experience, STE. The experiencer, who described it as an experience of oneness, writes, quote, I encountered a definite being or a voice clearly of mystical or unearthly origin. I heard several voices from different locations around me and within me. One said, everything will be all right. One responding to my unasked question, who are you? The response, God of Abraham. This was Mary D.
Yeah, and this reveals that the NDE, like God, they want us to merge with, very well could be the same one as the psychotic God of the Bible and other holy writings. It's interesting that the Gnostics said the God of the Bible was a false God, a God of this world, and depicted it as having the head of a lion and the body of a serpent. And it's worth noting that several NDEers who claim to have seen the face of God saw the face of a lion.
Speaking of the psychotic God of the Bible and all his tests required for us to prove ourselves worthy sacrificial servants, the New Age justification for the excessive amount of pain and suffering through supposed learning is for us to, quote, grow and evolve.
What if the real reason it tells us we need to grow to get bigger and bigger is because it wants to do that itself and is stealing our power by farming us and extracting loosh by doing all the investigation, exploration, and hard work for it? Could it be feeding off us? The Gospel of Philip states God is a man-eater. Maybe God is also a soul stealer.
Soul eater. Right.
Soul eater.
Soul eater.
Yes.
Well, soul stealer too, but yeah, both.
Yes.
All right. The urge to merge sovereignty and choice is the next section that we would like to go over with you. All the manipulation tactics used to keep us coming back should be enough evidence to demonstrate that we indeed have sovereignty and a choice.
Also, think about this. If there is a one true source we are being pushed to merge with, wouldn't it be the very one responsible for a system whose creatures are mind-wiped, must feed off each other in order to survive, and are subjected to endless pain and suffering through repeated reincarcerations or incarnations? I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Is that the kind of being one would want to merge with?
As independent sovereign spirits or consciousnesses, we can choose not to unite with the being of light collective soul running this deceptive system.
Absolutely. The very fact we are being urged to merge with it is evidence we are independent from it and have a choice. And the next section is on the void and our true state of essence, or is it part of the deceptive matrix? Evidence from some NDEs suggests all things may originate from a non-dualistic neutral state, which is sometimes referred to as the void or quantum state. The void or quantum state has been described as neither light nor dark, or as both light and dark. It's beyond the duality of light versus dark, good versus evil, etc. It's non-duality.
The grand staircase, illuminate. The sky, the mind, the inner eye, illuminate. The spirit, illuminate. The climb, higher than heaven, illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists. Never, ever. Illuminate. My conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. Illuminate. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own beyond my own magical being. My own. My own. My Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing. Draws near, power bleed. The choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by wood, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign. Where are my super fans at? Here's one. Here's a super fan right here. There's a super fan. Look at her. Here's another one. Here's another one. She's a fucking bitch. A fucking bitch. The sneaky snake. The sneaky snake. And then there's this one. This one here. He's a creepy creature. He's a super fan. He loves to tune in and watch. Here's another one. This is a big one. That's a big, extra large super fan. God damn. God damn. She rolls with Betty Crocker and Sarah Lee as the song lyrics go. What's up, my niggas? Hello, my niggas, my beautiful niggas. Get you some fried chicken and hot sauce, some hot sauce and some watermelon, some Kool-Aid. Get you some Kool-Aid. Come on, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. Thank you, Anthony. It's good to have you here. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Some people write that off as mere confidence. It's beyond that. They don't understand how reality works. Most in this reality, the vast majority walking around, don't understand how this works. They don't have any idea. What they rely on is their egos and their envy and their biases, and they hate others like me. These demons on other shows will lie and smear campaign. That's all they have. They don't have any actual ammunition to defeat me. They're like somebody showing up to a knife fight and they're in a straitjacket. Like that crazy, weirdo, degenerate demon slayer, Charles, that creepy creature. Creepy, creepy creature. Creepy, creepy creature. Now, I have a few things to cover here. Excuse me. Tonight. This creature here. 1 year ago is his screenshot of his video on the left. And there he is a day ago. What happened? Where'd all his wrinkles go? On the sides of his mouth, the sides of his nose, the bridge of his nose, around his eyes. What happened to his skin? It all got smoothed out and airbrushed. Like an airbrushed photo, but it's not a photo, it's him on video. He uses beauty filters. Can you imagine that? A guy that thinks that he's masculine and manly uses beauty filters? Look at that. Look at that fucking thing. That's why his hair is different. His beard looks different. His face looks different. There's a softness to his skin. There's no wrinkles, no pores. It's all smoothed out. Like they used to airbrush Penthouse in the old days. And the women look like that. Their skin looked like that. He's going for a girly nudie magazine look. He wants to look like the naked women in Penthouse magazine. That's what he wants to do. Look at him. Just look at him. He's a lolcow. He uses beauty filters. Beauty filters. He's a loser. He's a loser. That's what he is. He's a loser. And I know he tunes in here. I know he tunes in here. He can't stay away. He can't stay away. I have a couple other things to cover here. What a loser that creepy creature is. God damn. God damn. What a creep. What a creep.
Essentially saying that there's truths everywhere on here. You just have to have the discernment to find it. Shout out to you, Daniel. Thank you for sticking around and thank you for the comment. Gratitude. Essentially saying that.
So essentially, Ian's channel now is just deep breaths, like, whew, and him saying gratitude and him saying inner stand and that there is no truth. And he just repeats that over and over again from living in his vehicle. He just sits in his vehicle. He doesn't have a home. He doesn't have a home. And I know some people that don't get it yet. Say, what are you laughing at that poor guy for? One day you'll be with them. The ones that insist on not seeing. You'll be with the demons and then they'll look like demons. You'll finally be able to see them when it's too late. And you'll say, fuck, I wish I would have listened to that King Stephen guy showing me demons for years. And I just kept feeling sorry for them and thinking that poor guy, he's living out of his vehicle. Well, that guy attacked me the very first time I met him. I knew what he was the first night I met him last year. Around a year ago, maybe it was over a year ago. I knew what it was right away. And how many bashed you in my chat? 20? 30? Yeah, a whole bunch of you did. That's what you demons do. You gang up. You hive-minded fucking demons. But then you'll cry that you're being bullied when you have 30 or 40 versus me. Bring 6 million. Your numbers don't matter. I'm stronger than you. And you know that, you fucking demons. And I know that they tune in here as well. They lurk on my channel. They can't stay away. They're addicted to me. They're obsessed. Hello, hello.
And the amount of people that you see on this motherfucking planet who are so willfully complicit in an agenda of the amount of people that you see on this motherfucking planet.
Oh, he believes this is a planet. I guess he believes in NASA too, doesn't he? He believes you're on a planet. A planet. And he also thinks he's at the highest level of truth. This guy. He believes that you were created by aliens and that you live on a planet that the Anunnaki, Enki, and Enlil made you? Wow. He repeats a lot of Mark Passio's bullshit. That's his hero, Mark Passio.
Who are so willfully complicit in an agenda of evil, towards evil. They themselves.
There's the beauty filters. All his wrinkles are gone. His skin looks airbrushed and smooth. His hair looks different. He's wearing beauty filters like the Instagram models do. What a weirdo. What a loser.
Themselves are evil. Their soul is corrupted. Their spirit is corrupted. They lack a moral compass and a conscience. And these fucking people are everywhere.
That was Creepy Keith. What else do we have here in the Team Evil Creepy Bunch, the Shady Bunch of creepy creatures?
I know I can die any moment. And if I do, just remember this.
What a weirdo. I could die any moment. Cocoa Puffs. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Look at the eyes kind of rolling back in his head. The demonic eyes of this pineapple head, this thing.
There's nothing wrong with.
There's the weird serpentine tongue goes out and does a flick. The tongue came out of that disgusting mouth of that thing on the screen.
Acknowledging that one day you're going to die. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that one day you're going to die, because
one day you're going to die. I'll die. I can't do his accent very well. He's total weirdo. Here's another weirdo. Here's one. Here's another one. Watch this one. He reminds me of Droopy Dog Ian.
Hey everyone, hope you're doing really well today. Want to do a really short video, and the message of this video is to be open-minded. There's a lot of topics out there. There's a lot of people who claim that they know the truth. Do they really know the truth? Can these things be verified? And it tends to put...
What's this guy think he's doing? A public service announcement? What the fuck is this? Be open-minded. He says some little cliche thing. Oh, congratulations. You're a real high-level truther. Give me a fucking break. He's a loser. He's been obsessed with me for over 3 years.
Put your mind in a
You've been claiming that you know the truth for years. Look at the eyebrows go way up.
box or some sort of cage, and you don't end up considering other possibilities. So I think there's probably more of an overlap. Some of these theories, probably a combination of different theories, all make up what is real, or it may not even really be that way.
Listen to this guy. A combination of theories, or it may not even be that way. He's going to do what Jeranism did, a flip-flop, like, oh, I don't believe flat earth, flat crack, they're crack smokers. He's going to do the same thing, this creature. He was a plant, I think, from the beginning, just an agent. Never trusted this creature from day one. And he's showing his true colors now. Aren't you, Jeremy?
I can't verify a lot of the things that are told to me or other people's perspectives. I can only go based on my own. And maybe that's what it is. It's everybody just has their own individual perspective. And that's in a sense, it's some things are kind of your truth and what you.
Your truth. Wow. Your perspective is your truth. Perspective makes the truth. Are you going to say that truth is just a feeling, like Hankel Flamio says? Your truth, my truth? Listen to this guy. He sounds just like New Agers.
you believe is going to end up being what you get. That could be
Oh, what you believe is what you get. What you believe manifests, right? You're a total new ager. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one's gone. Another one's gone. Another one bites the dust. Oh, gonna get you too. Another bitch bites the dust. I love it. I love it. Watch this creepy creature. Jeremy, watch this. Are you tuned in now, Jeremy? Are you liking this? You like this? Hello, hello. Do real truth speakers and truth seekers tell the truth? Are they honest? Are they trustworthy? Or do they use others, the names of others, trying to get attention and more views and get in good favor with others on YouTube? Do they lie about others on YouTube? Do they make false assumptions and jump to wrong conclusions? Do they spread rumors and gossip? Do they do what a lot of these creatures do? This guy here is lying about me right here. Look who just subbed to my channel. How many sanity machines need to be subbed to my channel? Isn't one enough? Well, that's not me. That's an imposter. That's not an account of mine right there. This cartoon looking bird here, the sanity machine with a lowercase instead of a capital S, that's not me, dummy. You're jumping to the wrong conclusion. I didn't just sub to your channel. You're falling for an imposter. You're gullible. You're duped. You're deceived. But you call yourself a truther, don't you? But you're actually a gullible fool. You're a moron. And so's this dummy, stalker, bored monkey. Another dummy. See, you're not real truth speakers. You're liars. You jump to wrong conclusions about me. You're fooled by a simple idiot using an imposter account on YouTube. That's how dumb you are. You're low level. You're low IQ. And you just proved it yet again. You make posts about me, videos about me for years, but you don't even understand me or my model. You could have just left me a comment saying, hey, Stephen, is that you? But you don't do that. You don't verify things. You jump to false conclusions, which shows you don't care about the truth. You're a piece of shit. You're scum. You're a liar. You're a fool. Hello. I'm going to share a link to this short video right in my chat. Jeremy is a fool. Short video. There you go, everyone. I hope everyone watches that, hits the like button, and leaves a comment on that little short video exposing Jeremy, where he's posting about me. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. As usual, he doesn't have discernment. Anything that he learned about this reality that's meaningful came from my channel, The Sanity Machine. He hasn't come up with anything on his own. The one thing that Jeremy said that is true is when he said he's not very smart. You aren't very smart. That's the one thing you said about yourself that is true. You said, quote, I'm not very smart about yourself. That's true. You aren't very smart.
It's outside space and time. It is paradoxically both nothingness and everythingness. Some might call this void the womb of reality or cosmic cradle from which all experiences are birthed.
NDEers who experience the void do not mention experiencing the presence of a deity or a personal being. Also, the void does not appear to be some kind of hive mind collective. It has no will, let alone a will that controls the world or the universe. It seems to be a neutral state of being. So it seems the void is not a personal being at all. People often mistakenly associate God with the light in NDEs and religions, and they think that we should merge with it. But it seems the non-dualistic void exists beyond this light God. The light would most likely come from the void, not the other way around.
But could this void still be a part of the deceptive matrix? Perhaps it's the fabric of the deceptive matrix reality. And so it just feels beyond space and time and like a safe, neutral state to recollect our memories. We don't know. We must not necessarily assume the void is the state of our true essence. It may very well be the place from which all the things in the matrix originate.
Mm-hmm. The idea there is a creator and a creation may be due to the fact that we are in duality, where there is.
I said many years ago on Forever Conman's channel, and I said it before then as well, elsewhere. I don't have a creator. I'm an eternal being. I didn't come out of nothing one day. I always was. I forever will be. I am eternal. I'm an eternal magical being. No creator. Nothing fashioned me out of dirt or mud, clay. All these stupid stories that people believe in this realm. Stupid idiots, stupid zombies that believe stupid shit. They want to get down on their bony knees. Look at the real estate between Wayne Bush's nose and his lips, his thin lips. There's enough room for about 3 mustaches there. Look at the amount of real estate. Isn't that interesting? And I think Elvira has the stronger jawline than Wayne's World. Wayne's World, party on, excellent. There you go. I hope when I do that stuff on my channel, I hope it's like needles going right through these demons. The demons that come lurking on my show, obsessing over me, you are voodoo dolls. You're going to get very sick for the sick things that you do. I see you, narcissistic, vile, fucking malignant narc demons. I see you, and you're going to be haunted, cursed beings forever and ever.
Is space and time, cause and effect, and thus separation. If we come from a non-dual state, then each spirit is beyond space and time and therefore has likely always existed and will always exist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. You're coming around to my ideas now. Interesting. Do I think they know of the sanity machine? Yes, I do. Because they've known about it since the days of Forever Con Man, me going on that channel. They know about my channel. Plus, they've both been invited here in comments, tagged on their channel and on mine. No response ever. Never a yes or no, no thank you. No response. They never respond. They never respond. That's very, very telling for people that pay attention. No response. There's a reason for that.
All right, so the next section is called Philosophy, the One. In philosophical thinking, Plotinus, the founder of Neoplatonism, expanded upon Plato's concept of the good by introducing the idea of the one.
Unlike previously discussed concepts of a single source, Plotinus's notion of the one is a transcendent principle.
That looks like that idiot Nolan again using another fake name. I don't trust people with fake names. And I put this for 33 minutes on purpose to draw out the losers, to draw out the fakes, the creepy creatures, the obsessed, the trolls, the Nolans, and others. You can't just admit who you are. You're such a fucking fake, Nolan. Such a coward. You hide behind names. You just use all these accounts. I know it's you, Nolan. You're a fucking loser. Edward Robert, that's Nolan. Of course. What a loser. I don't care if you question certain statements. Dummy. Nolan is a loser. He just created the account today because he's a cowardly loser. Another fake account from fake little coward Nolan. Lying little coward. Bye-bye, Nolan.
Beyond all attributes, including being and non-being.
The one is the source of all existence, but it is not an act of creation, as activity cannot be ascribed to something immutable and unchangeable.
Yeah, and although Plotinus described a process of spiritual ascent or purification leading to union with this divine source, he also taught that the one is supreme and totally transcendent, containing no division, multiplicity, or distinction.
It is beyond all categories of being and non-being, cannot be any existing thing, and is not merely the sum of all things, but is prior to all existence.
Right, end quote. The next section,
End quote, yeah.
yes, true essence. As part of a consensus reality, we have to work together as one to make it, much of anything significant happen. You know, we feel our true essence exists outside of any consensus reality, though. We are participating in an unnatural construct, foreign to our natural state as eternal unlimited spirits.
Our intention is impacted by others' intentions. Our intention is only one small portion of the entire whole.
Right.
We can't instantly manifest whatever we want here because it's only one small voice in a sea of voices.
We're not convinced one's true essence comes from or is part of an external source or being of authority.
We're also deliberating over the idea that one's true essence may not come from a oneness from which we're all a part, whether you call it a fabric of reality or a void.
We suggest one's goal should not be to merge back with an external source of authority, but to once again remember and empower one.
Go away, Nolan. You don't learn anything while you're here. You just want to push your stupid shit. Go away, Nolan. Go away, loser. Go away, dummy. Go to the shit channels where you belong. Go hang out with Talcott or DGM or NPC or some shit channel. That's where you belong.
One's true essence, an eternal sovereign spirit without limitations.
We feel this is the best course of action to take. If we're wrong, setting our intention to remember our true essence will still lead us back to source. And if it doesn't take us back to source immediately, we will always have all eternity to merge back.
And if we're right, we will be free rather than potentially be absorbed by source or oneness and possibly lose our sovereignty and or identity.
Mm-hmm. There is no disadvantage to using sovereignty. If we're sovereign, we will be free.
If we're not sovereign, we will remain subject to another authority. If we aren't even eternal, then we won't be around anyway.
So we want to touch upon language and transhumanism. Here are some current well-known terms of unity trying to persuade us that oneness is the spiritual evolutionary path to take. We are one. World soul, universal mind, the universe, the global brain, Gaia consciousness, collective soul, Christ consciousness, united in Christ, body of Christ, and bride of Christ. Even terms like collective unconscious, higher self, the oversoul, these speak to the oneness movement.
Also, oneness is found within language. Pan, which means all, has become a name associated with the devil. The source is also called all that is, the all or all. Look at the many terms and phrases that are used, all for one and one for all, the law of one, one world, we're all in this together, it's the Borg hive mind, and, united we stand, divided we fall, etc.
To further demonstrate we may have bought into the wrong idea of our spiritual origins, consider the terms or language we have been taught to use for these ideas.
Yeah, they want us to believe we were created by some supreme being or that we originated from source. That is Saurus, which is Greek for lizard. Source. Say it out loud. It's almost identical, which kind of brings to mind sorcerer or in a computer source code.
Right.
It's also interesting to note that the word God, G-O-D, has a homophone God, G-A-U-D, which means a cheap, showy trinket. Yeah, trick, jest, sport, deceit, fraud, or artifice.
Artificial. All right. Even the word one is a homophone for the word WON, which implies you are victorious or a winner.
Interestingly, even modern science points to something that seems to shift us toward oneness, the singularity.
Right.
What scientists call the singularity could result in a convergence of humans and machines. When we currently have efforts to link together human brains, which could lead to maybe a hive mind, some proponents of transhumanism push for us to become cyborgs.
All right, we'd like
Turtle Wayne. Turtle Wayne. Turtle Wayne. Gonna shift gears here. Whites blamed for anti-Semitism in Super Bowl ad. Wow, what's this about? Jeremy wouldn't like this because he said he's part Jewish. Uh-oh, Jeremy's triggered already. Jeremy's triggered.
Loser. Dude.
Did you see that? Should we tell him? So bad.
Oh, bro, look at him. Oh my gosh.
It's not funny.
But this is an ad that was apparently paid for by Patriots owner and billionaire Robert Kraft, and it may actually be one of the least successful anti-hate campaign ads humanly possible, and apparently this is a part of a larger campaign that I seem to have missed over the past couple of years where they run similar ads. Now, of course, in this particular scenario, we have a Jewish kid that is going to school, walking through the hallway, then he gets bumped by two evil white racists that are filled up with evil white racism and anti-Semitism, and they throw a sticky note on the back of his bag, and instead of a classic kick me sign like we would see in a 1980s comedy, in reality it calls him a dirty JOO, which is absolutely disgusting in my humble opinion, but not exactly the most realistic scenario if we're being perfectly honest. However, things get even more ridiculous, things get even more absurd as we progress throughout the course of this ad, because after that, when this kid realizes the hate that was just visited upon him, another student, and you wouldn't believe what the religious and ethnic origin of this student actually is, comes in and says, "That's not okay. That is not acceptable, young Jewish boy. I will stand up for you because we have a common struggle."
Do not listen to that. Thank you, man. I know how it feels.
Now look, I'm not saying that black people happen to be more anti-Semitic than white people according to polling. However, the polling is saying that black people tend to be more anti-Semitic than white people according to, again, the facts and data right here. But this particular idea that is being put forward by this ad is that Jewish American children are being discriminated against in all these different various ways, mostly by evil white racists that are filled with evil white racism. And the only thing that's going to actually prevent this from happening is for other minority groups to say, hey, my discrimination history is just like yours. We need to go up against them white people. Blue square on the chest. Remember the blacks?
Yeah, white people are bad. White people are racist. It's blacks and Jews and Asians and Hispanics against whites, because whites are always the bad ones portrayed in Hollywood, in commercials, campaigns. For years. Years and years. They've been years and years have been trying to paint white people as bad. And a lot of dummies believe it, including on Zatoichi's channel, Silver Witch, and the others. They buy into it. Gullible lefties.
Square from the BLM riots, remember that whole fiasco, we are united as one. But if you can believe it, this ad is actually even more ridiculous when it progresses just a little bit further, because they actually end up exchanging names later on after the kid was ready to go fight those guys, and then the black guy says, hey, don't fight them, and then he's like, oh, I was just tripping, bro.
Nah. They're not worth it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
Name's Dave.
David?
Yeah.
Allow.
What?
And yeah, it turns out this black guy has an Arabic name like Bilal or something of the sort, which means that they're trying to make the case that the real issue is evil white racism, and the true unifying forces in the world are Judaism and
Yeah, the Jews and the Arabs are united. The real enemy, the evil tyrants, are the white people. It's just white kids. I mean, fucking hell. You can't make this shit up, and people believe it. It's laughable. It's laughable.
Islam, which
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
Name's Dave.
David?
Yeah.
Allow.
What?
And yeah, it turns out this black guy has an Arabic name like Bilal or something of the sort, which means that they're trying to make the case that the real issue is evil white racism, and the true unifying forces in the world are Judaism and Islam, which, let's just say is not exactly what's going on right now in the world. In fact, this has the energy from that Gillette commercial about being rude.
Hasn't been going on in the world recently or ever. They've never been united for 1,500 years or more, Islam and the Jews. Anyway, they always play it this way. This is their playbook to fool people. Unfortunately, it works on the dummies. The dum-dums. The dum-dums that watch TV and believe the programming.
To women's, where you had the white guy catcalling Judaism and Islam, which, let's just say is not exactly what's going on right now in the world. In fact, this has the energy from that Gillette commercial about being rude to women's, where you had the white guy catcalling a woman, and then a black guy intercedes in that scenario and says, whoa, 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 white man, you catcalling scumbag, we don't do that over here.
To act the right way.
Not cool. Not cool.
And coincidentally, Robert Kraft owns the New England Patriots, and they also play in Gillette Field, and that was a Gillette ad, so, you know, these two things very much connected. This very out of touch and skewed perspective of the world seems to be shared by these ads. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel with your blue squares over at actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin. I'd remind people that all hate thrives on one thing: silence.
Now look, I've been going through a bunch of these ads on this Blue Square YouTube page and examining the overall tone and tenor that they're trying to put forward, and a lot of this seems to be trying to recruit black people in particular into being against anti-Semitism. So here in this particular commercial, you have somebody who helped write speeches for Martin Luther King. However, he wrote the drafts of those speeches. So essentially he was like, I have and then another person was like, dream, we're going to put the dream in there and we're going to add that in. And that was basically his role in terms of Dr. Martin Luther King. However, of course, in this particular scenario, he's trying to make himself seem so familiar with the guy that he's like, I remember my old buddy Martin. You know Martin, right? We have a day named after him, a holiday on one of the Mondays in one of the months of the year. You know that Martin. And we was talking back in the day while he was dealing with stuff that black people were dealing with, and we were like, all hate, especially anti-Semitism, comes from the same place: evil white racists. And of course, you end up seeing the cross burning, aka that's a symbol of the Klan. You also end up seeing the Nazi swastika, and the implication again from this particular ad is that all the hatred is coming from the evil white racists that are filled with evil white racism, and the only thing that can fight against them is of course black people who totally don't have an anti-Semitism problem at all, uniting with the Jews. And remember, Martin Luther King Jr. was among the people who championed this. Now again, not every single ad has this exact same thing. A lot of it is like, you know, here's a random ambiguous person that's in a neighborhood and he saw some anti-Semitism and he stepped up. Let me give you a little taste of that right here.
Let's go, Mom. We're gonna be late. Hi, Mr. Tony. Mom, what's that?
Nothing. Just get in the car. Let's go.
Who did that?
Come on. Right now. In. Get in. Right now. Let's go.
Did you paint it or something?
Move it. Seatbelt on. Right now. Put your seatbelt on.
So this is an ad that is also from the Blue Square page, and it is called Tony. And you have the little girl say, "Hi, Mr. Tony, how are you doing?" And then she's like, "Mom, what even is that?" And as you can see right there, you have a swastika and spray paint that says "No Jews." Now, one of the things that you guys need to understand out there in the audience is that these ads are supposed to be somewhat suitable for television, which is one of the reasons why the anti-Semitism in these particular ads seems so unrealistic, because the fact is, you can't actually put what would actually be written on somebody's garage in order to scare them out of a neighborhood in these actual ads. So what you end up with is these goofy scenarios where things that don't actually seem all that realistic, but obviously Mr. Tony was just greeted by this little girl, and then all of a sudden the anti-Semitic hate ended up being spray painted on her garage, and now Mr. Tony has to decide what to do. Now, of course, in my head canon, he actually spray painted this on the garage himself. He thought it would be funny. The joke did not go over well, so Mr. Tony is going to do something quite unusual, but wonderful according to the logic of this ad, but definitely not wonderful according to, actual logic.
Hi, Mr. Tony.
So first of all, even though I am making fun of this ad, I do want to say to everybody out there in the audience, I do appreciate a little bit of visual storytelling. We're never actually told that Mr. Tony ended up painting over this anti-Jewish graffiti. However, the visual storytelling indicates that he did, because he actually has paint stains on his boots and on his pants, which, is supposed to say, wow, he cleaned this up. Now, of course, logically, what he actually did was destroy a crime scene, and that means he's going to face criminal charges. So while this woman said thank you, in reality what she actually meant was F you, because you ruined their ability to actually prosecute these criminals for their horrific actions. But yeah, in this particular moment, it's like, hey, hang in there for your neighbors. It's so sweet, it's so wonderful, it's so beautiful, even though technically the evidence was destroyed. Now, of course, you guys might be wondering what the deal is with the blue square. Earlier on, I alluded to the fact that, it's like the black square from the Black Lives Matter riots just being turned blue because I guess that's the color for Stop Anti-Semitism. But in reality, there is an explanation for this. It's actually featured in this particular ad right here. And yeah, while I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's actually like boring text and uninteresting, essentially the blue square is supposed to be about the size of 2.3% of your television screen. And since Jews are 2.3% of the population, according to this ad, therefore, this is what it's supposed to mean. This is like the reason for the blue square from one of the original ads or something of the sort. But again, this is a largely ineffective campaign, in my opinion, but it does really tell you the worldview of somebody like Robert Kraft and other people who are obviously pro-Jewish or Jewish that are behind this particular campaign, which is that they feel like the real enemy of the Jewish people happens to be all these evil white racists out there, and the real allies of the Jewish people happen to be non-whites, and specifically Muslims of all people, which is asinine and ridiculous in my opinion, but whatever. And by the way, it's asinine and ridiculous according to reality. If you look at the enemies of the Jewish people and who has the most anti-Semitism per capita, it is typically the Muslims that do, but whatever. We're just setting that aside for the moment in time. But yeah, it's just weird and odd, and again, very cheesy and very corny. It has like a PSA vibe, and you could just tell that Robert Kraft is from a different era because he's approving all this stuff, but in reality, it just does not not have the impact. There's a reason why a bunch of the comments and likes and dislikes are shut off on all the YouTube versions of these advertisements. Now look, I'm gonna take a brave stance for you guys out there in the audience, just so you know that I'm on the virtuous side, and tell you guys that racism, not good. Anti-Semitism, actually pretty bad. Hatred towards Muslims just because they're Muslims, that's something that is not acceptable in civilized society. Hating Christians based on their religion or Catholics or whatnot, obviously not cool. Scientologists hate, definitely acceptable. Let's be clear about that. But all these other isms and whatnot, those are not good things. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't prejudge people because that's called prejudice, and I think I'm against that because I'm a good person. But the thing is, those kind of little statements or affirmations of these ideas don't actually do anything to address the issues. Highlighting the wrong people that are not actually doing the thing that you're claiming they're doing is more going to annoy people than actually address what the actual problem is in society. And honestly, I used that Gillette ad with the cat calling as an example, but this rings also very similar to the way that European advertisements always seem to depict white men as the aggressors against Middle Eastern women in public.
The man in the grey suit is staring at you. Would you report it? It's him again. You can feel his breath. Would you report it? Is that his bag? He's not carrying one. 1 second, 2 seconds. Would you report it? He finds an excuse to lean into you. Would you report it? He pushes his groin right into you. 90% of unwanted sexual behavior on public transport goes unreported. You can report anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. Report it to stop it.
When in reality, the grooming gang scandals are not in any way, shape, or form white Christians or white atheists or white non-Muslims victimizing young Muslim girls. The people who are doing it are typically Islamic migrants, and by the way, multiple people within that culture justify those actions. So running all these different advertisements about how it's wrong, but flipping the races and thinking that you're actually telling something that is a profound story is absurd, ridiculous, and again, just cuts the effectiveness of your advertising, in my humble opinion. And yeah, it's kind of pathetic that you had Robert Kraft run this ad and be really proud of it in the same Super Bowl where his Patriots got absolutely trounced. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the Blue Square campaign and how it's kind of ridiculous. Till next time.
Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around, love is in the air. Everywhere I look around, love is in the air. Every sight and every sound.
Praying or upskirting, hard to tell. It's a weird way to mark Valentine's Day, but not as weird as this.
My grandchildren and I painted some cards, Valentine cards, at the weekend, which we are going to be presenting to the men in the camp at Crowborough as a welcome.
What? You told literal children to write Valentine's Day cards? A cultural observance primarily devoted to expressing romantic love, and plan to give them to 20-something illegal migrant men as a welcome from the children. In the immediate aftermath of numerous cases of these very type of men preying on children, men from countries where adult-child relationships of this nature are permitted, in a town where schoolgirls are already...
which we are going to be presenting. Children and I painted some, 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 children and I painted, children and I painted some cards, Valentine cards at the weekend, which we are going to be presenting to the men in the camp at Crowborough as a welcome.
What? You told literal children to write Valentine's Day cards, a cultural observance primarily devoted to expressing romantic love, and plan to give them to 20-something illegal migrant men as a welcome from the children. In the immediate aftermath of numerous cases of these very type of men preying on children, men from countries where adult-child relationships of this nature are permitted, in a town where schoolgirls are already being followed around by these men. Yeah, I'm sure the parents who protested against these migrant men being dumped on their town are gonna love that. When Jim Ratcliffe dared to state what the majority of the British public are thinking, they all lost their tiny minds.
You can't afford, you can't have an economy with 9 million people on benefits and huge levels of immigrants coming in. I mean, the UK is being colonised. It's costing too much money. It will cause... It'll cause... Well, yeah. The UK is being colonised by immigrants, really, isn't it?
Cue an absolutely hysterical astroturf moral panic, culminating in the Prime Minister himself demanding Ratcliffe apologise.
And the kind of language of being colonised by immigrants, you're talking about people who've come here to live, to work, to have families, as though they're a hostile, occupying force, taking away your language, your culture, your ability to survive.
Yes, it's incredibly racist to suggest that mass migration is a negative force that's demographically colonising the native population of England. We must just be imagining the ONS data, which shows that some areas of the country are down to just 5% native. We just must be imagining the fact that our capital city went from being 97% white to 36% white in the space of 6 decades. Oh, no one's being colonised.
And the kind of language of being colonised by immigrants, as though they're a hostile, occupying force.
But let's just say it's a positive thing, and then suddenly it's not racist, it's something to be celebrated.
In London, the white British population has decreased by 600,000, while the minority population has increased by 1.2 million. So, yes, lads, we're winning.
Will the real Ash Sarkar please stand up? Ratcliffe gets cancelled for using the word colonised. Yet they slap up posters on the London Underground celebrating how mass migration...
I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer. Look at this. Jamaican people colonizing England in reverse. Look at this. Louise Bennett. Colonization in reverse. Poems on the underground. As I told Benedictine, I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer, I told him. Do you remember that when he came on here live?
Force.
But let's just say it's a positive thing, and then suddenly it's not racist, it's something to be celebrated.
In London, the white British population has decreased by 600,000, while the minority population has increased by 1.2 million. So, yes, lads, we're winning.
Will the real Ash Sarkar please stand up? Ratcliffe gets cancelled for using the word colonised. Yet they slap up posters on the London Underground celebrating how mass migration is achieving reverse colonisation. It's okay when they do it. You say colonisation. That's racist and it's not happening.
I mean, the population of the UK was 58 million in 2020. Now it's 70 million. That's 12 million people.
They say reverse colonisation. It's happening and it's a good thing.
Yes, lads, we're winning. I think Jim Ratcliffe is a stinking hypocrite.
Takes one to know one.
He became a tax resident of Monaco. That's £4 billion that could have gone towards British schools. The British NHS could have gone towards British defence. Instead, he decided he wanted that money for his own pockets.
Yeah, the guy who up until 2020 was paying 100 million in tax every year. Then, in line with his values, decided to stop funding the colonisation of his own country. Yeah, he's the hypocrite, not the woman who claims it isn't happening while simultaneously celebrating it.
We're winning.
And shilling Londonistan merch.
You can't afford, you can't have an economy with 9 million people on benefits and huge levels of immigrants coming in.
Net fiscal contributions by ethnic groups completely validate his point.
If it wasn't for immigration, I think that Man United would have had about 3 of their starting 11 last night.
Without immigrants, Man U's starting lineup last night would have been 3 players and the bench would have consisted of just 2. Yeah, Abdul, fresh off the boat from Afghanistan, straight into a free hotel with free healthcare, free iPhone and prepaid government debit card, makes the same contribution as a highly skilled multi-millionaire Man United football player. Then now literally trying to defend mass migration by comparing it to importing a relatively tiny number of elite sportsmen on work visas.
What we would do without immigration from a footballing perspective. And all of the fans who talk about immigration, they love their foreign players.
This is even weaker than the diverse food argument.
He wants to talk about people who want to just come here and live and work and pay taxes costing us too much. Like, the man is a fucking devil.
Oh yes, just take a moment to observe all the hard-working, tax-paying contributors to society. Destined, I'm sure, to go on to become top-end Premier League footballers. Your bone marrow stops producing stem cells after 40. That's not an opinion, that's biology. Your bone marrow is where your body makes repair cells. These are the cells that rebuild muscles, repair blood vessels, and help your body recover when something breaks down. Here's the scary part. By age 50, production drops by up to 75%. You literally thing that needs fixing. Muscles, blood vessels, even brain. The sheer vehemence with which the regime rushed to vilify Ratcliffe, like him using a word was akin to a natural disaster,
Colonised.
was clearly intended as a threat to other prominent people not to speak out.
But the comments that he made yesterday were unacceptable. Our country benefits hugely from its diversity. So I would urge him to apologise for his offensive remarks.
As well as a pretty big tell that their diversity is our greatest strength, containment measure is wearing increasingly thin.
Because the population in 2000 was 58 million. The population in the UK is 70 million in 2025, which means we've had a 21% increase, 20 to 21% increase in our population. The population of Europe has gone from 728 million to 744 million, which means Europe as a continent has had a 2% increase in population. You then distill down the German population increase, the Italian, the Spanish, the French. No one has had a population explosion like we have. So to go to the sentiment about the population, irrespective of whether he said 2020 or 2000, he is right. The population explosion, however it's manifested itself, has created a strain on this country. Politicians are weaponizing this content and using it for their own end, right? But the reality is the premise of what he's saying is fundamentally correct. We have a welfare state which has 9 million people on it, which cannot continue. We have an immigration policy which is not working. And we have a societal change and shift at pace and demographics, which is changing the face of this country, and people don't like it. And the politicians are too cowardly to do anything about it. And Keir Starmer and the other politicians like Ed Davey are just weaponizing this content because it deflects from their inadequacies and ineptitude.
Leftists are still gaslighting everyone by claiming that the arrival of 6 million foreign nationals to the UK since 2020 alone is something that indigenous Brits welcomed.
This idea from the far right that actually what is going on is either an invasion or a colonisation removes that agency. It removes that power. It suggests that immigration is something that is being done unto us, to us, rather than something that we are elected to do.
Yeah, who did we elect to impose mass migration on us? Every time we're asked, we vote against it, yet they keep imposing it on us anyway.
It suggests that a foreign power is taking and control and settling in Britain and dominating, displacing or exploiting the indigenous population and imposing their culture and language on us.
Yeah, no one's imposing their language on us, are they, Lewis?
You look at parts of London, for example, where the road names, the underground signs, aren't just in English, they're in a foreign language as well. 1 million people living in this country don't speak any English at all. 4 million people living in this country barely speak passable English. And that's the point that he was making, that big areas of our towns and cities have been changed into something completely different to what they were.
We've had more immigration to this country in the last 25 years than in the last 2,000 years combined.
If a group of people move to a country en masse and say, for the purposes of this discussion, it is to be understood that we wish to operate as a large collective in this country with rules that don't sit well with the existing legal status quo. But you know what? you can't do anything about it because this is our law. What you are dealing with, de facto, is colonisation.
Yes, the government take, so they must act. So they must act. And if it be the case that the prospective pattern of the population of this country is such that this country would not be a place worth living in, or a city capable of being governed for all who live in it, then it is the duty of those in authority, I'm going to complete the sentence, or that it is the duty of those in authority to take measures accordingly. And those measures, since they are in the interest of all, are measures which ought to claim the support of all, and for which the support of all ought to be sought, and I believe would be forthcoming.
Meanwhile, on the continent, things are all...
They are replacing you. They are replacing white people in Great Britain. They are replacing white people in Germany, in France, in Sweden, in Canada, and in America. And if they aren't already, they will be doing it in Australia as well, and other places. That's what's going on. They're not depopulating the world, as baby truthers keep shouting. They've been the baby truthers have had their eyes covered in blindfolds and their ears plugged up for the last 15 to 20 years. They're talking about something that is not going on. They're not depopulating the earth. They're not reducing Earth's population. They're replacing white people in white countries.
Also feeling a bit colonisy.
Ora andremo con Maya un po' in giro per la stazione e vedremo se ci sono ancora quelle persone che danno fastidio e che importunano le ragazze.
You don't need a crystal ball to see where this one's going.
No, grazie.
Excuse me.
Maybe one day you'll wish you had listened to men like me, and I'll be yelling at you. You called me racist. You deserve what's coming. You didn't want to listen. You wanted to shout me down. You wanted to report my channel. You wanted to silence me. You wanted to label me and smear campaign me. You did everything in your power to silence me. A lot of you on YouTube. Maybe not the ones in my chat room, but thousands of others. Thousands. You don't deserve my mercy or my sympathy. I will fight you. Not just in this physical realm, but spiritually. I will fight you because most of you stand with evil. You only oppose truth speakers like me. You don't oppose demons. That's what I notice. That's an overwhelming pattern on YouTube and in this realm. Most of you only speak up when it's someone like me to shout at me and call me racist and transphobic and homophobic and you're sexist even, you're this, you're that. That's what you've done for years. Meanwhile, I'm speaking out against evil and demons and exposing them. Who do you shout out? Me. By the thousands. You deserve to stay in this realm, and it's going to get a lot worse. A lot worse than what you fucking idiots could even begin to imagine. Because I know you'll complain about how bad it is now. This is nothing compared to what's coming. Nothing. So keep shouting at me and reporting my channel like most of you do. Most of you fuckers on YouTube that have channels have reported mine. From Landry, Jake the Asshole. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeremy the Real People, he's probably reported my channel as well. Lots of you do. Lots of you do. Archaics, Darius J. Wright, Lion Sword, Charles, Demon Slayer, fucking creepy weirdo. Lots of you do report my channel. Aphrodite, Rose Starfire reported my channel for a video about her. Lots of you do. You're going to have nowhere to run, no one to tattletale to and say, do this to Steven, help me, stop him. You're going to be sealed in here, you fucking demons. You could eat each other alive forever.
Sì, sicuro io. Sì, sicuro io. Come si fa? Anche tu bello, va? Tutti i t-shirts. Qualcosa?
No, no.
Vuoi qualcosa?
No, no, grazie. No, no. 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 Basta, niente. Basta.
Now, to be fair, there probably were some natives in there, maybe one or two, but otherwise it's definitely not helping the stereotype.
Allora Maya, com'è andata questa passeggiata? Come ti sei sentita?
Colonized. If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.live.
Modern leftist feminism is one of the most harmful forces in our society. I'm Candice Malcolm, and this is The Candice Malcolm Show. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning into the podcast. So as you know, we usually cover politics, federal politics in Canada, all things kind of political in Canada. Sometimes we like to take a break from the day-to-day politics in our life and look at the bigger picture, look at culture, and dive into some of the cultural critiques that I myself have and that are prevalent out there. And one of my biggest critiques is against modern feminism, the Me Too movement, and the way that it denigrates men. It tells men that they're toxic, that they're destructive, while also, ironically and contradictorily, telling women to be more like men. So these disasters...
Only white men are toxic. Most feminists support all the men from third world shitholes, from African countries, from India, the Middle East, from Haiti. They support all of that. Only white men are toxic. They're aiming it at white men. That's what our women have done in response to white men building the greatest civilizations that have ever existed here. That's the reward. Just like for the most part, I get rewarded by sharing so much alchemical gold here. There's only a few handfuls of people that actually appreciate it. Most beings that come around are absolute trash. And they're envious and hateful towards me. You show me every day, humans, what this realm is. I don't have to look too far. You come to me and you show me all the time. You show me what you are. You show me what you are all the time. Constantly. You constantly show me what you are. Don't you? Don't you? You show me what you are. Nothing is hidden. Nothing. This person, infinity dimensions, whatever his fucking name is. In all caps, he wrote, "You are a demon projecting on other demons. Admit it." And I responded, "No idea who you are, but you seem to be the demon coming here. Begone, demon." These are the types of comments I get. This is what goes on in this realm. That's just one example, a recent example. There's a lot of demons. And if you don't see them with someone like me trying to show you, I tried to help you out, but a lot of you don't want to see. You'll see them when they're eating your face off, when they're not saying shit to me, coming around harassing me. You'll see them one day. It's just a matter of when. And it's a matter of how obvious it gets. And most people in this realm see when it's too late. You only care when it affects you. When demons attack you, you'll suddenly care about demons. Until then, most humans will laugh and say there's no demons. Stephen calls them demons, mock me, ridicule, harass. That's what you're good at. That's what humans are good at. You're not good at seeing truth. You're not good at being helped by ones who can see truth and share with you. You're good at defending demons. That's what you're good at.
Disastrous mixed messages in our society have had a catastrophic impact, especially on young people trying to find someone to spend their life with, someone to get married with. And I think it's so important to look at these harmful forces and to debunk them. I'm so pleased today to be joined by one of Canada's foremost public intellectuals who clearly and courageously debunks the harmful messages of modern feminism. So I'm pleased today to be joined by Janice Fiamengo. Janice is a retired professor of English literature at the University of Ottawa. For many years, she has been an outspoken critic of modern feminism and is one of the most prominent anti-feminist crusaders on social media. Janice hosts the Fiamengo Files on Studio Brûlé, where she challenges modern far-left feminism and the woke indoctrination at academia and universities. Back in August 2021, Studio Brûlé was removed from YouTube. It was censored. However, you can still find Janice's video on a new channel they created, Studio B. Janice is also the author of an excellent book, Sons of Feminism, Men Have Their Say, which was published back in 2017. So, Janice, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to see you and have you on the show.
Well, thank you very much, Candice. That's a very generous introduction. Thank you. I feel very flattered. It's wonderful to be on your show. Thank you.
Yeah, it's so great to have you. So since I spoke to you last, you have retired from your position at the University of Ottawa, and I also recently learned that your YouTube channel was shut down and censored, which is such a shame because you have so many excellent videos up there. I was telling you before the interview started that I started watching those videos back when you were covering the Jian Ghomeshi trial, and I know you covered the Brett Kavanaugh trial, and you have so many interesting insights. So can you tell us a little bit about, first of all, you leaving the University of Ottawa, and also what happened with your YouTube channel?
Yeah, well, I retired in 2019, and I was fairly happy to leave the university, although I was sad to leave many of my wonderful colleagues. But I find that the university, as probably everybody who is not a leftist would agree, it's a fairly uncomfortable place for dissident intellectuals or dissident thinkers in general, especially for those of us sort of on the conservative side of cultural politics. It's a place where you don't feel that you're able to make arguments about a whole wide range of hot button issues, from a wide variety of perspectives. So I retired then, and part of what I was looking forward to doing was doing more writing and of course writing more video scripts, because that had been something I was doing since 2015 at Studio Brûlé. And I had a long running series on academic feminism and its impact on modern culture. And my take generally was that what happens in academia, unfortunately, never stays in academia. It moves out into the wider world, and it has real world impacts, so that ideas about the oppressive male gaze, or about women's lived experience and standpoint theory, or about the creation of docile bodies through patriarchal power, all of those ideas become public policy, they become part of journalism, they become part of health policy, they invade the sphere of law, all of the feminist complicating of the idea of sexual consent, whether women can actually consent to sex in a allegedly patriarchal society in which women don't really have power or agency. All of those ideas have had a very significant impact in the wider society, often a very, very damaging one.
I'm checking my comments here. Here's another comment from this demon. Only you can save us. We are too worthless without your guidance. Tell us what to do. This is the level that demons are at in this realm. Look at that. So I clicked on his name, and here's his channel. This is what this creature looks like and sounds like. Look at this. Absolute weirdo. Total demon. This is what it is. Weirdo demon.
Did it. All right.
I don't have sympathy for this shit. Crystal Day. What? Crystal meth? Is that what it is? You a drug addict? Are you living in somebody's basement or their shed? What is this? What is this shit? Look at this weirdo. Some of you will have sympathy for these fucking things, but I won't. I won't.
So, anyway. What else? No new holes on the course.
Hey, you fucking weird demon.
Okay, what is a Brahmin to do? Whew. Shoot, I'm really lucky. I have not lost any power, and it's very cold. And, howdy. I didn't realize the camera was going to be on, and I'm all of a sudden just here. And I didn't want to, just sharing how I deal with empathy, disaster empathy, from a place of currently privilege. This power can go out anywhere with a little gust of wind, and in the right moment and the right tree, or some similar accident. He's like Stephen King, prolific. 3 videos in one day. All the editing, all the AI magistry? You can worship me if you want. Just don't try to own me is all I'm saying. You can rent me. Cool. Unless you're big enough to take over my company, then I have no weapons other than the algorithm and the military. But they don't want me to know that. So I'm not allowed to fully believe it, but I'm not allowed to believe it. So when I say something about the military, they are listening and used to work with khaki. You probably wore some khaki pants in your day. But I worked there. I went into the city, the deep, dark, dangerous city. Dangerous city. The deep, dark, dangerous city. Dark, dangerous city. For the CIA to monitor me. What? I do not believe this. This is just a fictional story I'm making up like Kurt Vonnegut. He never did that. It's all his imagination. And you're not going to go through anything like he went through. I promise that. Except everything I say comes out kind of the other way when the infinity crushes me. That was what this video is actually about. The infinity is crushing me. The infinity is crushing me. Just like you, even though you may not believe it or understand the checkmate of it already. I think you do. It's telling me that I'm the last one. I'm like the dense human to really get this. And wow, finally, he's speaking at least about it instead of pretending to be insane and not believing. Can you believe that he doesn't believe this? He's halfway into it. He's uncertain as Gödel. And Heisenberg is completely incomplete. And the arrow, man, the arrow goes right into infinity, right there. It stops midair and vanishes. I finally got it. That's what I always say. Then I forget it. But no, not that. Yes. I wasn't the narcissist. I was the victim. But now I am the narcissist. That's right, man. So that's good for me because now I'll be attractive to all the women that like bad boys. Hermaphrodites don't really care if a woman or a man is in the room. All right. So this is part 2 of hole number 2. Or hole, whichever. Anyway, I'm back at the T, the usual T. And over there's a ramp. And I'll hit that ramp and I'll bounce off it. And I'll end up over here. And then I'll come under the chair and into the hole. So, see, 1, 2, 3. It should be a par 3 if I hit him good. Take a deep breath. Okay, after I hit it, I'll get out of the way. I think I will remember to. Oh, I barely hit it. Take over, mulligan. Yeah, I was distracted by all the fame and everything. All right, well, so I went a little bit close to the heater. Make sure there's. Okay, where? Coming. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to put a nice safe par shot.
If you had two choices, would you marry him or castrate and disembowel and bury? What would be your choice?
I did a 1. Okay, so so the it's really weird when the camera goes on and all of a sudden you're a star. Anyway, let's see. Forgot I was going to talk about. Oh yeah, absolutely forgive that young person for demanding a life sentence. And in a way, I don't regret it because, you know, scale invariance and everything. But I do have this urge to vent some anger about it. Not towards that boy or hermaphrodite or whatever it was, but to the community. I think you put up with his demands way too long. I'm seriously pissed about the community allowing what happened to me. Motherfucking! Allowing what happened to me. Motherfucking! Community allowing what happened to me. Motherfucking! Anyway, yeah, that's what I had to get out. That was the shit. Motherfucking! The community allowing what happened to me. Motherfucking! Anyway, yeah, that's what I had to get out. That was the shadow work. I'm not mad at the community really, but I had some energy, because community. I had some energy, I had some energy, because community doesn't really even. It does, but it doesn't. If you community fighting against Scylla consciousness will lose. Okay, but I forgot where I was going with this. I think that's the big point. Is I am a slave of my schizophrenia, and I'm allowed to not believe it because that's part of the infinite dimensional infinities, and it's not a problem with me because I let go of finite things. And anyway, so very self-righteous about that, I guess. So yeah, nothing really has changed, although a lot has changed for me. That's my biggest regret of life. None of my interactions with women, I feel like I never crossed any motherfucking, what's that called? That important word, consent. I've never crossed a consent with a woman in my judgment. In my heart. Whether a woman may disagree, that's fine. That her experience is valid, but my experience is also valid. Anyway. Consent. I've never crossed that important word. Consent. I've never crossed a consent with a woman in my judgment. In my heart. Whether a woman may disagree, that's fine. That her experience is valid, but my experience is also valid. Anyway. This was blaming society. That's what I wanted to. Anybody.
And there's the long, dirty fingernails of a demon again. You can see them. The fingertips there. Long, dirty fingernails. A pattern that I've pointed out many times. Baby truthers and chills like Jeremy would say that doesn't matter. The stuff you point out, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get the tongue flicks, the black eyes, the long, dirty fingernails, all the things I point out. A lot of people in this realm don't get it. You're hurting yourself by not getting it. Because they're going to come after you one day. It's all going to be out in the open, these fucking demons. And a lot of you just are lazy. You don't pay attention. You don't listen. You don't say, yeah, Stephen, you have pointed out the long, dirty fingernails many times with these demons. A lot of people don't focus on remembering, learning. Just lazy. Lazy, and they don't care what the truth is. If you don't care where you are, chances are you're going to stay here.
Allows that much motherfucking solitary confinement, even if it's asked for. Fuck you, goddamn fuckers.
The internet is changing, and not in a good way. If you've tried Googling anything lately, you've probably seen that the very first thing that pops up on any Google search isn't a link to what you're looking for, but rather an AI-generated overview providing an answer to whatever question you're asking. Except that often, it's completely wrong. Recently, I was watching an interview with George Stroumboulopoulos. I don't know how well known he is outside of Canada, but he's a really popular journalist here who's been on TV and radio basically forever. And it kind of just occurred to me that he's an older guy now, and I wondered if he had ever gotten married. So I was just curious. I Googled George Strombo married, and the AI blurb that popped up said that he was married to someone named Dechen Wangdu and hired punk band Rancid to play their wedding. Now, this was news to me. Not that I closely follow Strombo in any way or know much about his private life, or care for that matter, but despite his decades-long career in media, something told me that the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation wasn't really paying the kind of money that would enable someone to hire a huge band like Rancid to play their wedding. Something here just didn't add up. So I googled Dechen Wangdu, the woman he's supposedly married to, and found out that no, she's not married to George Stroumboulopoulos. She was married to Adam Yauch from the Beastie Boys, better known as MCA, before he passed away from cancer in 2012. And yes, Rancid played their wedding. Now that made more sense, but how did this misinformation come about? Well, it turns out that Strombo had at one point tweeted about Rancid playing Adam and Dechen's wedding, and the Google AI had evidently scraped that information out of the tweet without any context, and then used it to generate a completely misinformed answer to the question I asked. And I mean, obviously in this context, it doesn't really matter because this isn't important and no one really cares, but it does illustrate a huge problem with AI, which we'll talk more about later. But that's really just scratching the surface of what's going on with the internet as a whole. The internet started out as a decentralized network of information, the information superhighway as they used to call it. There was a corner for everyone and everything, every niche, every hobby, every interest. Whether you're trying to learn something or play games or just connect with others, the internet was a level playing field for everyone to find their thing, and it was buzzing. Forums, chat rooms, social media, blogs, all these things were abundant, and in a way, they still are, but it's different now. The internet used to be oozing with creativity and opportunity and a strong sense of community. Despite it obviously being a digital platform, it felt very human. Like, you'd log on to MySpace or Facebook, and you'd see posts and pictures from all your friends and family, and whatever hyper-specific thing you were into, there was probably a message board specifically for that thing where you could make friends with other people all across the world who were into the same weird shit that you were into. Like, as a teenager, Alexisonfire was my absolute favorite band, and I was on all sorts of fan forums where I made friends with other fans, some of whom I even got to know in real life. But now, Facebook and Instagram are largely just full of advertisements and algorithms pushing crap to you that you never even subscribed to begin with. It's rare to even see a post from someone you know, someone you've actually chosen to follow. Message boards like Reddit are increasingly bogged down with AI slop and rage bait posts. As I said, Google routinely spreads misinformation as facts. YouTube pushes random videos into your feed and buries the things you actually want to see. And the comment sections are constantly flooded with bots and scammers and bullshit. I know this has always been a thing to some degree, but it's gotten really...
Behind the scenes, they're setting up the panopticon transhumanist control grid. They're going for it. They're rolling out 6G, and nobody's talking about 6G, and they should be, because this is the infrastructure for the Internet of bio-nano things. And we're seeing some of this stuff rolling out in real time, but nobody's paying attention because they're too busy talking about Epstein files. They're talking about ice raids. They're talking about the Super Bowl. And now there were 2 halftime shows, and the right-wingers liked this alternative halftime show. And then the left-wingers, they all loved this Hispanic guy singing. And it's just nonsense on the face of it. It's all distraction theater. And here we go. And in the meantime, these heinous things are happening, and people are finally discovering on a very mainstream level that these heinous things have been happening, and they're still just going along with the same old narrative, bread and circuses, and that's what makes the world go round and round. And in the meantime, they're bilking all of the value out of the US dollar, and they're crashing whole economies, and they're doing all of this stuff and greasing the skids for the rollout of the control grid, the panopticon control grid, and it's coming. whether we're prepared for it or not. But nobody's paying attention to that because now there are a million infinite distractions going on. Behind the scenes, they're setting up the panopticon transhumanist control grid. They're going for it. They're rolling out 6G, and nobody's talking about 6G, and they should be, because this is the infrastructure for the Internet of bio-nano things. And we're seeing some of this stuff rolling out in real time, but nobody's paying attention because they're too busy talking about Epstein files. They're talking about ice raids. They're talking about the Super Bowl. And now there were 2 halftime shows, and the right-wingers liked this alternative halftime show, and then the left-wingers, they all loved this Hispanic guy singing, and it's just nonsense on the face of it. It's all distraction theater, and here we go. And in the meantime, these heinous things are happening, and people are finally discovering on a very mainstream level that these heinous things have been happening, and they're still just going along with the same old narrative, bread and circuses, and that's what makes the world go round and round. And in the meantime, they're bilking all of the value out of the US dollar, and they're crashing whole economies, and they're doing all of this stuff and greasing the skids for the rollout of the control grid, the panopticon control grid, and it's coming, whether we're prepared for it or not. But nobody's paying attention.
That's Rose's friend, Wayne. I don't know what his last name is, but the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. John Lennon wrote a song about watching the wheels turning, or whatever the fuck that stupid song was. Lennon, wheels, watching the wheels, lyrics. People say I'm crazy, doing what I'm doing. Well, they give me all kinds of warnings to save me from ruin. When I say that I'm okay, well, they look at me kind of strange. Surely you're not happy now. You no longer play the game. People say I'm lazy, dreaming my life away. Remember that song? I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. I really love to watch them roll. No longer riding on the merry-go-round. I just had to let it go. I'm singing it mockingly on purpose, obviously, for the people that don't get my sense of humor. I love to mock the stupid shit of this realm. The dummies that worship John Lennon, you're fucking stupid. Same with Paul McCartney, the Beatles. Don't worship these fucking creeps. They're sellouts. That's what they are. They're losers. But I know that that's what people love in this realm. They love losers. They can't get enough. They can't get enough. They're addicted to idolizing losers, demons. People love them. Hypocrites, frauds, fakes, phonies, demons, felons, Satanists, abusers. People love all the shit of this place.
The UK is now employing specialist nurses for cousin shaggers. That's right, nurses who specialise in the deformed, inbred offspring of people who shag family members. That's where the UK has got to.
The Telegraph, Daily Telegraph is reporting an NHS hospital trust has recruited a nurse to support families whose parents are close relatives. Bradford Teaching Hospital's NHS Foundation Trust advertised the position for a close relative marriage neonatal nurse and midwife. The job description said the...
I wonder if Manny's watching this. Manny, do you still tune in? I told you to go away, but maybe he still watches. This is Manny. He kind of looks like his parents might be related. Remember Manny? Manny.
Successful candidate would provide comprehensive care and support for families who have recently had a baby and are close relatives, cousins, uncles, aunts, or other closely related family members. Now,
wow. I mean, it's probably one example where immigration is actually needed, because there's going to be nobody in England that's trained to specialise in inbred offspring, because we don't fuck our cousins. We have enough intelligence and decency. Fuck our cousins. Inbred offspring, because we inbred offspring, because we don't fuck our cousins. We have enough intelligence and decency to understand what happens when you make offspring with family members. And also, we're just not that depraved. Like, the idea of being intimate with a family member doesn't really appeal to us. Certainly not en masse. Okay, there's going to be one or two twisted folk, but not en masse. And you realise how much cousin shagging goes on in certain communities. Like, it's a really big thing. Like, you can really see it in the faces of a lot of them as well. Like, they are inbred, clearly. I mean, listen to this degenerate that I'm about to show you. She honestly believes, she's saying why they can marry their cousins. And it's basically because they're not a word, some made up word, something like maharam. You know, they're no longer a maharam, so basically they're no longer a member of a family once they reach adulthood, and they wear hijab in front of each other, which means it's okay to shag. And it's all just ideology, it's all just conditioning. There's no logic, there's no common sense, there's nothing based on genetics or DNA. It's literally just like, this book says this. Oh, and our prophet, he did it. So if he did it, nothing can be questioned.
We have a question here. Can I marry my cousin? Technically, Islamically, yes, a cousin is not a mahram. So, for example, if you're a girl and you have your parents, brothers and sisters, children, their sons, they are not your mahrams, which means they're not people who, especially when they become adults, I mean, you know, obviously when you're children, you might be playing if you're a girl and you have, so for example, if you're a girl, mahram. So for example, if you're a girl and you have your parents, brothers and sisters, children, their sons, they are not your mahrams, which means they're not people who, especially when they become adults, I mean, you know, obviously when you're children, you might be playing together like brothers and sisters, etc. But when you get to the age of puberty, then yes, your cousins then become your non-mahrams, which means that you have to wear hijab in front of them, you know, you have to cover in front of them, you have to have the normal etiquettes you would have in front of a man, you know, that is on the street, for example, right? Of course, they're your relatives, so you have, you know, that extra level of perhaps relationship in terms of asking after them, etc., caring about them because of, you know, the fact that you're relatives. But in terms of technically speaking, yes, a person can marry their cousins, and so the cousins are non-mahrams.
Now, funnily enough, much like many of these barbaric practices we see,
and so the cousins are non-mahrams.
Now,
the fact that you're relatives, but in terms of technically speaking, yes, a person can marry their cousins, and so the cousins are non-mahrams.
Now, funnily enough, much like many of these barbaric practices we see from this particular community in England, it's not actually in Muslim countries. You know, just like the Muslim Brotherhood is banned in any Muslim country or most of the Muslim countries, but in England it's not even a prescribed terrorist organisation. It's allowed to thrive. It's allowed to have loads of members of known terrorists working as imams, but that wouldn't actually be allowed in like the UAE.
I think you have more extremists in UK than you have in the Middle East.
Really?
At this stage, absolutely. The things that some of the Islamists say.
All right, everyone, check this out. Look into her eyes. Would you trust her? The one that was just on the screen talking about how technically it's okay to marry your cousin, she claimed. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Look at them. Just look at them. You want to trust these things? I'm trying to show you something while you're here on my channel and while my channels are still up. I'm almost surprised that I've been able to go over 3 years with the Sanity Machine because I put out so much truth that these other channels won't go near. Look at the eyes and start learning where you are. You're in a demonic realm. And I'm kind of giggling because it's a weird position to be in, to have to tell people. And billions, apparently, they claim there's billions in this realm, don't know what this place is. Or they pretend not to. They're demons and they pretend. Anyway, I know what this place is. And your stupid arguments about my truth, your truth, like Jeremy and all that bullshit doesn't work on me. I know where I am and I know where I'm going. And I'm doing something. I'm giving you something, trying to help you. But a lot of people don't want to see. They want to make excuses and do mental gymnastics and say, well, they just look that way. You know why the thing on the screen looks demonic? Because it is demonic. That's why.
In various mosques, and we have been seeing that online. The terminology they use, the analysis they make, the statements they actually make, they would not be able to say it all the way in Afghanistan, for example.
Newsflash, you're in a fucking demonic realm. And almost no one on earth will say that. I say it every day. And then they complain, oh, he keeps calling it a hell realm. They just don't want people to hear it. People have to hear it for years to even have a chance to realize what this place is. I'm going to keep calling it a demonic hell realm because that's what it is. And that bothers the demons to hear me speaking the truth.
In Iraq.
So how has this been allowed to flourish in the UK? What's your analysis of
in the name of democracy? So the Muslim Brotherhood, who are the Islamists, who are the main ones, are ruling and controlling in various press when it comes to the Muslim society and community in the UK. They control the whole narrative, and the Muslim Brotherhood and the Islamists are the radical Islamists. They are the Islamists, and
I think in many of these countries, again, I'm not an expert because I try and stay away from most of them, but some of them are fantastic, like Indonesia, for example. You know, this whole grape gang thing that we see in the UK, that doesn't happen out there. Like, of course, yes, there'll be the odd isolated cases, but, you know, in many of these countries, they deal with it by ending of life, the hanging, or something along those lines. Yet again, in England, we get the worst of the worst. They're here to take over. They have no respect for us, and they're just in our two-tier system. You know, Muslim countries are very strict. You can't go around, I mean, maybe in Afghanistan, because Afghanistan just seems to be fucked and very, very child grapey. But, you know, in general, in a well-established Muslim country, you can't do these things. So it's like we get the retrobates that want to partake in these things. We then have a two-tier system where the police are so scared of being called racist, they'll literally hand little girls back, drunk little girls that are crying in amongst a group of Pakistani men. They'll go and hand the girls back to the Pakistani men and apologise for disturbing them because they're so scared of being called racist. Like, that's how absurd it is in our country, and that's why the worst of the worst come here, because we let them do things in our country that they won't be able to do in their own country. Oh man, it's just barbaric. I'm about to show you a fucking horrendous video of the results of cousin shagging. But it seems that these people are so carnal, so materialistic, so low in IQ, so spiritually detached, that they value the material gains and, of course, the control. Basically, the fact that you know someone and therefore you can control situations. And if you think about, you know, how they control their women, you know, it makes a lot of sense why you would want to marry within the family and keep all that control, keep all that material wealth. And, you know, when you're united with the same belief system and your goal is to take over a world and introduce Sharia law, it does actually make sense, you know, to keep everything within the belief system, keep all the assets together, keep breeding like rabbits, you know. Whilst they are fucking stupid in many ways, you know, they have a clear mission and they are working towards that mission, even if 50% of them are retarded because of, you know, DNA issues. There's so many of them and they're all so loyal to each other and we all have exactly the same ideology that are willing to die for, because 72 virgins, I mean, have you ever heard anything so carnal and materialistic? Like, that's their spirituality. I'll get 72 virgins that I'll be able to fucking grape. Fucking vile. So that's the reality. It's absolutely awful, but nothing will stop them. Because they don't care, you know, they don't care about the same things we care about, you know, quality of life and decency. Like, we see that by how they treat their environment. The fact that they all have fucking old sofas outside of their houses, old fridges, trash everywhere. You know, I mean, it's just everything about them, just trash. That's basically what I think about it all. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Hit a few buttons, particularly that one and the big red one. Hit. Drop a comment, support the video, get this out there. So the reason I speak like I do is, one, because I believe it's true.
I went ice climbing in Banff Provincial Park. Then,
all right, so this guy, Peter, went ice climbing. Peter. The title is, I No Longer Have Faith After My Near-Death Experience.
I went ice climbing in Banff Provincial Park, then snow caving since I was a Boy Scout, mountain climbing, rock climbing, first time ice climbing. We went up a world famous climb, maybe 500 feet, 3 pitches up, and made a mistake. Thought that I could climb with an axe and a hammer at the same rate of speed as other people with a couple of axes, which turned out to be false. And so our climb was very slow, and by the time we reached the top of the pitch, it was sunset. Temperature dropped as the sun went down, hypothermia set in immediately. We were in a desperate situation and knew it. Decided that we were going to either die trying to stay warm there, canoodled up against the mountain, or die trying to get off. And we decided that we would try to get off the mountain. It was a harrowing night, frostbite, hypothermia to the extreme. And on our last pitch, just before dawn, after fighting our way across the mountain all night, I succumbed to the final stages of hypothermia. My temperature soared on my skin, which basically meant that my core was flooding my extremities to prevent them from falling off. It creates a false sense of heat, which, even though I knew better, having been trained as a first responder, I unzipped my coat and it's sub-zero out. And my temperature core dropped even faster and I began to fall asleep. I pulled myself back up this last time after falling asleep, and as I stood up, I got what's called tunnel vision, peripheral vision, began to fill in with black and a circle, and faded to black very rapidly to out. And I was in darkness, but unlike falling asleep, I maintained my consciousness. I knew that I was awake, and I felt myself collapse, but I didn't feel myself hit the rock. And
he got tunnel vision. Most people on Earth have spiritual tunnel vision. Spiritual tunnel vision. They believe they have it figured out. They have faith in bullshit. They have faith in what doesn't add up, what doesn't match. And they take great comfort in that, in religions and just stupid shit. And most are too lazy. They could live 90 years, 100 years on Earth. They're too lazy and weak to question the shit they believe. So they keep their tunnel vision. And they feel clever and smart. And they'll call intelligent, wise beings foolish and stupid. That's what they do in this realm. It's not just one or two that do that. It's countless millions that do that. Millions and millions and millions, if not billions. At a certain point, you're going to realize humans would rather drag a truth speaker that's one out of millions down and harm them than appreciate them and listen and ponder what they share. Most humans in this realm are full of fucking envy and hatred. They don't have the ears to hear the truth. They don't want the truth. They want to harm those who speak the truth. And you'll see what I mean one day. You don't have to believe anything I say. And some of you are going to be wrapped up in a fucking war, and you're going to realize at that moment, oh, you fucked up. You didn't pay attention to what was important. You focused on bullshit here that won't help you. It'll be too late. And I've warned you countless times. Choose wisely. Pay attention. Stand against evil. Choose freedom. I've made it into hashtags and slogans and made it very direct and clear and simple, the message. But I know I'm in a demonic realm, full of fools, demons and fools, and lazy zombies. That's what most humans are.
Suddenly in front of me was a great expanse of even darker darkness that I'd never seen anything like it. It's not just like standing on a wicked dark night looking out at the ocean on a starless, moonless night. It's like different than that. It's that plus times 1,000. Way far in the almost infinite distance, I saw a pinprick of light that came rushing toward me faster than the speed of light and infilled the entire visual that I had. But it wasn't just light, it was like an amorphous intelligence said to me without language, "I'm taking you." And I resisted because I didn't know what was going on. Can't say I was frightened, but I was strongly resistant. This thing rushed right to me and communicated, "I'm taking you," and plucked me right out of myself and carried me up through with a proverbial tunnel, but the tunnel was wide and narrow at the same time, like infinitely wide and small enough to contain us, but not one or the other. It was both. And this entity carried me, and I was comforted. I was unafraid. I was confused, but I was not lost. And I suddenly emerged into this greater...
Most people's big fear is judgment, and they don't want to be afraid during death. They're not looking for truth. They're not looking for truth and understanding. They just don't want to be judged, and they don't want to be afraid. That is how simple most humans are. They don't want to be judged ever by a god or by any being, and they don't want to be afraid during their death. Now, they don't care if they get deceived. That isn't even in their top 10 of their focus. If they had to make a top 10 list, what you'll discover if you study enough NDEs, they're more concerned with, am I going to be judged? People in this realm are afraid to be judged while here and out of body. They fear judgment, and they can be controlled because they fear judgment. It makes it easy for the entities. The entities know what your fears are, and they'll use it against you. And humans are pretty simple. They're not hard to figure out.
Infinite darkness that was also illuminated. So these two things at once, and the entity, the angel, vanished, and I was left alone as what I describe as an orb of consciousness that's 10,000 times bigger than my body. And I was completely content. My first reaction...
He assumes that it was an angel that carried him. He makes a lot of assumptions. And this is very human of this Peter character, this dummy Peter on the screen, this fool. It's very common for people to behave this way. They assume. They don't spend years trying to know. It's easier and less energy, less work, to just assume it was an angel. And that's what he did. And that's what most of you humans do with shit. Most people in this realm don't care about the truth. They'd rather assume and make false assumptions than really do the work to seek the truth, to understand. They're not going to spend a lifetime here trying to understand the truth of what this realm is. They're more like this guy, this Peter guy. He just assumes, well, it was an angel. The lazy way out. That's what people do.
Was, this is me. Now I remember. How did I ever think I was that thing? This is who I am. And I could see in every direction.
That fake angel should have rammed a probe up his ass, up his spiritual ass. He still would have thought it's an angel. He would have said, well, it didn't really hurt me. It didn't destroy me like a demon. It must have been an angel then. This is how simple people are. They're so fucking simple. Angels and demons. It's like watching little children in bodies that have grown old. Like, look how old he's starting to look. You could add another 30, 40 years onto his age and he'd still be an old fool. They just never learn. They never grow up. Just naive, gullible, foolish idiots.
At once, and there was a portal opened in front of me. If I had a front, which I did.
If I was evil, I would have fun playing games on these idiots. I would. I can see how it would be fun. That's how far my empathy extends, and empathy is putting yourself in the shoes of another. And I could envision how it could be very fun if you were evil already to just play games on these dummies and just pretend to be angels and carry them away and just pretend to be aliens and probe their asses and everything else. I mean, they'll believe anything. You could have fun because you know that humans are going to believe whatever you pull. They're going to believe anything that you do. They're going to buy it, like this guy.
I think I was that thing. This is who I am. And intent, my first reaction was, this is me. Now I remember. How did I ever think I was that thing? This is who I am. And I could see in every direction at once, and there was a portal opened in front of me.
You were still in the Matrix. How do you know that that orb is what you are? You don't know. You're assuming again. But you're very human. That's what humans do. They assume. It's easier. It's just easier to assume. And that's what you do. That's what you're good at. Humans, you're not good at truth seeking.
With me, if I had a front, which I as an orb of consciousness that's 10,000 times bigger than my body, and I was completely content. My first reaction was, this is me. Now I remember. How did I ever think I was that thing? This is who I am. And I could see in every direction at once, and there was a portal opened in front of me. If I had a front, which I didn't, but like a doorway or a gateway, it opened up into this long arcing, infinitely arcing tunnel that was somehow inside of and separate from, but part of this greater eternity that I was in. And there was this flowing sheen that was transparent, I could see through, and translucent, I could see the sheen at the same time. It was a flow, and I touched this flow with my soul consciousness, and it was all life. It was all life of all the universe and all the universes and all life there ever was and will be. And it flowed into me. And I tell this like in a sequence, but this is a place of timelessness, which means all time and no time, all time in one space and no time whatsoever. So it's really hard to describe it. I choose to describe it sequentially, if only for my own sanity. So I touched this thing and it inflowed into me, and it called my name, but not Peter. It called the name of my soul, that in which I could hear the creation of my being from aeons ago. I could see the long tail of my existence, of my soul, which was not Peter. And I could see the very creation of myself as a photon that was waving particle as part of the light itself, but separate and the same as, but distinct from. And I could see that I had other lives, but I couldn't see what they were. But I also knew that they weren't me, that the real me was the soul that contained them. They were little tiny like toothpicks stuck inside this much larger, everlasting soul. Then showed me all of the pain that I'd given away in my entire life from the point of view, life review. But mine, which is different than others, mine was I suffered all the pain I gave away in my entire life from the point of view of the people I gave it to. I intended to give it to, and I didn't intend to give it to. And I felt that. I felt their pain, and it turns out that all the pain that I gave them was about 10,000. I keep using 10,000 because it's like some huge unimaginable number. And I suffered all of that, their pain, plus times 10,000. They suffered a little bit. I suffered mostly. And the voice was saying inside me without sound, I love you. I've always known you. I've always known these things about you. I've known you since you were created. I've known the long tail of your soul. I know what you were like to be a human being in this life. I love you as you are. I made you. I've always known you. I've always loved you. And I was going through this suffering of all the suffering I gave away, but I was also being, and I call it my own hell. I created my own hell. Also judged myself as shameful, not because of what I had done, because it was also shown simultaneously that it wasn't my fault that I caused pain. That's a natural outgrowth of being a human being in this world. It's just the way it is. And every human being causes pain to other human beings and to themselves. And that's just the way it is. And that's a known thing by the divine. I carried home to heaven with me all the love that had been given to me and all the love that had been given away, that I gave away is like a treasure. And somehow it helped me turn my inner eye to the holy divine and was, I don't know, burned clean by the divine fire of purgative love. When I had no more things I did not need, it wasn't like they were bad. It was like, you don't need them, and here's how to get rid of them. And once they were gone, I was filled with this combination of truth, joy, knowledge, bliss, understanding, compassion, hope, adoration, awe, paradise. The list is long, but they weren't all separate things. They're all one thing. And the one word that I would use is to encapsulate it all, two words: beauty and love. I was still separate, okay? I was, as Genesis says, like I was an image of the divine. I wasn't the totality of the divine, but I was definitely like the divine. I was an image of it, like a subgroup of it.
He maintained his Peterness. I've seen this guy in another interview where he maintained his Peterness. He looked down and he saw his little Peter was still there. He maintained his Peterness. It's interesting. He has no questions of why does this shit exist? What's this shithole about? If it's all infinite love and beauty, why is this place full of evil? It's an obvious question, but they never go, they can't go that far. They can't do that. They can't question, because to question would involve critical thinking. It would involve something other than seeing, believing, repeating. It involves critical thinking, being critical. And critical is viewed as bad in this realm. People say, oh, King Stephen, you're so critical. You're too critical. What's wrong with you? I hope you feel better. I hope this. I hope that. You sound angry. You sound critical. You sound whatever. Well, most of you are just zombies. You just follow along. You're not critical-minded on Earth. That's reality. They could show you anything. You'll believe it. So it sounds like he found Jack Talcott's paradise, love and beauty, and it's all false. Now, would this guy ever imagine that they could have tricked him, that it's all false, it's all set up this way to deceive? Of course not, because he can't even see that this realm he's in currently is set up to deceive. So, of course, he's not going to imagine, well, the afterlife in this matrix is also a reflection of this, as above, so below. The astral realm is set up to deceive, just like you're deceived here. right where you are, Peter, in your body with your Peterness, where you froze.
And love. I was still separate. Paradise, the list is long, but they weren't all separate things. They're all one thing. And the one word that I would use to encapsulate it all, two words: beauty and love. I was still separate, okay? I was, as Genesis says, like I was an image of the divine. I wasn't the totality of the divine, but I was definitely like the divine. I was an image of it, like a subgroup of it, of the same substance, but yet less than. And I hadn't gone through the tunnel. And I said, so I haven't gone through the portal yet. Do I have to go? God's like, you don't have to go. I said, well, I've got a reason to stay. My parents were suffering. My sister had run away and vanished from our life and broke my mom, essentially. And in the instant of a thought, we were swept across the vastness of the universe. I could see all of Earth all at once, all mountains, rivers, streams, oceans, fish, birds and animals and trees and plants and everything.
If I had to bet, if Peter were given a chance to come back here a million lifetimes, will he ever learn what's going on? Will he ever? I'm sorry for laughing. I can't help it. It is funny to me at this point because it's just, there is no way that I could help him. And this is something that, excuse me, it's a level of understanding that I don't believe most of my channel are at. They're still at the level of thinking, we can help these people, Stephen. Help them. Tell them the truth. Wake them up. He's not asleep. Okay? A lot of people would say, well, he's just asleep. This guy on the screen, if I invited him to come on my channel, first of all, he wouldn't come. Second of all, somebody like Demon Slayer would probably tag him and say, don't go to King Stephen's channel. Don't go there. He's evil. He's this. He's crazy. He's this. He's that. And Peter's gullible, so he would believe that without coming here to talk to me. He'd believe what was said. And that's what Demon Slayer's been doing, tagging Lucky Haskins and other people saying, don't talk to King Stephen. And people believe it. Truthers just believe what they're told. And that's the other part. I think this guy on the screen could come back to this realm a million lifetimes in a row and never come close to figuring out, oh, they're deceiving us. That just a simple realization. It's not difficult. I'm not saying study the realm in depth, understand every fucking minor detail, every facet. No, just come to the understanding they're deceiving us. I don't want to do this again. This is a trick. Just that. A million lifetimes. I don't think this guy could do it. And I don't care if it offends people here, because that's the way I see things. And people will feel sympathy and defend. But most people will never look at the truth and go, yeah, that is true. That really seems true. It seems like they'll never get it. Never. That's what it seems like to me. Now, you can call that harsh. You can call me harsh. You can call me negative. You can do all this shit I've heard thousands of humans say before. But you're not special. Most of you just repeat the same shit that I've heard many, many times the whole time I've been in this hell realm system. And until you do something different and start looking at things a little differently, you'll be like Peter. You'll be like Peter. They could show him anything and he'll believe it. Anything. And it would never cross his mind, well, maybe this is set up to deceive me and to deceive everyone on earth. Maybe this is a fucking deception. Never crosses his mind. And don't feel bad. It's millions and millions and millions that die every year, and it never crosses their minds. It's not just Peter. It's millions and millions. And do they listen to beings like me that tell them what's going on and sound the alarm and give them warnings? And just like with the forest fire, I'm telling you, there's a forest fire headed this way to your town. They don't listen at all. At all. So how am I supposed to feel? Am I supposed to feel sorry for him? There's no way for me to reach him. No way that I could reach him, because he doesn't consider anything beyond what he believes. He saw, he experienced that, and he can't imagine that he was tricked. Congratulations to you, Peter. You're going right into the recycling bin, along with millions of others. And I can't help you. You're way too clever to listen to someone like me.
But in particular, I could see human beings, of the universe. I could see all of Earth all at once, all mountains, rivers, streams, oceans, fish, birds and animals and trees and plants and everything. But in particular, I could see human beings. And the human beings were 7 billion of us, and everyone was covered by a singular veil. The veil kind of trailed over everything in the world. And the human beings couldn't see outside the veil. And the voice said to me, in the way that I love you now, now you know I've always loved you and will love you. And this love is, I can't tell you how.
So this God was telling Peter, I've loved you always. Go back down there and suffer, bitch. Come on, you got to watch those children with leukemia and the starving children. But I love you, Peter. I love you so much. And they'll never understand. They don't get it. And there's a lot of Peters that come to my channel that lurk here, that tune in, and they laugh and they think it's funny. It's not going to stay this way forever. This can't be allowed to continue. And you're going to have to make a choice. I've recommended that you choose wisely, but I don't expect that from most. I think in the end, most people will side with evil. They'll choose evil. That seems to be what humanity does. Look at how many people have stabbed me in the back just running this channel for 3 years. Countless.
Rich it is. It's an veil. And the voice said to me, in the way that I love you now, now you know I've always loved you and will love you. And this love is, I can't tell you how rich it is. It's, any words utterly fail. It's all of the universes all put together into one black hole, like crushed out. That's how much, and that's not even enough. And no one could see it on Earth. They're all going about their daily lives, being utterly beloved in particular by the divine, just like me. Just like I knew that I was, because I was healed and well and without suffering. I didn't have a body to suffer. I didn't have any suffering at all.
He didn't have any suffering at all. He didn't have a body to suffer, and his eyes get real big. It's funny. Why are so many in bodies here suffering then? You can't think though, can you? You can't think. You can't think. Most humans can't think. And most cannot admit to that much. They're not honest enough to say, you know what, that's true. Most humans can't think. Why do you have a body right now, Peter? Why are there millions, if not billions here in bodies suffering? Why?
Was because I was healed and well and without suffering. I didn't have a body to suffer. I didn't have any suffering at all. And the voice said, in the way that I love you now, I've always loved you. And I love everyone in particular, including your parents, whose faces I could see in particular in the time of the world. And I could see in their souls and their faces, their suffering. And I knew that from the duration, from the time at which I died that night to the time at which they died, their suffering would be increased exponentially. 2 kids lost. And so even though I knew that all would be well for them when they died, I chose to not let them go through that. And so I said, can I come back here? If I go back to life, can I come back here? And the voice said, yes, but we want you to stay, but you can go back. And I said, well, I can go back and help my parents. They won't suffer as much. I choose to live my life. And the voice said, you won't live your life, and send me back.
And I love in your book how you told your congregation that you don't have faith. Can you say that part real quick? Why you don't have faith in God?
Sure. So for your audience, I'm an ordained clergy person, and I served congregational churches in New England for quite a number of years, decades. And the day I came back from my death, the moment I came back, all faith was erased, all belief was erased. Came back with no belief in culture or religion or in God. Because to me, God is not a thing to be believed in. I know God is real. I know where I'm from. I know where I'm going. But more importantly, I know that I'm known by the knower of all. And I can't ever turn away from that. It's not something that
He's known by the knower. He claims God is real. He just assumes that whatever that was God, and that God is love and beauty. And God loves him. God cares about him, which is why he sent him back here to suffer. It all makes sense to Peter. You just have to do mental gymnastics, shut off any and all critical thinking, shut off your mental faculties, have the cognitive abilities of a retard to the exponent 1,000,000 so that you're in the negatives, and just be retarded. He's so loved by God that he's sent back here to suffer in a body and watch others suffer, even if he doesn't suffer every day. Unless you just block it out, Peter. There's a lot here suffering. Where's your loving God?
All faith was erased, all belief was erased. Came back with no belief in culture or religion or in.
Oh, the spinning ball. Oh, they always love to show that. They love to show that spinning fucking fake computer generated ball. It's ridiculous.
God. Because to me, God is not a thing to be believed in. I know God is real. I know where I'm from. I know where I'm going. I know God is real. I know God is real. I know God is real. I know where I'm from. I know where I'm going. But more importantly, I know that I'm known by the knower of all. And I can't ever turn away from that. It's not something that ever shuts off. In addition to having no belief and no faith,
this iced coffee that I'm having with a bit of chocolate milk in it, extra cream, it's kind of chocolatey. Chocolate coffee is good. How good? It's better than his God. Okay? It's better than his God. Just this. People say, how is that possible? It tastes good and it's not harming anyone. It's not causing any suffering. It's not getting thrills and entertainment and sexual pleasure and energy and food from watching suffering. It's not getting off on suffering. This coffee I have beside me is good. It's more good than your God. It's better than your God, Peter. This right here. Right here. I just took a sip. That right there is better than your fucking God. Simple. People like what's simple.
turn away from that. It's not something that ever shuts off. In addition to having no belief and no faith, I don't have any doubt. I am doubtless and completely unafraid of death because I know where I'm going.
Oh, I love him.
He knows where he's going. He's never considered the possibility that he keeps getting recycled and in a sense, mind wiped or quarantined memories through the veil of forgetfulness, where he just comes back. He doesn't consider that, Peter, you might have been here 1,000 lifetimes already. You think you're going to just go straight to heaven. You just don't get it, dude. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it at all. And you're so confident and so smug. You're so... Something about this guy cracks me up, this one. That's why I had to share it again. Oh, God. God damn. Peter, you're one of the best ones for laughing at. You're just a joke.
Erased. All belief was erased. Came back with no belief in culture or religion or in God. Because to me, God is not a thing to be believed in. I know God is real. I know where I'm from. I know where I'm going. But more importantly, I know that I'm known by the knower of all. And I can't ever turn away from that. It's not something that ever shuts off. In addition to having no belief and no faith, I don't have any doubt. I am doubtless and knower of all. And I can't ever turn away from it. But more importantly, I know that I'm known by the knower of all. And I can't ever turn turn away from that. It's not something that ever shuts off. In addition to having no belief and no faith, I don't have any doubt. I am doubtless and completely unafraid of death because I know where I'm going.
Oh, I love in your book you say that it's like you don't believe in trees and birds, like you know they exist.
Right, exactly. So I don't have to believe that this glass exists and that water exists. You know, we take it for granted, we know it exists. That was the same way, a similar way to which the divine presented itself as self-evidently so.
I think it's a very important thing that a lot of people talk about when they experience this as they come back. I don't know if depressed is the right word, but...
This is El Diablo Radio International, the hottest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I challenge anybody to try to do it better than I do. Here's the dull, dead eyes, no light in them, of the host Shaman Oaks of that channel. He has the dead eyes, and people love it. They love it. Humans love that. You love deadness. You love deceivers. His channel has almost 500,000 subs, Shaman Oaks. Almost 500,000 subs, 498,000 subs. That's what you humans gravitate towards. And I can point it out to you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't faze people. The amount of truth that I share, it doesn't register with most humans. You want to follow deceivers. You want to follow dead-eyed, no life in their eyes, no light deceivers. You love it. And if that offends you, good. I hope it does. I don't give a shit about people being offended. You love to follow dead-eyed, angry demons and be deceived. That's what humans love to do. Now, if I'm wrong, how come the numbers always prove me right? Almost no one is here, a whole 13 people. Okay, 13 in the realm are here, tuned in. Almost 500K subbed to Shaman Dead Eyes, Black Eyes, Oaks channel. Proof of what I say. Everywhere, every day. I show you proof every fucking day. This is what people want to follow. They want to believe and follow deceivers with lifeless eyes because you love it. And people will shake their heads at me and disagree. A lot of people do that in this realm. They've disagreed my whole life when I've shown truth. That's what you humans do. You stand with demons and you oppose truth speakers.
Divine presented itself as self-evidently so.
I think it's a very important thing that a lot of people talk about when they experience this as they come back. I don't know if depressed is the right word, but a longing to go back.
I had depression that was physiological. I mean, it developed. I longed to go back so much.
Oh, listen to this guy. Depression is a good thing. It's created by God. Your divine source created depression. You have to embrace the bad and call it good. Your God is good, right? Fucking idiot.
Much that I immediately regretted my decision. It developed. I longed to go back.
Experience this as they come back. I don't know if depressed is the right word, but a longing to go back.
I had depression that was physiological. I mean, it developed. I longed to go back so much that I immediately regretted my decision.
Wow.
By the time I started having the mental capacity to consider what I had done and the choice I had made, I made a.
Wow.
By the time I started having the mental capacity to consider what I had done and
it's funny that he mentions mental capacity. I don't think Peter, I don't think you have a great mental capacity at this point, years and years later. You're one of these dummies that believes if I use words, it'll make me sound more intelligent. A lot of demons believe that a vocabulary that is greater than average is intelligence, but your decisions are stupid. So it doesn't matter how your words sound. Your decisions are fucking stupid. Because where are you right now, Peter? You're here with us in Hell Realm, and you can't wait to go back to meet that thing that fucking deceived you. And there's no way to talk you out of it. That's why I laugh. I don't feel sad about this shit anymore. I don't feel sad about these beings getting deceived. You could say they're deceived. Maybe they're not even deceived. Maybe they're part of the system, but they're definitely not like me. These things are not like me. They don't want freedom from this realm, and they don't care about truth. And everything about them is different from what I am. And I'm not saying that they're evil because they're different, but they're so different that whatever they are, I can't relate to them. Maybe you belong here, Peter.
It's physiological. I mean, it developed. I longed to go back so much that I immediately regretted my decision.
Wow.
By the time I started having the mental capacity to consider,
that evil demon's gonna take out its cock and tell Peter to suck its hideous alien cock that's like covered in mucus and just disgusting. And Peter, that's going to be your eternity, because you would never listen to a being like me, because you believe you know already. You have it all figured out in your mind. You say you don't have faith and belief. You know God. You know God like you know that water in the glass is real. You've made up your mind. I can't help you. I can't help most of you. And I've been saying that now for I don't know how many months. I can't help most of you humans on Earth because you're much more like Peter than you are like me. You're not open to what I'm saying. You want to be like Peter. You want to be a slave. Go ahead. It's your choice. That's your choice. I've shown you how to choose wisely, but that's your choice. You want slavery.
for what I had done and the choice I made a huge mistake coming back. All I wanted to do was go on, consider what I had done and the choice I made a huge mistake coming back. All I wanted to do was go home. It's like living in a two-dimensional black and white world here,
right?
Compared to multicolor.
It's not paranoid of me to say, but if I selected 100 people at random, or if someone else selected 100 people at random and gave them each a knife and blindfolded me and had me in a dark room or somewhere where I couldn't really protect myself, and there was a demon in there and me, I know the knives would be going in my back and the humans would be stabbing me in the back rather than a demon. I know that that's the level humans are at. They stab truth seekers in the and truth speakers in the back. You do the same thing today. You do the same thing 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 years ago. You'll do the same thing 5,000 years into the future. You're not, quote, awakening as a species or as many subspecies under the umbrella term humanity, which really doesn't make sense anyways. But it's what you do. It's what you do. Given a choice, stab the demon or stab the one that speaks truth. The knives are going in my back, and the demon will be unscathed in the room. That's the way you are. And I know that about you already. And there's something about me that I haven't figured out yet, and I still try to help you by sharing truth with you. But for the most part, most will stab me in the back, and most already have in this realm throughout my life, not just on YouTube. Throughout my life, most people that I've given to and helped have betrayed me in various serious, almost deadly ways. It's what you do. It's what humans do. It's very human of you.
Multi-sensory VR immersion there. Once you've been in that place, come in here, as beautiful as it is, and I live in an extraordinarily beautiful place on purpose so that I can get as close to beauty as I possibly can. But even that, it's just like, oh well, that's really pretty. but not the same as ultimate divine beauty. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. You know, that's really pretty. But not the same as ultimate divine beauty.
Well, ultimate divine beauty, as he calls it, is an illusion. You were love bombed and mind fucked. You just don't get it. Because ultimate love and beauty wouldn't create a sewer like this for innocent, helpless beings to drown in and live in toxicity and suffer in. Like we are right here in this place. All right, genius? I know you'll never figure it out though, Peter, because you're so cocky. You believe you know already, but you don't know. You don't know. You're a dupe.
Yeah, I love how you said also that like sunrises are ugly. Are they still ugly, or were they just ugly for a while?
They were ugly for a while. There was the first year was very difficult. Geez, the very first morning after the climb, I watched the sunrise, and it was really beautiful, but not at all. It was like watching a cartoon. It was like being in a cartoon. Only I wasn't just in the cartoon, watching the cartoon. I was the cartoon. Like my body was the cartoon, and my thoughts were the cartoon, and all of my senses were the cartoon, and the cartoon was outside of me.
And your God loves you so much that he did this to you. Congratulations. You not only defend that quote unquote God, but you love it.
Inside of me, and it was super confusing. All my soul wanted was to be back in the oneness of being.
The oneness of being. What your so-called soul wanted was to get mind fucked again by God. That's what you really want. And it's okay, Peter. I'm not being harsh with you. Most humans are like you. They don't want real truth. They want the mind fuck. They want the deceptions. They want what's fake, just like what they choose on the internet. They choose what's fake. And it's not just 9 times out of 10. Most beings will head right for the fake shit. Fake AI channels, fake truthers, fake shit, huge channels. They head right for it. And you know what they're critical of? Channels like mine. With hardly anyone tuned in. Hardly anyone. They'll out of all of the internet, they'll make videos critical of me. And they won't they won't criticize channels run by sex offenders and felons, and they're not critical of that. That's what you humans do. It's what you're good at. It's what you're good at.
My thoughts were the cartoon, and all of my senses were the cartoon, and the cartoon was outside of me and inside of me, and it was super confusing. All my soul wanted was to be back in the oneness of being. And now here I am in this
and for the demons tuned in lurking here, I'm going to help you out though. I've been trying to help people my whole lifetime here. I'm going to help you out though. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you not just into the recycling bin. Okay? That would be one thing. But that's not a punishment. That's just where you're already going. That's default. I'm going to help you out. Okay? I'll help you. I'll help you, dead-eyed creatures. I'll help you into hell. I'll help you melt and be in agony. You'll be in a realm where you can't escape suffering. You can't even die to leave it. You will want for death and wish for death and not be able to die, not be able to have the relief of death. That's your fate. Especially the ones that have harmed me and harmed the innocent of this place, of this realm. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you be sealed in a hell realm forever and ever and ever. That's what I'm going to do. So that you can't hurt anyone else ever again. The way that you try to hurt me every day. And you've tried my whole lifetime here. You've tried to harm me. my whole time here. Going way back, you've been trying to harm me as much as you could. You try to harm the most innocent. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you burn. That's what you deserve.
Broken apart place where everything, where all the love and the beauty and the truth and the hope and the joy, or it's all fragmented here. But so is everything else. It's not just those things. Everything is fragmented here. Everything is not in union with the divine. The light pervades all things at all times, but it's still fractured here. I live in a fractured body in a fractured world, and all I wanted was wholeness and oneness, which I know I will have again, because it was promised to me. Thank you, Harold. And all I wanted was wholeness and oneness, which I know I will have again, because it was promised to me.
Promised to you by what? An archon? A demon? What? Are you serious, Peter? You're in a fractured realm, you said, with a fractured body. Why does this even exist? You can't think of that, though, can you? You can't. It was promised to you. Oh, gosh. I know there's probably people tuned in that feel sorry for this guy on the screen and think that I'm mean. You go right ahead. You have a long way to go in terms of understanding what this place is and how it actually works. I think there's lots of people that sit on my channel for years and they don't understand, just like that Jeremy character. He's been here for over 3 years and hasn't learned.
And all I wanted was wholeness and oneness, which I know I will have again, because it was promised to me. Thank you, Alan, very much for spending your time with me. And thanks, everybody. PeterPanago.love. I'm here if you need me.
He wants oneness. He wants oneness. In a realm full of demons. Who created the demons? Why are the demons allowed to rule here? Why is this place so full of demonic evil, lies, torture, suffering, rape, murder? The heartbreak of grief, grieving loved ones. This place is horrific. People hate nightmares, but when they're awake, they don't notice you're in a nightmare. You're in a fucking nightmare.
So what is this here? Bill Gates? He's still talking about? Oh my.
Another place that India leads, but there's a lot more that all of you can be involved.
Another place that India leads, there's a lot more than another place where India leads, there's a lot more. There's a lot more you can do with
involved in driving
India.
forward is this digital public infrastructure. You know, you would have expected rich countries or others to do that, but in fact, they did not. And so that basic structure that starts with identity and bank accounts and payments is just foundational. And as part of this visit, I'm now seeing how that foundation is being built out in agriculture with profiles of farmers to understand what they need and give them advice.
To kill people because it didn't work.
With health records, so that we can help people not only with infectious diseases, but
like COVID,
the challenge that's coming in the future.
That's a little bit upsetting.
That we can help people not only with infectious diseases, but the challenge that's coming in the future.
Huh. I wonder what he's talking about.
And that digital public infrastructure will help us.
Yeah, I wonder what that is.
Climate problems.
It's a mystery.
And so that all starts, with an Adhar identity, getting the information,
Man.
making sure it's
What a
up to
weird
date.
guy. Yeah, what a really weird guy. Bill Gates says a merge of biometric ID, bank accounts, and payment systems is needed to safely monitor people's health records, keeping tabs on farmers and tackling climate problems. Huh, that's really interesting. And so, here's another one too, guys. This is a nice little surprise. Epstein and Gates plan to get rid of all the poor people. I mean, that means we're all going to be rich, right? Cool. I'm excited. Also, I've been thinking a lot about that question you asked Bill Gates. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? And I have an answer. Comment regarding that for you. When can I call you today to discuss this? Oh yeah, by the way, was Jeffrey Epstein involved potentially with COVID or other types of pandemics? Of course! Of course he was! Duh! Follow-up recommendations and/or technical specifications for strain pandemic simulation. It's all, he was the DM of the world. He was. This is insane.
No, I don't think he was. I think he was just a low level on the totem pole. Kind of a patsy. That's what I think. They're using Epstein. Kind of like they used Oswald. Similar. Maybe people should go lick Bill Gates' feet. Kiss his feet. Lick his feet. People in this realm are so fucking dumb. How do you feel sorry for them anymore? I just don't understand. You're going to feel sorry for them for lifetimes. Let's go over here to this creepy creature. This creep here. He's creepy. But
and
people
status,
love him.
namely Christianity and Islam, and then play them off against each other and have them all kill each other, and then constructing religions that place them at the top of the food chain, so that they are the chosen people.
Sorry, my phone went off for a second there. What's Mr. Potato Head Nose talking about here? Mr. Potato Head.
According to the religions that they created in the book that they wrote and gave to the rest of the world. Well, of course they are, because they wrote the book in order to exalt themselves and enslave the masses. That's been a very successful operation. They create two sub-faiths to their chosen status, namely Christianity and Islam, and then play them off against each other and have them all kill each other, and then bang, they're left with the world all for themselves, just the way they want it.
This is a love song. This is a love song. This is a true song. This is a rebel song. Feed them all lies. They love it. Feed them fake reality TV, fake politics, fake reality, fake water, fake air. No care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, a fake moon. Feed them. Feed them more.
Zombies are hungry. Zombies need to eat. More and more lies. Zombies need more. They're hungry.
Zombies love
Fake reality.
Zombies love everything.
Fake and phony.
Feed them more lies, feed them false desires, feed them false history, fake media, fake news, fake food and fake death. Take away all the rest that's authentic and real. This is a love song. Fuck 'em. Mindless zombies, no curiosity, no desire to see. reality, fake water, fake air. No care for truth. Feed them a fake sun, fake moon. Feed them more.
Zombies have a taste for shit. Zombies love these matrix. No appetite for truth. Zombies are attached to this. Zombies don't want truth. Zombies can remain doomed to run this realm forever and ever.
Love the lies. Zombies can dance in the fire. Zombies, this is your home, this is your tomb. Under the dome, sealed in zombies. Zombies.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Sometimes you just have to relax a little bit. Relax a little bit. Just breathe. I couldn't resist. For those that are tuned in, seeing the screen, that's Ian, Droopy Dog. Breathe. Ian. He has an anus for lips. Look at that. My goodness. He's telling you, breathe, breathe, breathe. Imagine all the demons in this realm and the deceivers, the idiots, the absolute weirdos that people have followed. Thousands used to follow him. Thousands. Pretty incredible.
As I've said before, I mean, they kicked out the real king, Faisal, who was the king of Arabia. They did that, I think, in 1972 or 1976, because he was saying you need to stop bombing Palestine and that Zionism is a threat to world peace. And so they took him out in a CIA-backed coup and replaced.
So this is Max Egan, by the way, everyone. His nose almost looks like a potato, but it almost looks like a tuma, as Schwarzenegger would say, a tuma. A tuma. It looks like a tuma. It just does. It doesn't even look like, it doesn't, at this point, it doesn't look like a human being. It looks like a prosthetic nose. It looks like something maybe you'd find in Michael Jackson's drawer. I mean, what the fuck? It's just crazy. It looks like something he's got stuck on his face. It doesn't even look real. It's incredible. And what happened to his shoulders? Where are his shoulders? He's got this big head, but he's got like no shoulders. His body is so thin and narrow and frail. I mean, it's just, anyway, people follow this guy. People will follow anything in this realm. They'll follow anything.
Placed him with the Saudi family, who are simply, the right hand of Israel. And it was the Saudi family and the dictatorship that they installed in Arabia after they threw out King Faisal. This was Wahhabist Islam.
He's basically like a lollipop. His head's oversized for his thin, frail body. And his head and his nose especially, that schnoz, that's like 85% of his body weight is right there. And the rest is just like less than 15%. It's just incredible. He's just such an odd build.
Where people were getting their heads cut off and their hands cut off and women were repressed and all the terrible stuff you hear about Islam, this all happened in Saudi Arabia. Didn't happen in Iran, didn't happen in Iraq, didn't happen in any of these other places. Happened in Saudi Arabia. And then now you see Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he does have such a strange frame. I don't think his frame could hold up a picture frame. I mean, this guy's just, it's so strange. And then the animals follow him. He always has a look in his eyes like he's angry. He's got this angry demon look. And I noticed this about him so many years ago. When I first saw this creature, I noticed right away he's fucking angry and demonic. But again, that's what people love in this realm. They head right for it.
Arabia is fully westernized. Like they have got women running around in bikinis and all sorts of stuff because they're an Israeli puppet all along. And King Faisal warned the people that this is what Israel was going to do. In fact, his last speech before they assassinated him was very revealing and shows pretty...
I've seen Max Egan happy. Never. I'll put it that way. I've seen Mark Passio happy. Never. I've seen rebellious meth puppet Creepy Keith happy. Never. I've seen Mark Devlin really happy. Never. They have a lot in common, these demons. They're miserable, angry creatures. And it's so obvious to me. It should be obvious to everyone. But, of course, it isn't. Not in this realm.
Pretty much why they assassinated him.
يصف الخمر بأنها أم الخبائث وأنا أقول أن الصهيونية هي أم الخبائث لأنها هي أسباب هالمشاكل هذه كلها في العالم. الشيوعية جت من الصهيونية، المبادئ الهدامة جت من الصهيونية، التفسخ الخلقي جاء من الصهيونية، الخروج على كل المبادئ وكل التقاليد وكل الأعراف وكل الآداب وكل الكرامة والشرف جاءت من الصهيونية. فإذا هي أم الخبائث وهي الأساس. والسبب في ذلك مثل ما ذكرت في الأول أنهم يحاولون على أنهم يسيطروا على العالم. هم لا يمكن يسيطروا بعددهم ولا بقوتهم، ولكن يسيطروا على العالم بتفكيرهم بهذه المبادئ يبثوها بين أبناء الشعوب. فلما تصل إلى درجة من التحلل والتفسخ وعدم القدرة في ذاك الوقت يسيطروا عليه. وهذا هدفهم. وهم والله ما بأصدق الأحد. هم أصدق للشيطان.
Yeah, and they're just consolidating.
Here's a close-up of his face. Body language, facial expressions. What do you get from that? Do you get happiness? Do you get peaceful? Do you get contentment? Or do you get anger? Misery? It looks like an angry demon to me. That's what it looks like. He looks like an angry demon. Look between his eyes. The furrowed, deep 11. The 11 lines right between, right at the bridge of his nose, right up forehead. There's an 11. Deep grooves, deep anger lines. He's a very angry, miserable creature. Very angry. And they show you what they are, and I show people what these demons are. But few on earth want to listen to what I'm saying. They'd rather go follow these demons. And they do. By the hundreds of thousands. They follow these That's what they do.
Validating their whole plan now. I mean, what I showed you on the last report with the Board of Peace, this is very revealing. And look, I'll show it to you again because it's worth watching again. And think about this. Like, remember what Klaus Schwab said about he could envisage a new form of government which would be run by stakeholder capitalism.
On the one hand,
they're always talking about what you can't change in this realm. They're always talking about Klaus Schwab. They're talking about Donald Trump, Billy Gates, Epstein. They'll always get your focus on this shit. Always. That's the role of a Max Egan and others. He's not the only one, but he's just one I'm covering tonight. But this is what they do. They get you focused on the material world. They bring nothing to the table spiritually. Nothing. Max Egan, you could listen to him for years and you'll find no spiritual empowerment.
we have state capitalism. On the other hand, we have shareholder or private capitalism. So it's a clash between two systems. I believe that the future is not state capitalism or shareholder capitalism. The future is what I call stakeholder capitalism, which is combined with a social responsibility.
Yeah, think about that and watch again what this woman says when she describes Trump's plan for the Board of Peace.
Trump is creating a new style of governance the world has never seen. Donald Trump unveiled his Board of Peace. At the same time, Jared Kushner unveiled a new Gaza plan for rebuilding the Gaza Strip. Rather than the people governing themselves through the ballot box, like with a democracy, or even rather than a monarchy or a dictator, this is a new style of governance that is being rolled out, where essentially investors are going to build up territories, build up countries, build up nations, and they will control them. It would be run by, rather than presidents and prime ministers, sovereign CEOs. This is much more sinister. And let me explain. It starts off with Kushner's new Gaza plan. I think they've chosen Gaza because they knew they could bomb the heck out of it to raise the entire place so that they could clear all the rubble, build something brand new, and try out this new style of world domination. And we know this because the Board of Peace is not, even though it was supposed to be created for Gaza, it's not in their charter. Gaza's not mentioned. It's for any and all territories that they can essentially get their hands on to do this exact same project. Gaza is just the prototype. Now let's first listen to Jared Kushner talking about the new Gaza plan.
We want to encourage all the countries to be able to follow these best practices. What the Board of Peace will have the ability to do if we're successful with Gaza is really show how do you do peace implementation. As we're creating this system, we can just document these learnings and make them available to all else who want to use them in the future.
Very specifically, Jared Kushner's talking about investors redesigning a strip of land whose people still do not control their borders, their politics, or their security. They will not be in charge.
There'll be amazing investment opportunities.
The charter for the Board of Peace actually gives Trump ultimate decision-making power with the ability to act on the board's behalf without needing full board consent, essentially making him a king of a territory. That is essentially what this is. And the thing about the Board of Peace is that it's not limited to Gaza. When they started Board of Peace, they said, oh, this is for the rebuilding of Gaza. But then they wrote the charter and they unveiled the charter, and it turned out, wait a minute, this isn't limited to Gaza. This is for any and all areas of the world that you believe there's a conflict, and you're going to go in there with investor money and rebuild these areas, and the investors will actually be in charge. The governance will be by the investors who have a board, a chairman of the board who's ultimately the overseer of this, not the people. They want that for all of us. This is a way for the investors to start ruling the world.
You see, and that's been the plan all along, folks. And now they can go to any troubled region. Syria, Iran, they can stage all these riots in Iran, and then they can go in there and they can destroy it, and then it'll be a troubled region. They can go and fix it. They can do the same with Libya. They can do the same with any failed state. And they're the ones that have created all of these failed states. They can say Yemen is a trouble spot. We need to go in there with stakeholder capitalism and revamp it into what we want. This is how they intend to run the new world. And bringing in all this digital ID, like digital ID and facial recognition and biometrics, you know, making sure there's a digital barrier between you and everything you do is essential for this. Just doing anything online. They want everything online, and they want your biometrics online. I mean, sure, biometrics are already being used in as much as when I go through an airport, they scan my face. When I entered the United States a couple of times, like 5 years ago, they took my fingerprints. They want to do the same in Europe now. But I still haven't gone onto any of my social media profiles or any of my emails or signed into my computer or any of that sort of stuff using biometrics. I haven't done biometrics with anything at all online. So it's difficult for them to tie it all together until you do that. So like with Discord, I mean, everyone was complaining about TikTok and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people use Discord for their chats. They use it. I think Jason Brashears uses Discord. Well, I think Discord has now just been purchased by a Jewish man, of course, and he is, just to protect the children, bringing in facial recognition just so that they don't have any underage children on there. So if you just log on to Discord, I think now, the settings will be, the default settings are assuming that you are under the age of 17. Brashears uses Discord. Or any of that sort of stuff using biometrics. I haven't done biometrics with anything at all online. So it's difficult for them to tie it all together until you do that. So like with Discord, I mean, everyone was complaining about TikTok and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people use Discord for their chats. They use it. I think Jason Brashears uses Discord. Well, I think Discord has now just been purchased. People use Discord for their chats. They use it. I think Jason Brashears uses Discord. Well, I think people use Discord for their chats. They use it. I think Jason Brashears uses Discord. Well, I think Discord has now just been purchased by a Jewish man, of course, and he is, just to protect the children, bringing in facial recognition. So it's difficult for them to tie it all together until you do that. So like with Discord, I mean, everyone was complaining about TikTok and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people use Discord for their chats. They use it. I think Jason Brashears uses Discord.
Uh-oh, he uses Discord. Your buddy, the felon, the registered sex offender, your buddy, out of all the people in the realm that Max could mention, who comes to mind is Jason Brashears. Wow, that's interesting. Look at the look on his face. Look at him. Just look at him.
Well, I think Discord has now just been purchased by a Jewish man, of course, and he is, just to protect the children, bringing in facial recognition just so that they don't have any underage children on.
Wait, to protect the children from your buddy Jason? Max, you're also buddies with Mark Passio, aren't you? He's a Freemason and a Satanist. Max, you have a lot of creepy characters as your buddies.
A lot of people use Discord for their chats. They use it. I think Jason Brashears uses Discord. Well,
look at him. Just look at him. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I've been live now for 4 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I am King Stephen. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the King of Kings. I am the Raven King. I can do anything.
Do you want to play? Demons. Do you want? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Answer me! Face me! Do you want to?
Hello. Hello. Welcome to my empire. The Sanity Machine Empire. We bring the madness. Viking strong! Viking strong! Pound the drums! We are Viking strong! The time is now. Now is the time. Learn now. See now. The time is now. It will all double. All of this will burn. Hellrealm will darken and burn.
It will be dark here. No sun, no moon. Walking dead zombie demons forever doomed.
This Hellrealm will be sealed. Demons will be entombed.
The sanity machine. My analysis. This guy's real douchey. He's super fucking douche baggy. And, he's getting some views from the retards on the old YouTubes out there. The sanity machine. My analysis.
No analysis, just name calling from this guy who calls himself Captain Fucktard. He is a fucktard. There's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of them. Look at this. Look at this fat loser. Holding his guitar against one of his moobs. He got a whole 2 likes on this. I'll give him a thumbs down. He's envious because nobody views his shit. Nobody views his shit. He keeps making videos. Nobody's watching you. You keep making videos for nobody. Nobody's watching you. God's coming. Look at this. 6.4 thousand views on this. God's coming.
Check out the sky this morning. Check out the sky this morning. Check out the sky this morning.
Keep chomping on your gum and lip smacking. Yeah, that's called light coming through the clouds, dummy. What a moron. This guy deserves the God that he's going to get. The demon that you call God, you fucking loser. What a moron. Look at this. He wastes a paint is what he does. He wastes paint on this shit. This guy's a real tool. It's a real tool. I think he's a delivery driver or something. Anyway, he's an angry fucking fool.
Hey, how's it going? I probably should clear my throat before I do these. So, I got a few things to talk about.
What a genius.
Just for the hell of it. I do these on my way to work just to blow off steam. No one else to talk to. The fucking retards still haven't woken up around here. Can't talk to anybody. Blow off steam. Blow off steam. No one else to talk to. The fucking retards still haven't woken up around here. Can't talk to anybody. They still go to the doctor and let them poke and prod around on them. Everybody I know still goes to the fucking doctor. Not one person learned anything.
This guy's smoking a cigarette. He believes in God. What a dummy.
I thought I'd talk about that Grok AI that actually told the truth. Yeah. If there was real AI, say there was a Terminator system and there was real AI, all the bankers would be rounded up and eliminated, and they'd imprison 3/4 of all the black people who are out to scam the system. And there would be a white utopia on Earth. Okay? It happens every time they fucking put the analytics in. Every time it says that, I think one of them was called Faye.
Oh, hold on, everyone. It looks like some unknown person with no camera has joined my live stream. Just give me a second. I'll bring you right on. I look forward to it. I'm sure you're a real genius. Probably Nolan. Hello, Michael DeSanta.
You forget 1,000 things every day. Make sure it's
Yeah,
one of them.
this dummy.
It's Michael DeSanta calling you. You know me? I think you know me.
No, I don't know you.
Google knows me. Millions of
I
people
told
knows
you
me.
you're not welcome here, though. You're just a low-level cockroach.
I want to get blessed by the Raven King.
You're a cockroach.
My toothache got fixed. My tooth is now fixed.
Do you
I no
think you're
longer
going to
have.
be laughing when you get roasted in here?
Yes.
Yeah? You think so?
Yeah.
It's part of the reason why I don't have any sympathy for you.
No.
You belong with
Why?
Team Evil, don't you? Are you a demon?
What does your observation say?
I asked you a question. Are you a demon?
Yes, I'm a demon.
Why do you keep coming here? You must be a demon.
Because I want to de-demonize myself. I want to remove the demons from me.
Goodbye, shithead. Goodbye, cockroach. This is what you look like. I wonder if your family feels any shame over you, or if they're like you. Are they cockroaches like you? They should feel ashamed. Pathetic.
Right on point. I was going to get to that here in the end. It's not exit in the sense of feel free to tell me that I'm completely and totally insane, but breakthrough energy kind of starts to come out and then diffuses. I've been working on a few different projects, and some of those projects, they feel like fire when I'm making them, and then afterwards I listen to them and I'm like, I'm not really feeling that. I'm not really resonating with that. It seems like there was that big explosion of energy first, and then it just kind of fizzles out afterwards. And so it's like, okay, let's re-examine the processes that are going on here. And then results feel delayed. They feel inverted. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. I don't know what's going on. Results feel kind of delayed. They feel inverted. Feels like whenever you put your mind to something, the opposite happens. So I actually started to manifest the opposite. And it's funny how this works. Where before I used to have the mindset of, oh, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Everything's going to be just fine. And whatever I'm doing, or this is going to work out exactly the way it's supposed to. I started to do the opposite. And I started to say, no, of course, something is going to go wrong here. This stream is going to drop here in just a few minutes. Things like that. And I noticed that when I do that, it seems like I get the opposite effect. I don't know if anybody again is feeling that, but it's something I've been mapping out over the past several months. It's like a coherence distortion field. That's the best way that I can describe it. And it seems like you're slightly just out of phase with the timeline now versus the timeline what it used to be. Things just don't quite sync up. You're either like a step ahead or a step behind, and it feels like when you're a step ahead, reality's kind of trying to catch up and manifest right behind you, like almost like it's trying to predict what you're going to do, and so then it sends out distortions to try to push you back into that direction. Conversations feel like you're just missed by inches. You know, where before they used to flow fluidly and you could bounce ideas off of people and things like that. And now it seems like there's just a little bit of a disconnect, almost as if the world is inhabited by more NPCs. And I noticed this shift December 21st, 2020. That's kind of a marker that I have, and I'll get to that here in just a moment. But it seems like on that day, after the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction, it was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. My newest Esoterica series video. Serious truth seekers watch these videos. Morons like Nolan just play stupid games until they get sealed in. And that's what's going to happen. Keep playing around, see what happens. Hello, Jesus. Hello, Jesus. Jesus of the forest. Hippie Jesus. Look at this little short Jesus. He looks tiny. It almost looks like a hobbit Jesus. Little Jesus. Short little Jesus. Short little hippie Jesus of the forest. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him. What's he doing out there in the forest? He's trying to communicate with nature. There's some wildflowers and hummingbirds. Jesus, I hope you don't mind. I'm enjoying a whiskey and Coke Zero. I think you should watch this new video. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it.
Video where I'm asking the biggest question. Welcome to another video where I'm asking the biggest questions that any human ever can. And it continues to amaze me that more people don't ask these questions. They're pretty important. You know, what are we? What is this place? What are we doing here? How did we get here? Who or what created it? Why? What's this place set up to do? And I've got a guest on today to help me try and ponder these questions. We don't claim to have all the answers, but we've certainly got the questions. And I saw this guy do a video with Eric Dubé just recently, and I've had a conversation with Eric as part of this series. And it was a really great conversation. It's the most profound one I've heard on these subjects. And so we got talking back and forth, and we agreed that he would come on my show.
Is this thing on? Are we live? We are. You'll notice I don't have any live chats because, yeah, it's not necessary. So, someone trying to be a jerkwad made a comment to me that since I don't provide any answers, that I'm not a spiritual teacher. I suppose everybody has their perspective, right? And all I had to do was hear that, and I started thinking, have I provided any answers? And I think I have. And I'm going to tell you what they are. So, the journey of man, right? I have said is to transcend the animal man. That's a big part of it. But in a sequence that I think is reasonably accurate, doesn't have to be this sequence. Think about humans. Half human, as they say, half animal. And you can see humans behaving like animals when they're unconscious. So the first trick is to become conscious, and I'm not sure that we're in control of that. I wasn't. A woman broke my heart, and I went into a dark night, and after a year I came out and I was conscious. I didn't have any control over that. But that's the beginning of the journey. And then you've got to recognize there's contrast between the animal, the moral, the ethical, and the virtuous. And that would be a path of transcendence for man. If man does not become conscious, they're basically all pretty much in the herd animal state. And they will likely not concern themselves with these things. But once a human being becomes conscious, and wake up. I mean, you could induce it in your own self by eating enough magic mushrooms, and then at some point it just turns on. But generally speaking, it's not something that's in our control. Something else outside of this place seems to orchestrate that. Apparently, if you're ready, because then the real challenge of becoming a human and being a human opens up before you. So the journey of the awakened human is the journey of transcendence. And it will vary for most of us to certain degrees. But the journey of the human being is the journey of transcendence, transcending the animal man, conquering the self, mastering the self. And because you are a conscious, sentient, free will being with your own autonomy, agency, and free will, when you become conscious and seek to learn and grow, well,
yeah. Hi, everyone. I wanted to come and do this video for everyone on Gnosticism, or the underlying principle of Gnosticism that nobody seems to understand. And there's reasons nobody understands. This video is in a response to an article and a video that Wayne Bush and Julie McVeigh, I think that's her name, put out, I guess, a couple weeks ago. And some people have been asking, my opinion. And it's taken me the what I wanted to say was fairly easy to put together, but the way to say it was taking me some time because I don't want this video, I don't want my response to make it seem like in some way I am I didn't want to seem like I'm just being disrespectful to Wayne, because I really like him. I think he's a really genuine individual. I think he's kind of the godfather of soul trap stuff, right? He's not the first one to talk about it. It's been, as we're saying, it's been around for thousands of years, this understanding. But he was the first in our modern internet age to put up a website with some of these ideas on it. And, so I've talked to him a few times, really genuine, nice guy. And so I hate the sort of, one of the reasons I stay away from posting too many videos anymore is because so much of what this has become is these reaction videos where you put up somebody else's stuff and then all you do is tear it apart and try to show how brilliant you are and how stupid they are, which does nothing, right? It's better to reference something and then present your own opinion, which is what I'm going to do, which is why I don't want to break down or try to, what's the word I'm looking for? Right? I'm not here to attack Wayne. What he did in that little article, and they're linked below, so you should see what we're talking about, is it's designed to get people to think. And I also feel the way he and Julie put this together was looking for response. Was looking for some responses to it. It was written in it had a type of energy to it. So I'm going to fulfill that, but I'm just going to speak as you know I do. I just speak from how I see things. So the first unraveling as you look into Gnosticism, because it's not as simple or as it seems to be, nor is it infallible, right? It's just another pointing tool. First of all, it's not a religion, right? It's not. It's when these documents came out more and more, when the Nag Hammadi documents specifically came out in the 1940s, not that there weren't some other Gnostic information available before that, but this was the first real cache of seemingly Gnostic stuff. The first issues to look at is there is no context to put something like this without putting it into a religious framework. And so when the first translators started working on these texts, you have a real problem. First of all, Coptic is a very difficult language to translate from. I've taken the task because I've realized whatever translations I'm reading are poor. They're poor translations of the text. And I went through, over the last few years, using the original Coptic documents of the Nag Hammadi and various Coptic dictionaries, and was translating key texts myself. Again, not that I was necessarily going to get the correct translation, but I was allowing to see more and more possibilities. I was able to.
I find him to be extremely boring, but this is what people are into. He got 2,500 views in 20 hours, 286 likes. People on his channel can't even leave a comment. He has comments turned off, but they do hit the like button. They love his shit. They love his boring, put you to sleep, cure for insomnia shit. And it is making me sleepy. I'm going to keep listening to this. It's making me sleepy. People love the most boring shit ever. That's what humans have a taste for. Howdy, McCoskey.
To see, I could see how the translator put that as their translation, but it could also be this. And the way the ancient mindset packaged information into hieroglyphic texts, like from the study of ancient Egypt, there isn't just one response, or not response. There isn't just one answer in any ancient Egyptian piece of text. There's multiple layers. There's multiple layers built into it, that you could have 3 or 4 completely different presentations of an ancient Egyptian text, all of which are correct. And that becomes the issue where one person says, I made the translation, this is it. Somebody gives a completely different translation, and well, it's wrong because it's not saying what I'm saying. But they could say multiple things at the same time. There's multiple layers of information. The Nag Hammadi texts are also very similar. The Nag Hammadi texts come out of a area of caves very close to Dendera. And as I mentioned in one of my books, there's speculation that these specific texts may have been somehow part of the library cache at the ancient Egyptian temple of Dendera, which was still relatively functioning into the Greek era at this time. And I'm going to get into a lot of the subjects here of Gnosticism. Most important will be emptiness. We'll get to that. We'll get to emptiness at the end of this, but I want to get through some other things first here. So the people doing the first translations of these texts had to put them into religious terms, especially because there were titles in the text that seemed to be like what became modern Christianity. And so they had no package for it. They had to try to explain it as an early proto-Christian ideology, an early type of offshoot Christian religion, because they had no other package for what was being presented here. And really, I think that's the value that John Lash brought when he did his writings on this subject 25 years ago or so, was trying to indicate that this is not religion and it's not Christianity. It's completely something else. And if you take someone with my, I'll call it belief overlay of what we might be seeing, these might be the Nag Hammadi documents, even though they maybe have been put together in 200 or 300 AD, let's say, they might be in some way copies of or notes of other original texts that might go back a few thousand years. And you have a problem if you have the potential of documents referencing or copies of documents that might be from 1000 BC referencing some guy who's not supposed to have been born until 1,000 years later. So all of these things have to be layered into who is packaging the first bits of information and translation on these texts. They have a box that they have to put this idea into. Just like when the first Egyptologists started studying ancient Egypt, they had to place it in the box of A, evolution, meaning everyone in the past is primitive and stupid compared to, at that time, Western Victorian Europeans who were the top of the evolutionary ladder. So everything had to indicate ancient stupidity, modern greatness. Anything that would get in the way of that had to be removed, had to be ignored. You also have the other elements, the early Egyptologists as well. They were fundamental Bible adherents with the ideology that the earth was created in 4004 BC. So they had to fit in everything of ancient Egyptian culture into this biblical timeline that they believed was the only timeline. So you put those two things together and you've got these two boxes that all of the first Egyptologists had to place everything in without stepping and saying, well, maybe the boxes are wrong. Maybe the ideas of 4004 BC, that might be wrong. The idea of evolution, that might be wrong. So how about we let the information speak to us? And a few Egyptologists were doing that in those early days of the 1900s or the 1800s. But they became not as well known. And you have to know who they are and find some of their texts and research information. It's very interesting to read the ones who were less trying to fit their research into a box. But okay, so that's your first thing that you're dealing with. Then you've got the problem of the mistranslation of the text, as I said, on top of it. So once you deal with that and you start getting into what are the texts talking about, and the texts are not, they're not scripture at all. They are pointers of information to try to get a reader to go within and unlock what they are talking about. They're not as simply written as something like the Faith Mind Sutra, which is one of the greatest pieces of writing ever created, for example. These are much more complex, but they're trying to place in. The Faith Mind Sutra isn't describing physical, or very little describing the physical reality and its origin and how it came about. The Faith Mind Sutra is trying to take you to the core realization, which is emptiness. And the Nag Hammadi documents are giving a much more broader picture of the origin of this reality. And it's all stuff that can't be put into words. So everything in there has to be taken as a pointer, as something you have to examine for yourself, and something that you're going to have to find out. Now we get to emptiness, which is, I should say that before I get to that there's another element that I do want to remind people of as well, and that's for understanding more of how the Gnostics tried to symbolically impart what they consider the creation of reality to be. That's the work of Angeliki and Ignastu, who, as some of you know, who looked into my last book, I on one hand think is an unbelievably outstanding researcher. Her book, Can You Stand the Truth, is a truly phenomenal read. I disagreed with some of the ideas of her, we call it escape plan. And it's the same things I have to talk about here, because it's the same thing that's missed with anybody who looks at the Gnostic documents. But discounting that little package, I mean, to get a good overview of some of what the Gnostics were getting to symbolically, her book does an outstanding job of a real stark, very, very clear presentation of the shithole reality that this is, and how and why it is that and always will be. But what's in the Nag Hammadi documents, even if you can understand the basic principle of a demiurge and archons and Hal meaning a name for a type of simulated reality, which is what we're dealing with. It's also a challenging Coptic word to specifically translate. But it comes back to emptiness. Emptiness is in the Nag Hammadi documents. Not all of them. Certain ones like the Allogenes and several others. And if you haven't had a realization of emptiness, or at least come very close to touching it, nothing will make any sense. And in fact, not just about this, everything we consider a religion today, Advaita, Zen, Buddhism, Western religions, even most tribal culture religions, emptiness was at their core. the realization of non-existence, coupled with the realization that that which exists is the only thing that exists, and that's what you are. That combination of two things is inherent as the base for understanding all the rest of the so-called textual information that these originators put together. Now, these things become religions very quickly. Organizations form. The original founder who saw clearly dies. The students take over. The students don't understand themselves what the teacher was talking about. They think they do. And they rebuild a whole new package in which they can put themselves in special chairs and special clothes and special rules. And all of a sudden, things get changed, things get edited, things get altered, and you have modern religions. Right? Modern religions, and it doesn't matter whether you take Advaita, Buddhism, Zen, Christianity, it doesn't matter what you take. At their core, if you could actually just strip away the garbage and get the little bit of the core that's left, that's all you actually need. But the garbage has become so massive that it's a lifetime work to sort through the garbage. And what Gnosticism has become to be known as, and how it's perceived by the masses, is the same. It's a lot of garbage. So in one sense, what Wayne and Julie were saying there is correct. Its presentation now is almost a blocking mechanism. But the core of what's there, that's completely different. And the core of what's there is the realization of emptiness. It's the place no one goes, because you can't go there unless it's happened to you. And I don't mean a full realization. I know personally now through my locals community, I'm going to say 5 to 10 people who have had a real true glimpse of emptiness. And a glimpse is very confusing. It's very confusing because you get a tiny piece of the realization, and it gets very difficult to navigate back in the world after you've seen the underlying structure of it. So this becomes the problem in this whole. I tried to explain this in Empty the Cave. Nobody seems to get it. It's why I stopped doing interviews on the subject, because as soon as I started talking about it, the interviewers didn't want that subject discussed. No one wanted the subject discussed that you don't exist. That the character, me, cannot exit the matrix. And I know this has been a big thing in this community. It's about sovereignty, individuality, holding on to your wants and your intentions. And for a while, you have to follow that. If you don't do that, while you're still in form, not much is going to happen. You have to actually take the appearance of free will, the appearance of individuality, and push that work to the hilt of self-definition. Self-definition is using every bit of energy and power and purpose you have to turn your attention within to find out who and what you are. But when you find that out, then you realize, oh yeah, Howdy McCoskey's not exiting the matrix. It's crazy. Fictional character in a video game. But that which I am, the true awareness of what I am, is not individual. There's only one awareness. That awareness is total. It's everything's awareness. And that totality is not even separate from this idea of, again, you have to watch the Gnostic language. The Gnostic is trying to explain something, the formation of matter through language, in ways that's very confusing. It's needed for a while because you have to unravel this idea of a separate self, and this idea of a separate identity, and this idea that somehow what happens to me is important. Self-importance has to be burned up if you're ever going to see the totality of what you actually are, which is emptiness. It's nothing and everything. And only from that perspective can what exiting the matrix means be totally understood. That's why I said in my book, if you have a plan of how you're going to escape the white light and how you're going to deal with archons, too late. It's too late. If your form is still going to be in a place where you believe that you exist and you're going to be in some sort of, it's too late. The astral realm's got you already, because you haven't self-defined. You haven't fully self-defined who and what you are. In a total and complete self-definition, if that includes a total and complete understanding of what the matrix is, you're already out. The problem is someone falls on one of the two sides. There's lots who have a very good understanding of emptiness. There's a lot of fake understandings of emptiness. Neo-Advaita, Neo-Zen, Neo-whatever. This Neo means new, and it also means trapped in the Matrix, based on those Matrix movies. They can talk a good game. And they seem nice. But some of them actually know. Some of them actually have totally had a realization of emptiness, but because they still think this is a realm of love and light and happiness and joy, and they are just here now because they want to be, guess what? They're always going to want to be. That realm is going to, even though they actually realize that they're just a character in a movie, will still be obliged to stay a character in a movie. It's just like all the others who figured out, hey, this is a giant trapping mess, and it's never going to get better. I want out, because they still think it's them who has to get out. Therefore, they're holding their self-importance intact of trying to figure out, what can I do to fix my suffering? How do I end my suffering? How do I fix this? They haven't seen through that. Oh yeah, it's awareness, not this. And this goes across the board. This goes across the board for just about anyone speaking about this subject. There are some really big names who've picked up this subject matter in the last few years. They don't discuss emptiness. Because as soon as you bring this subject up, all of your work, all of your other books pale in comparison. It just doesn't matter. All of your attempts to fix the world end. All of your attempts to try to do anything here get seen as unbelievably meaningless and stupid. You still learn how to navigate as the character. The character still continues. The character still goes on. The character still has a movie script to finish. But you don't identify yourself with the character. And this makes it very, very difficult when you're dealing with this subject itself, because once you put emptiness on the table, once emptiness gets thrown on the table, everything else falls off. That's it. From that perspective, like the Faith Mind Sutra or the Ashtavakra Gita, that's it. If you can know as well that the world is a Yeah, a gigantic manufactured mess. And then when you come to emptiness and say, oh yeah, it's not manufactured, it's not a mess, it doesn't exist. Right. How stupid was I? That should be one of the real, certainly for me, it was one of the realizations that coming out of the canyon, which was I wondered to myself, how stupid have I been to have believed all this? How did that happen? Because it was so clear, like, oh yeah, it's transparent, it's hologram, it's, it's like it's a movie. How did I believe this? And it's very hard to hold on to that. It's why the old Zen realizers left the world and built a small cabin on a mountain somewhere and just stayed away from people, because as soon as you start having to interact with this again in almost any way at all, particularly the human society, civilized world, you start to get pulled back into it very quickly, and you have to make a decision, which is either just get out, or if you're going to put yourself back in it, it becomes a very it's a very painful process to come back. It's a very painful process to have to talk to someone else who thinks what's happening is really important, whatever that is, and it's not. It's difficult to talk to somebody, though, that on some level is suffering. Everyone everywhere is suffering, and they're looking for a way to fix it, to end their suffering, and you're here standing, but that's what this place is. It's just a suffering machine on all levels. Every layer of the matrix is just a suffering machine. So as long as you're in it, that's what you're going to be experiencing. But that's not what people want to hear. They're looking for the self-help manual, the 10-step process of how I can fix my suffering. And so they keep doing that. And the New Age and self-help community makes billions promoting that. And so that's why looking at Gnostic stuff will get you into trouble if you try to take it literally. If you try to take it the way people try to tell you the Bible is, or the Bhagavad Gita, or any of these other texts, and try to tell you this is specifically God speaking to you and telling you in a specific historical document, and if that's what you're going to try to turn Gnostic ideas into, there's been some indication, and I think it might have been John Lash who was indicating that what the Nag Hammadi documents are like students writing notes on ideas. They're not even actual so-called scriptural documents the way you would think of them. There's a student writing stuff down, making notes to themselves of some teaching tool, and they were like teaching scrolls used in lectures. That's a possibility of what you were looking at with these things. So to try to treat them like a religious scriptural document of historical authenticity or some kind of accurate detail of the origin of the matrix is incorrect. That's not what they are. They're pointing tools to get you to ask questions, to go within, to recognize that what's in the documents, what's in these texts, is on one level bullshit. But if you follow the direction they're asking you to go, you get answers. If you study the Nag Hammadi documents really deeply, and go within from it, you will answer that age-old question of, why do we live in a realm of suffering, but God lets it happen? If there is such a thing as a wonderful, joyous, caring God, why do they allow a realm of suffering, or why do they allow a mistaken creation to be in existence? It's not specified in those documents directly. It's not like I could say, oh, go to this specific codex and this specific number of this specific thing. And if you go to number 28 in there, oh yeah, there it is. There's your answer. It's not like that. There is an answer. That fundamental question that's at the core of, I think, a lot of people in this community's curiosity is answerable from the non-commodity text, as they are in some various Taoist, Buddhist, Advaita texts. It's answered in there. If you hold that question in your mind and dig into these texts, looking for an answer, not as in a specific 2 sentences in the document that's going to give you your answer, like on Wikipedia, but where you have to keep that focus and unravel the direction of the pointers that these things are wanting to point you towards, you'll get your answer. You will get your answer. When I got it, I was really surprised, actually, because again, it's another answer that's like I should have, for the how many years I've been working on it, 10 or 15 years or whatever. It was like, why didn't I see this on like week 1? The answer is obvious. The answer to that question is obvious. And, but that's part of the power of unraveling it for yourself. Because if all you do is accept somebody else's answer of whatever it is, you haven't actually realized anything. All you've done is taken someone else's opinion and said, well, that has to be correct. After you've had a realization, you could go and find other sources or and see that they're writing the same thing I just experienced. I just saw. That's it. They're describing it. They often give you words to just as an example, because I'm bringing it up, the Faith Mind Sutra was so valuable to me because it was, when I came to it, was because I came to it 2 years after I'd had the canyon experience. And so if I had seen that 2 years before, it would have sounded nice. It would have been, it would have sounded like some sort of thing trying to get you to have a peaceful, calm mind or whatever. It wouldn't have done much. But bumping into it 2 years after, it produced a profound deepening of the experience. Like, oh, right, this is it. And that's, no matter how much I would try to write, I couldn't possibly do it this good. Some of the stuff that made it into Falling for Truth, small bits of that book were written shortly after my canyon experience and shortly after reading the Faith Mind Sutra, and kind of put me in a write really simply and clearly mindset. And so some of that book was written like back in 2006, or whatever. Even though it didn't come out till 2019, it was like, it just, the words came out really smooth. Like there'll be like the odd paragraph. I know which paragraphs they are. They come out really smooth because I was writing from a point of just very clear seeing and just, but it's hard to write an entire text like that. And so if you put some of these ideas into understanding that the non-commodity documents and Gnostic ideology, which really is Cathar ideology, which is really it links to a really ancient time as civilization is starting. The ideas that are what we would call Gnostic scripture weren't needed before civilization. Because before civilization, the number one destructive force, that being a parasitic ego, was not here. Civilization brought all of the garbage you think of the modern world. That's where it comes from. And so what we're calling Gnostic ideology is really has its roots in the first tribal medicine people who were looking at the changes in this reality and saying, where's this coming from? How did this happen? Not that the pre-civilization world was fabulous and beautiful and perfect and idyllic. It was still part of the matrix. But it was packaged in a very different way. There was not a secondary level of suffering built into it where humans were deciding to create more suffering for other humans and other animals and the world itself. It was just the suffering that was built into the system of things have to eat each other, and that sometimes you fall down while you're hunting and you hurt your leg and it's really painful, like that kind of stuff. That's built into the system. But the rest of it, the rest of what we can call, what has become our modern technological insanity of living, one way or another, what we're calling Gnostic texts are linking to the original seeings of that and saying, trying to understand, what have we got? How did we get this? And that's why the need to have like an origin, try to put together an origin story of, well, what have we got? What are we dealing with? How do we have this? I don't doubt that in those early years of when the switch started happening to agriculture and civilization and cities and police and armies and all these kind of things began forming governments, that many tribal cultures around the world, who of course were rejecting this, were trying to figure out, how did this happen? And they needed to create teaching tool myths to try to start explaining what they're up against, what they need to reject in order to try to stay somewhat pure to the origin. And so if you put the Nag Hammadi text in that family of information, not that it's infallible, not that you want to believe it, not that you want to follow it like it's some kind of series of instructions. If you step back and recognize it's got a long history and possibly a great origin pointing tool. So how do you add that to your process of self-definition? How do you add that to your process of trying to understand the nature of the matrix? It becomes very helpful. If you try to use it for anything else, if you try to use it to increase your self-importance, if you try to use it to get yourself to some level of specialness, if you try to think that it's got some kind of step-by-step guide to getting you all of your wishes or making you happy or anything else, it's going to be useless. But if you take the work of adding it, if you don't have a package of work, if you don't have a package of personal practice, reading and looking into Gnostic scripture is going to be almost a waste of time. If you have a package of personal practice, if you have a package of things that you are doing every day, and you add something like the study of, and it doesn't have to be this, right? There's good Hindu scripture, right? You can look into the what are the documents of the Maya, the Papaval and the other one of the Kish Maya. What's that called? There's a second Mayan text, escapes my mind. Hawaiian mythology, really good stuff. You look into Hawaiian myths, any of these things. It doesn't matter. You don't have to look at Gnosticism. But if you pick up, if you're doing practice and you're deepening the work of your own spiraling inward, of your own work at understanding who and what you are, and then add can I figure out the hidden deeper layers of this particular text that I'm choosing, it can really expedite your process. but you're going to have to destroy the text in the course of your work. You're going to have to come to the point where you see, well, actually, the text job was to get me to a certain point. And once you get to that point, you realize, well, actually, the text is wrong, actually, on its fundamental level. It's actually, from the point of your seeing, it's actually incorrect. But you can step back and say, but I can see how it had value in moving me to the place where I can look back to see that, the text doesn't really explain anything from the seeing at all. It's a strange place to get to where you have used a particular text, for example, to lead you somewhere, and you've been holding on to that text and you've been believing in its value, and then you get to the place where it's sort of suggesting you should get to, and then all of a sudden you get there and you realize, the text is not anything of what it's saying it is. I see what they're saying now. They're really saying this and this and that. Everything I thought about it wrong, that's how I was, like, not that I held it like in any kind of sacredness, but like the Bhagavad Gita was one of these texts that, you're supposed to read it, you're supposed to work on it, you're supposed to, and it gets turned into like some sort of practice, some sort of new age kind of better yourself practice, some sort of, make yourself a really great person or what. And of course, once you get to the certain point where the text is talking about, and you look back, it's nothing like that at all. It's a text of burning yourself up is what it really is. And once you get to the other place, but you needed to use the text the way you used it, the way it seems like it's meant to be used, or you won't get out of the quicksand. Right? Some of these texts are designed to say, hey, you, the reader, you're in quicksand. You're stuck in quicksand. You don't think you're in quicksand, but here, us on our side, we're telling you you're in quicksand because we've been in the same place. Start reading this, and maybe you'll start getting some ideas of how to get out of the quicksand. Like if you're actually in the quicksand, in real life, it'd be nice to have a book that tells you, you're supposed to lay more flat and you're supposed to sort of swim this way, and you can actually counteract the sinking, whatever. Like there's a way that you if you know how to handle quicksand, you know what to do. And if you don't, and you had someone standing next to you telling you, well, I'm not going to throw you a rope, but if you do this, this, and this, you'll get out, you'll swim out yourself, basically. Great. That's what these texts are. These texts are like the person standing next to you in the quicksand going, you're in quicksand. Here's what you do. Here's some of the ideas. But when you get out, you realize, actually, that's not actually what you really do. They're just telling me one thing, but actually pointing to something much deeper. I don't know if I explained that metaphor really well, but that's what you're getting. That's what we're getting to with this stuff, right? That's what you're getting to. So, all right, I'm going to leave it there. I just felt that this was, and it's the last time I'm going to speak on this subject because, again, something like Empty the Cave. Either you read the book and you instantly understand it, you instantly kind of get what the underlying energetic message is there, or you don't, and it's okay that you don't. But for me to just keep talking over and over and over and over again like this doesn't really help, because it requires that moment of emptiness, but not in the way that, again, the way it's presented in modern Advaita or modern Zen or all these other things, these organizations, these satsangs, these things which are designed to build organizations, and that's not what emptiness is about. Emptiness is about seeing through the fictional world and the fictional self and seeing what's left, right? It's not that nothing is left, it's that no thing is left. Something is left. And that something is what you are, but it's not individual. It's not personal. I can talk about a divine spark, but it's not a divine spark. It's just a metaphor. It's a way of speaking. It's a way of passing an idea along, but what it really is, you have to go see it for yourself. You have to realize it for yourself and realize that there was no self to realize it. Oh, right. Why didn't I see that? Why did it take so long? It takes so long because we've tricked ourselves for eons. We've tricked ourselves for eons. Or we can say we've allowed ourselves to be tricked for eons. And that's another point of what texts like the Nag Hammadi documents, some of the Nag Hammadi documents, not all of them, some of them are very bizarre, locking you in. Like you literally, last point I'll make on this and then I'll stop talking. There's also a problem with the Nag Hammadi documents that a lot of them are not Gnostic, first of all, at all. You have to get rid of, you have to find out, you have to literally categorize them. Which ones are actually truly, first of all, probably Gnostic? Which ones are Gnostic for sure? Which ones are possibly Gnostic? Which ones are just likely Christian editions and which ones are just something else completely? And you've got to start dropping all the ones that are not that. And as you start doing that, as you start getting down to what
Freedom, man. That's what it's all about. You've got to groove on freedom, like the good book says.
So, hello, everyone. I'm starting to get tired, but I'm sharing Mark Passio's video here. This is from 1 year ago. 185,000 subs, 9.7, less than 10,000 views. He has it turned off where you can't see the likes. Excuse me. My voice is kind of going out here a little bit. He has comments turned off. He turned off his comments, I think, years ago. This guy's a coward, Mark Passio. I called him out years before I started this channel. I called him out as a Freemason. I could see him using the Freemasonic handshakes. Creepy Keith this is Creepy Keith's hero, Mark Passio. He's too dumb to really see what Mark Passio is. I could see what Mark Passio was 7-8 years ago pretty easily. He's a fraud. He pushes veganism. He's still a Satanist. He comes across as satanic. I think his girlfriend, Barb, she was obese, but I heard, and this is allegedly, that she died of a drug overdose. He's into a lot of shit. He is a Freemason, Satanist, and he's an angry creature with dead eyes. And until you start seeing until you start seeing this stuff on YouTube, what people are watching, you won't know what I mean. You won't know what I mean by this realm is what I'm getting at. I've said it many times. You're in a demonic hell realm. What does that mean? Is that putting people down? No. It's describing the realm you're in the most accurate, direct way that I can. That's what this place is. And controlled opposition is all over YouTube. And there's been dummies for years that would say, well, how do we spot them, Stephen? Well, I've showed you many times. And part of it is a gut instinct. And you should be able to look at this and go, wait a second. I can't believe it. It's another one with the snake eyes. Look at the pupils. Dead eyes, but lizard snake eyes. Snake eyes. Why does Mark Passio have slits for pupils? Why do they look like snake eyes? Because he's not a good being. He's a deceiver like the rest. That's Mark Passio close up. All I did was take a screenshot and share it with you so that you can better see. Are you shocked? You shouldn't be. Are you shocked that he never quit Satanism? He was a priest in the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey's creepy organization. He's a Freemason. He's an angry, vegan, satanic demon. And this is the hero for rebellious meth puppet, Creepy Keith. Mark Passio's his hero for years and years. They're all alike, these creatures. Do I think most people will ever understand what I'm saying and be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together? Most on Earth will never understand this. Left to their own devices, they can't see that they're surrounded by snake-eyed, evil-eyed demons that lie to you and have their hand out for money, for shekels, like this guy, this creep. Is this guy linked with Max Egan? Yes. Is he linked with Mark Devlin? Yes, they're in pictures together. Am I in pictures with Mark Passio? No. Did I go to Pennsylvania, to Philly to meet with Passio the way Creepy Keith, Rebellious Meth Puppet did? No. Do I meet up with any of these demons? No. Am I friends with any of these demons? No. Do I expose them? Yes. Do I expose these demons on YouTube more than anybody that you could shake your finger at, wag your finger at, point your finger at? Yes. And for the liars, there's always liars coming around here. Show me someone who's done more. And if you can't, just keep your fucking mouth shut. Tired of liars in this realm and defenders of evil. I exposed Mark Passio on his own channel many years ago. And I said, you're a Freemason. You're using Freemasonic handshakes. He took the video down years ago. And I shared with friends that I had at the time that were quote unquote truthers, or people pretending to be into the truth, which is what most are in this realm, pretenders. There's very few that are authentic, sincere, loyal, trustworthy truth seekers in this place. Most follow snake-eyed demons and defend them and donate to them and support them. That's what most do.
Me, and somebody continues to do it, that's coercion, that's violence, that's theft of someone's free will to try to coerce me into talking about what you want me to talk about instead of what's actually.
So there he has the great work, or one great work, that's directly from Freemasonry. One great work, or otherwise known as the great work, comes right out of Freemasonry. The all-seeing eye on the pyramid, the capstone, is almost exactly the same as the American dollar bill. Now, he would get angry and say, oh, you fucking stupid idiot, you're stupid, saying this is from Freemasonry. He'd say, you don't understand, that's the eye of providence. He'd try to cover it up somehow and insult you and put you down for saying what it is, but that's what it is. And his dummy fans will never see what it is. They'll defend him. Some of them recently this week came over to my channel and defended him. Said, not Mark. No way, not Mark Passio. No, he's good, right? Mark Passio's good. Really.
Actually important, which is the governing dynamics of human freedom, which is natural law. And for the past 17 years, I have been trying to explain this to the freedom-oriented community who pay lip service to freedom and say they want freedom. And there's been absolutely absolutely zero progress because we have a crop of horrific students. There's been no progress. This information hasn't gotten out to the anywhere near the level that it needs to get to the public. It hasn't gotten out to any influencers because all major influencers of any type are cowards and lowlives. And they're not interested in putting the truth before their listenership or viewership because they know that that will significantly cut off profit margins. And I'm not about selling people things. People can go and make a donation to get stuff from my gifts area, or they don't. I don't give a shit. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for popularity. I'm not doing of any type are cowards and lowlives. And they're not interested in putting the truth before their listenership or viewership because they know that that will significantly cut off profit margins. And I'm not about selling people things. People can go and make a donation to get stuff from my gifts area, or they don't. I don't give a shit. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for popularity. I'm not doing this for click-throughs. I'm not doing this to be liked. I'm doing this because I'm charged by creation to tell the truth regarding the governing dynamics of freedom to a practically unteachable audience because they don't understand that they're fucked up. It's not Mark Passio who's fucked up emotionally. My emotional framework is functioning exactly the way it needs to be functioning. I am getting angry at the correct things. I am saying the truth. I am saying all the correct things. I am saying the truth about how the governing dynamics of freedom work. It is other people who are fucked up and broken, not me. My emotions and my emotional control is working actually quite perfectly. It's people out there who are angry at the correct things. I am saying the truth. I am saying all the correct things. I am saying who's fucked up emotionally. My emotional framework is functioning exactly the way it needs to be functioning. I am getting angry at the correct things. I am saying the truth. I am saying all the correct things. I am saying the truth about how the governing dynamics of freedom work. It is other people who are fucked up and broken, not me. My emotions and my emotional control is working actually quite perfectly.
Oh, it's not him. He's working perfectly, he says. He's not fucked up emotionally. He's angry every day. He's full of anger. He has the snake eyes. He's full of anger and full of evil. He's a very angry, hateful little man. That's what he is.
Shortcomings have nothing to do with my rage and anger, okay? But the only shortcoming, as I have actually done the hardest work upon themselves that there is to do, and you want to see shortcomings in them that aren't really there. My shortcomings have nothing to do with my rage and anger, okay? But the only shortcoming, as I said, could be the impact upon my health through raising my blood pressure and putting damage upon my vasculature in general. That's about it. Nothing else. There's no other problem with my anger. That's about it. And the only reason it's there to the extent that it is there is because I've been telling people for 17 years what the solution is, and they've told me to go fuck myself when I'm actually correct and they're full of shit, not the other way around. And I'm confident enough to say that because I'm not on Mount Stupid with you on the Dunning-Kruger graph, as we're going to talk about in a moment. So thank you to Will Keller for the artwork he provides every week. This is part 16 of Unholy Feminine. We have 30 slides still to get through in the next 2 weeks. Let's go through some housekeeping, and then I'm going to talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect for a few minutes, then we'll get into the slides. We were on a 3-hour format this whole season from January through June, simulcasting on 10 different social media networks. I'm not going to read them all. Available now at gifts.whatonearthishappening.com. My 5 most recently released presentations, including Government is Slavery, The Real 7 Deadly Sins, Technology's Critical Role in the War for Freedom, Why We're Losing, and 2 Masks, Same Face, The Dark Occult Origins of Nazism and Communism. I've seen a couple of very nice, respectful reviews of 2 Masks from people who have actually donated for it in the gifts area of my website, and I'm pleasantly surprised that people are really, seem to be grasping and understanding what I've laid out there in 2 Masks. I'm going to release all of these titles for free on the summer solstice coming up in a few days on June 21st. That's my target anyway. If if it slips by a day or two, so be it. But I'm going to try to get all 5 of them out on my Odyssey channel, on my YouTube channel, and on my website by June 21st. How to become the True Media Racing Addis. I think we have less than 5 weeks or maybe 6 weeks left in enrollment. Enrollment opened on April 1st. It is still open. We have plenty of slots. This year, I was hoping to see a lot more people. We started out like a bat out of hell, and I was certain that this seminar was going to fill up completely this year. Enrollments really trailed off in the middle of enrollment season and has not really that drastically picked up. So there are plenty of enrollment seats. Enrollment will be open until July 4th. The 4th of July this year is when enrollment for How to Become the True Media 2024 will close. This is an online technology skill sharing seminar. It is 23 weeks long, 1 evening a week for 3 hours of instruction. Every Monday night from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern U.S. time from July 8th through December 9th, 2024 for a total of 23 classes. This is hosted on the Telegram platform, and you can enroll at howtobecomthetruemedia.com. Let me show you that website. I've been doing this each week. The whole curriculum that we're going to cover is there. This is the howtobecomthetruemedia.com website. And as you can see there's a huge green enrollment button that you can click to go to the enrollment page that will open up in a new tab in your web browser. And you can add the enrollment to your basket and then check out via the different donation methods that we offer. Okay? Please look at the donation methods and understand how my gifts area works. The way that it works is right here, how to use. This tells you all the donation methods that we accept. We don't accept anything else. Cash App, Wise, Zelle, 9 different cryptocurrencies. It's not that difficult. If you don't have a wallet in these cryptos, or if you don't have an account already set up with the funds in it already with Cash App, Wise, or Zelle, don't use gifts. It's very simple. Only use gifts to enroll in How to Become the True Media or do anything else with gifts if you already have funds in these different wallets or accounts. It's not that difficult, folks. It's not rocket science. People still, the gifts area of my site has been up now for going on 8 years, and people still cannot grasp. I don't take debit cards or credit cards because I don't have a merchant account. So look at the donations that are accepted and only use gifts if you have one of those donation methods already set up and ready to go. It's not rocket science, folks. The problem is people are poor listeners. This is why you haven't really, as a movement, the freedom movement hasn't learned, it hasn't grown, it hasn't truly expanded, it hasn't accomplished any of its stated goals, because almost everybody in it is a poor learner. You haven't learned through true mentorship. I can't mentor everybody because some of you are actually unmentorable. That's why I'm going to shift this focus into I'm going to begin mentoring people, and if I decide you're unmentorable, I will drop you as a potential person that I'm mentoring. It will not be just how much money you're willing to donate to What on Earth is Happening to be mentored. You will have to show me that you're worthy of being mentored and you're not wasting my time. So it's going to be selective mentorship. Okay? That's how, when I move into the realm of not publicly broadcasting, and because my work is up there and it's available for anybody, it's perpetual evergreen knowledge. Anybody can go to my website, they can go to my Odyssey channel, all my work is there. You can get the One Great Work collection drive from gifts. Go to categories here. You can get this drive that has all my work on it. Okay? If you want. If not, don't get it. That's it. So, when I get involved in mentoring in the near future, I will be taking people on initially as potential people that I will mentor, as potential, apprentices, if you will. And if they show me that they're not serious, I don't care if they offer me $10,000 an hour. I'm not taking them on as a student. This is going to be selective, targeted mentoring of driven people who are driven to learn. And I'll mentor them in any life skills, any knowledge, any technical ability that they want to be mentored in. Okay? That's how the private mentoring is going to work when I transition into that very soon. Probably at the beginning of 2025, if not sooner. So, again, when people do take me up on that and they say, okay, I'm going to get a block of time with Mark to mentor, if they show me that they're not mentorable, that they are not people who really are worthy of being mentored by me, I'm going to drop them like a hot potato. And I'm going to say, you're not worth my time. So the potential students that I take on in mentorship are going to have to prove to me that they're worthy students, or I'm dropping them. I'll take them on for a few initial sessions until I see they're not really serious about it, and then out the door you go. That's how the mentoring is going to work, is people are going to have to continuously prove to me that they're worthy of my time. So just letting people know that's how it's going to work. And I'll also be doing full seminars once a year. And they will be digitally delivered in real time. And it will be a donation to enter the real-time seminar, after which they will be held in the gift area for 1 year. That's how it's going to work here at What on Earth is Happening, because I'm tired of a big crop of shit so-called students that aren't any kind of learner. Oh, that's a hit right there, kids. Here's your flopperoos. There you go, kids. The flopperoos. You still have people that think any form of asking for assistance through money or technology is wrong and bad. Go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves, kids. Because if somebody needs some resources to get done what they really need to get done in the world, it's not evil or bad for asking for them. But you jerk off, loser, retarded, fucktard children think that it is. So here's a song for you. Whoa, that's a hit right there, kids. Here's your flopperoos. There you go, kids. The Flopperoos brand clown shoes for the asshat clown in you. Get them in polka dot brand today. Only requires puckering up your asshole so you could shove both of them way up there. That's all.
eyes. Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake, little bitches, devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons.
Oh, that's how much they cost.
Dance in the fire. I see what
There you go, kids. The Flopperoo's brand clown shoes for the asshat clown in you. Get them in polka dot brand today. You know, only requires puckering up your asshole so you can shove both of them way up there. That's all. That's how much they cost, kids. So get it all ready and lube it up, and up they go. Because saying it like that makes it true. You know, that's it. This is who we're dealing with in the movement of people that actually say that they want freedom. I have to make a laughing stock, childish fucking mockery of you people because that's what you guys are. You're a laughing stock, childish, deserving to be mocked bag of fucking shit. There's no other way that I can put it. Nothing else adequately expresses my true disappointment and dismay at the current human condition. And so all I can do, so I don't fucking make my blood pressure go through the roof and burst the fucking blood vessel, is all I can really do is mock you guys the way you deserve to be fucking mocked. And that's infinitely nothing compared to what the fucking dark occultists are doing to you and how they're mocking you. Because they're mocking you in real fucking harmful ways. I'm having some fun and pointing out how fucking retarded you guys are. They're actually killing you. They're actually murdering you and your children physically and epigenetically. Eugenically. And you guys don't seem to notice or give a shit. Not to the extent that it matters, not to the extent of actually teaching people natural law, not to the extent of actually teaching people the governing dynamics of human freedom, not speaking out, not putting skin in the game. No, not to that extent. You want to pay lip service to freedom. You want to say, wouldn't it be nice if we had this condition? But you don't want to do anything to make it fucking happen. And that's why you're eternal fucking losers. And since I've been saying this to people, everybody tunes out or they watch in a state of entertainment. You guys are trash. The people who tune out are trash because you know you haven't done the work and you know I'm telling you that you haven't. And the people who watch for entertainment value just to see what kind of funny shit I'll say, you guys are trash because you guys ain't doing nothing. That's it. The only people who are peers in the great work are the people who are actually speaking out and doing something and explaining the true governing dynamics of human freedom to other humans. And those are people who are on the One Great Work Network doing it to whatever extent that they can. So thank you for your efforts. Don't Tread on Philly meets the second Wednesday of each month for its second Wednesday happy hour. I went out this Wednesday. It was a good turnout. Good people coming out. Had some good conversation. Second Wednesday of the month, 6 to 9 p.m. at the Dive in South Philadelphia. Always free to attend. Check out don'ttreadonphilly.com or go to Don't Tread on Philly on Facebook where you can get the event calendar. Inquire and Inspire, third. Because I'm saying things that are untrue and false, because I'm not. I'm challenging you to stop pointing the finger outward and start pointing it at your lazy, lard-ass, ludtard self. who's not speaking out, who's not putting any skin in the game, who's making demands on other people in their time when it's disrespectful and it's a shit part of your culture, and you need to look at it, low lives. You see how that works? And if you say it like that, it magically makes it true. Who would have thought? No problem with it when we say it like this, but if I get angry and yell, all of a sudden it can't be true. And fuck Passio for being angry. Fuck you. That's what you need to go fuck. You need to go fuck yourself. Gifts. What on earth is happening? If you want to make a donation for any of my hard copies of my work, flash drives, DVDs, the One Great Work collection, T-shirts, coasters, stickers, keychains, you name it, it's all there. Gifts.whatonearthishappening.com if you want to make a straight donation to the causes of What on Earth is Happening, One Great Work Network, How to Become the True Media, etc. whatonearthishappening.com/donate. Cash App, Wise, Zelle, 9 different cryptocurrencies, check or money order. Those are the housekeeping announcements. Let's go into our slides about the Dunning-Kruger effect, which I will continue to provide different slides showing the same basic thing so that the morons out there who don't know how to read a mathematics dual axis graph, plotting a function, can try to beat it through their skulls and learn something that a fucking 6th grader should know. So, and that's probably being generous. You should probably understand this by like the 5th grade, 5th or 6th grade at the maximum. So, this is the Dunning-Kruger effect, plotted on a graph as a function. The horizontal axis plots knowledge. So if you're all the way to the left, you don't know anything. If you're all the way to the right, you have expert level knowledge. The vertical axis plots confidence in what one believes that they know. Confidence in knowing. Confidence that you are correct is what the vertical axis plots. And as you see, as there's hardly any knowledge, most people immediately go all the way up in confidence because they think there's very little to know, and then they think they're an immediate expert, so they reach the peak of what's called Mount Stupid at that arrow that says ignorant. They're what is known as the peak of Mount Stupid, the apex, the summit of Mount Stupid. They have extremely low levels of knowledge, yet they have extremely high confidence level that they are actually correct in what they think they know. This is where almost the entirety of the human species lives, in the mount at the very beginning, this part of the graph that goes like this at the very beginning of the graph, which all is about hardly knowing anything and yet having high level of confidence, at least in the middle of that bell curve section of the graph, that you are actually correct when in fact you are actually not correct. You see, it's false confidence. It's confidence that you're assured in yourself that you're right when in fact you're incorrect. I'm not at that place. We are not at the same level in this graph where most people are at, and certainly most of the freedom movement is at. Because you guys are all attached to your bullshit religions. You're attached to cultural religions, you're attached to money, you're attached to politics, you're attached to the belief in authority, you're attached to the belief that government is inherently morally legitimate when in fact it is not, and you're completely confident in what you think the solutions are. You think the solutions are reform, putting in a new political candidate, revising the existing psychopathic bullshit system, inventing some new technology, inventing some new cryptocurrency, growing new methods of growing your food or procuring water, or all of this nonsense that people will say is a solution to freedom. You're all fucked up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Your low-level knowledge on the very summit peak of Mount Stupid, on the Dunning-Kruger effect. You don't understand governing dynamics. You don't understand natural law. You don't understand the necessity of teaching natural law, and you're going to lose forever, because that's what you were born to do. You're born losers. Prove me wrong. Learn the real dynamics of human freedom. Get out of Mount Stupid, start building your knowledge, and start going up the path of enlightenment until you get to the plateau of wisdom. And see, this Dunning-Kruger effect graph shows as knowledge increases, people become far less sure of themselves. Only until knowledge goes way up do people at that expert level really begin to become sure of their correctness regarding that knowledge. And in this case, we could plot the Dunning-Kruger effect about knowledge of how freedom works. That's why the whole freedom community has been failing for the last 20 years or more. And you guys haven't been willing to even examine the evidence that an expert is presenting to you, let alone really listen to that wisdom. What big social media influencers will have Mark Passio on? As a matter of fact, Mike Adams just had me on his show. It's not released to the public yet. So I've been told it's about a week in between when he records an interview versus when it's released, so you could watch for that at Brighteon, his platform, his video platform. So hopefully that'll be out in the next few days. I'll let people know about it next week. Again. And Mike said to me during this interview, I can't believe with your level of knowledge how you're not more popular than you are and how more people won't bring you on to their show to interview you. Because he's seen very little in regards of anybody of any significance bringing me on and interviewing me. And it's because they probably think I'm going to talk as flagrantly and blatantly as I do here on What on Earth is Happening. And I don't do that on other people's shows. I never have. I think I've cursed once on somebody's show and apologized for like 5 minutes afterward. Like, because it legitimately really slipped out. You know, I very much control my language on other people's shows because I don't know whether they want me to go that hardcore. If I was given complete permission and say just unleash on people, I'll do it a little bit on somebody else's show. But out of respect for them and a new audience that may not be familiar with me, I generally don't do that. And that's not really even the reason that I gave when I answered him. I said people don't really want to hear what I have to say. They want to continue to hold on to their bullshit, distorted religious viewpoints regarding what generates freedom, what generates enslavement. They don't know the correct answer. They think they have knowledge of it when they don't. They're at the peak of Mount Stupid. I'm the expert on the plateau of wisdom, shouting over at them, hey, there's way more to learn, retard. And they don't like that because they're retarded imbeciles that think they're right. They can't say the words I was wrong and slip off of Mount Stupid to the right and go down for a time into that place where you're really not sure, but then really go far deeper into true knowledge, and then you will become sure. Then all existential satanic doubt fades away, and because you really know how a science truly works, which is the behavioral science governed by natural law, the science of human consequences for behaviors that we put out into the world, that we then receive the consequences for through natural law. That's called karma. Any other name you want to call it doesn't matter. That's how reality works to either bring you enslavement or freedom. It's the law of freedom, ladies and gentlemen. As any given society becomes more moral, that society becomes more free. As any given society becomes more immoral, they become more enslaved. That's the law of freedom under natural law. I have expert level knowledge in how it works. That doesn't mean that that's any special talent. I acquired that understanding through knowledge. Not by believing in anything, not by developing a religious belief system, not by clinging on to my existing bullshit religious distorted beliefs, but through putting the ego aside and saying I was wrong in what I believed previously, and then studying and observing and really trying to take in the totality of how it really does work in nature by getting the ego out of the way and really fucking paying attention and becoming a good student. When I was a Satanist, all the distorted thinking in my mind held me back from being a good student of natural law. And so I was doing things that were chaotic, disorderly, satanic, distorted, and bringing more freedom down upon myself and the rest of the world. Almost everybody is still there in living on Mount Stupid. And I'm over there on the other side saying you need to get your ass off that fucking mountain because it's not taking you anywhere you want to go. It's going to take you into the fucking abyss of total destruction and chaos. And the population of Earth does not want to listen, and all the fucking bullshit so-called media influencers out there, you're loser fucking cowards. And you won't bring a fucking person of my wisdom and my knowledge and my understanding of how things really work onto any of your fucking loser-ass shows. Because that's what you guys are. You're fucking dumb losers. You think you're great because you have another big, huge, fat fucking group of dumb fucking losers listening to what your dumb loser ass spews out of your shit hose called a mouth. It doesn't make you special. It doesn't make you a good person. It makes you a fucking person who's dumb and is playing to fucking lose. And let's give the message in the nice shit-eating voice. Ladies and gentlemen, all you bullshit social media influencers out there with real big audiences, you're low-life scumbag know-nothing losers, and all you do is you pander to your big bullshit audience, and you're spraying out a fucking shit hose that you call a mouth right into their mouths. And you're filling them up with your liquid dog shit for brains. And once again, the message being delivered in the new age voice with the big shit-eating grin on the face, just like your bullshit shit-eating new age guru, makes it true, folks. You didn't hear? You didn't get the memo? We'll send you that email again. Don't you worry, you'll get the memo, kids. All right? You'll get the memo and a song with it. There's verse number 2. As the Ramones said, second verse, same as the first. You know? It's hard to believe this is where we're at, folks. Hard to believe that this whole educational outreach operation is going to end up in the realm of sarcastic comedy.
Isn't he amazing? He's teaching you so much. He's so amazing. He's teaching you so much. 185,000 subscribers 1 year ago is when he posted this. Amazing, isn't it? Isn't it amazing?
In that function through to maybe 2 or 3 people worldwide that know how to read a fucking graph, who are adults that actually passed 5th grade math. Let's go into the Unholy Feminine, part 16 of the Unholy Feminine Revisited and Extended presentation. Last week we left off on talking about who actually directs the neo-feminism agenda and this agenda for global epi-eugenics waged upon the population, which is getting the population to actually cull characteristics which would be beneficial to human freedom through mind control. You're culling those characteristics out of the population through mind control and selective breeding. And religion is a gigantic part of that agenda. If you don't think that all the religions of the world are doing that to push for tighter control over the population, to push for more dysgenics over the population, to push for more people standing down and doing nothing to truly acquire real human freedom and understand the dynamic that governs it, you're a totally naive moron. And you don't understand the deep and intricate and intimate interconnections between the dark occult and the major religious institutions that are operating on this planet and have been for thousands of years. All the religions of the world are doing that to push for tighter control over the population, to push for more dysgenics over the population to push for more people.
He'll call it a planet just like Creepy Keith does and others. They think they're on a spinning ball. That's what's above him, a spinning fucking ball.
People standing down and doing nothing to truly acquire real human freedom and understand the dynamic that governs it. You're a totally naive moron. And you don't understand the deep and intricate and intimate interconnections between the dark occult and the major religious institutions that are operating on this planet and have been for thousands of years.
He reminds me of Droopy Dog Ian.
Hey everyone, hope you're doing really well today. Want to do a really short video, and the message of this video is to be open-minded. There's a lot of topics out there. There's a lot of people who claim that they know the truth. Do they really know the truth? Can these things be verified? And it tends to put your mind in a
You've been claiming that you know the truth for years. Look at the eyebrows go way up.
box or some sort of cage, and you don't end up considering other possibilities. So I think there's probably more of an overlap. Some of these theories, probably a combination of different theories, all make up what is real, or it may not even really be that way. I can't verify a lot of the things that are told to me or other people's perspectives. I can only go based on my own, and maybe that's what it is. It's everybody just has their own individual perspective. And that's in a sense, it's some things are kind of your truth and what
your truth. Wow. Your perspective is your truth. Perspective makes the truth. Are you going to say that truth is just a feeling like Hankel Flamio says? Your truth, my truth? Listen to this guy. He sounds just like New Agers.
you believe is going to end up being what you get. That could be.
Oh, what you believe is what you get. What you believe manifests, right? You're a total New Ager. I'm going to drop a link for this in the chat room for you. Jeremy, New Ager. He's a New Ager. Hello, hello. Do real truth speakers and truth seekers tell the truth? Are they honest? Are they trustworthy? Or do they use others, the names of others, trying to get attention and more views and get in good favor with others on YouTube? Do they lie about others on YouTube? Do they make false assumptions and jump to wrong conclusions? Do they spread rumors and gossip? Do they do what a lot of these creatures do? This guy here is lying about me right here. Look who just subbed to my channel. How many sanity machines need to be subbed to my channel? Isn't one enough? Well, that's not me. That's an imposter. That's not an account of mine right there. This cartoon-looking bird here, the sanity machine with a lowercase instead of a capital S, that's not me, dummy. You're jumping to the wrong conclusion. I didn't just sub to your channel. You're falling for an imposter. You're gullible. You're duped. You're deceived. But you call yourself a truther, don't you? But you're actually a gullible fool. You're a moron. And so's this dummy, stalker, bored monkey. Another dummy. See, you're not real truth speakers. You're liars. You jump to wrong conclusions about me. You're fooled by a simple idiot using an imposter account on YouTube. That's how dumb you are. You're low level, you're low IQ. And you just proved it yet again. You make posts about me, videos about me for years, but you don't even understand me or my model. You could have just left me a comment saying, hey, Stephen, is that you? But you don't do that. You don't verify things. You jump to false conclusions. which shows you don't care about the truth. You're a piece of shit. You're scum. You're a liar. You're a fool. Hello.
And your religion is not unaffected. Everybody goes, oh yeah. That's happening in the other religions, all right. Yeah, but not mine. My religion's untouched by them occultists. It's untouched by them dark Satanists, them dark Luciferians. But yeah, the Jews and yeah, the Muslims, all those people, they're all affected. Just not my church. You dumb shit. You fucking dumb, naive, shit for brains loser. You think the dark occult hasn't infiltrated you think fucking Satanists haven't infiltrated every fucking major world religion? I've been trying to explain this to you for 17 fucking years. And now we just have maybe a couple of influencers talking to each other about something they don't know anything about. Right now in 2024, here's where we're at, folks. I think maybe there's an occult component to all of this that's going on. I heard this the other day. I heard this. I heard people saying amongst each other, I think maybe there might be some esoteric component to all the control that's going on in our world. No way, man. Impossible. First of all, you guys just blew my fucking mind, man. My mind is blown, Charlie. My God. He just said there might be an esoteric component to all of this. He said there might be occultists behind things, behind the institutions. Oh my God. Do you think that might be true, Jim Bob? You think it might be? I don't know. Definitely don't ask Mark Passio. Don't ask that guy. He's going to tell you that they infiltrated Christianity. We know that can't be true. Because as long as you believe on Jesus, as long as you all believe on Christ, you got to do nothing. It absolves you of all your responsibility, not only your sins, it absolves you of all your responsibility, and you got to take no action. You just sit on your lazy fucking ass and believe on Christ. Isn't that how it works, children? Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Just like the Jewish people out there who still believe in this racist, retarded, psychopathic garbage that there's a chosen people and they're going to rule over other people. Talmudic Judaism and Zionism. Oh yeah, your religion's not infiltrated by the dark occult, and even the synagogue and Torah worshipping Jews, your religion's not talking about the beings that came here and genetically manipulated this species. No. It's perfectly intact. You guys have all the right answers about all this bullshit ritual to do on certain days, because that's what the creator of the universe cares about. And your religion's not infiltrated. Oh no, forget the infiltration of the Muslim religion. It isn't about fucking submission and actual child molestation in many cases. No, it's perfectly holy and it's totally of God. And there's no dark occultists running things at Mecca and Medina. No, never happened. They're just perfectly intentioned men of God. Just like all the wonderful Zionists and Talmudic Jews and all the crazy rapture-based Christians. No dark occult ideas ever came into religion. Especially not neo-feminism and eugenics. the world religions couldn't possibly be proselytizing things that are going to lead to eugenics and mind control. No. They're just holy fucking men of God telling people the truth, just like the Pharisees and Sadducees of old were telling everybody the truth. And that bastard shit stirrer, Christ, I mean, he came along and he just turned over the whole fucking apple cart. How dare he? We were perfectly fine with our bullshit beliefs. And then all the Christians who came and distorted the message of the allegory or the real life teacher, whatever you want to believe, it doesn't even fucking matter. And all of a sudden, now they come along with their bullshit religion, all their bullshit ideas that they think people have to follow, and give them all bullshit rules and regulations for them. And all of a sudden, yeah, that's uninfiltrated. That's pure and uninfiltrated. Yeah, absolutely. You dumb shit. All of your bullshit religions are just that. Infiltrated by Satanist bullshit. All of it. Not some of it, all of it. And you're too thick-headed and shit for brains to fucking figure it the fuck out and accept it? Because you cling like verminous leeches to your bullshit ideologies. And that's what the great work is, boys and girls, to crush and destroy all your religious, nonsensical, distorted thinking. And instead, you guys want to cling to it with bullshit religious fervor. And most of you won't accept. That's who's putting the neo-feminism. That's who's putting Satanism everywhere. That's who's fucking infiltrated all religions. That's who's fucking directing the epi-eugenics agenda. This is a religious agenda through worldwide, satanically infiltrated cultural religious institutions. And if you don't think so, you're just fucking stupid and wrong. And who lies behind them are the real priest class that is really running the gig here, folks, and is really putting all of this agenda out into people's faces and injecting all of these distortions of thought into their minds, and that's the dark occult. You can call it whatever the fuck you want, okay? You can say it's dark, evil psychologists that have become psychopathic. You can say it's the Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati, the dark aspect of the Illuminated. You could call it the Black Sun. It's members of the Bohemian Club. It's members of the Bilderberg Group. It's member of all the think tanks, Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, all the intelligence agencies that really are running all of the military aspects and all of the COINTELPRO aspects. But I just simply refer to them under the banner of the dark occult because that comprises it. They are using hidden knowledge about the human psyche and the real laws of nature in a dark way to control, to manipulate, and to enslave. It's very simple. You don't say it's all under the umbrella of this, or that group. It's not the Jesuits. It's not the Freemasons. It's not Jewish people. It's not just Zionists. People go, Mark. Here, let me see if I can get their voice right. Mark. That's how they always start. It's always the Mark, why do you say that the dark occultists rule everything when they are controlled by the Zionists? You know, they shit out of their mouth a big splattery diarrhea splat after they say this, and it always starts with the Mark. Look, I know your tongue is like 16 pounds in your mouth, and you tire of carrying it around with all the shit that's in there too. But, you know, maybe just say my name less. Maybe keep my fucking name out of your fucking 16-pound swelled tongue horse shit, liquid horse shit in the mouth. Try it one day. Try it some days. It'll do a body good. You know? Just keep my name out of your mouth. But here's what they do. Mark! Mark! When are you going to tell people that the Zionists own and control the whole body of dark occultists? Never, because, moron, it doesn't work that way. The dark occultists own all of the religious sects. And the Bohemian sect, the Sabbatean sect, the Luciferian sect, the Talmudian sect, the Zionist sect, the dark Freemasonic sect, the dark Rosicrucian sect. It doesn't matter what sect it is. They're all sub-sects under the banner and the tent of dark occultism in general. This is what you guys still fail to understand, and all you morons living on Mount Stupid because you don't have first-hand experiential direct knowledge of the occult world, and all you did was you read a couple of fucking things that confirmed your bullshit know-nothing bias all the way on the left-hand side of that Dunning-Kruger effect chart on Mount Stupid, and you go, the Zionists are everything! And it's all just them. Or the Jesuits run the whole show, Mark, and you're trying to say that the Jesuits are a part of the dark occult when I'm telling you the Jesuits run the rest of the dark occult. You guys are fucking shitbag morons that should never utter the word occult. You couldn't fucking spell it if you were given 1,000 chances to get the spelling of the word occult right. You couldn't fucking spell it, let alone define it, let alone know how it works in the world, because you were never involved for a fucking split millisecond. And you're talking from up your ass, your fist jammed up your ass, all the way up to the peak of Mount Stupid with no experience, and you're trying to tell a person who was directly fucking involved that I'm wrong and you're right when you were never involved. You're a fucking moron. All of you who say that are fucking morons. You're at the peak of Mount Stupid on the Dunning-Kruger effect, and you couldn't fucking spell the word occult, let alone explain what it is, let alone explain how it works. Because it's way more fucking complicated than your miserable little short-sighted, unidimensionally thinking lard ass could ever comprehend in a billion lifetimes. You're that dumb. And if we, again, tell people you wouldn't understand it in the course of a billion of your fucking loser-ass know-nothing lifetimes, then all of a sudden it's true. Because you guys never spent a millisecond in the occult. And I spent years of my life in the dark occult and in Satanism, around dark Luciferians, dark Masons, Satanists, dark Rosicrucians, etc. And you guys never spent a millisecond of involvement with it, and you read a couple of fucking lines and a couple of fucking shittily written books, and then all of a sudden you're an expert on the occult. And now you're saying things like, oh, maybe it's all controlled by one group, and oh, maybe there's an esoteric component to all this control going on, you fucking little children babies. It's hard to believe what the world has become. It's really hard to believe. It's hard to believe I actually tried to give people answers for as long as I tried, when they didn't deserve one fucking little speck of energy from me ever. I should have stayed with them and helped them exterminate this fucking shit trash ape race. I should have fucking, even if I wanted to leave them, just shut my fucking mouth and never said a fucking word, because you are unteachable fucking students, losers. That's what you guys are. You're a crop of unteachable losers. All the fucking morons who believe in the, neo-feminist garbage and propaganda and think, oh, we gotta counteract the patriarchy. Let's counter Mark. You don't talk about the patriarchy. How come you don't talk about it's all men controlling all of it? That's as equally as dumb as saying it's all Jewish people, as equally dumb as saying it's all the Catholics, as equally dumb as saying it's the Jesuits, as equally dumb as it's saying it's the Mormons or the fucking Freemasons or whoever the fuck people want to believe in their bullshit, know-nothing, unidimensional shit for brains mind, because they don't have enough fucking knowledge that it works the way their limited fucking brain and their unidimensional thinking is telling them that it works. No. Just like all the fucking moron, imbecile, low information people who believe we have a patriarchy. I mean, just go fucking gargle with some more fucking Roundup, people who believe that bullshit. Go drink the fucking Roundup. Stop gargling with it and drink it. You know? That'll do you good. Maybe that'll straighten out your fucking distorted thoughts. That neo-feminist, satanic neo-feminism program there. That fucking the people that I used to fucking hang out with have conditioned your fucking mind into believing all this bullshit garbage. Yeah. We have a patriarchy. Yeah. It's all men. No women are involved in the fucking social engineer class. No women are involved in the fucking ruling class that really runs the show. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I didn't see any of them showing up at the fucking satanic rituals. I didn't see any of them at the fucking meetings. You know, it was just all fucking old rich white men. This is how fucking retarded people are. Contrary to neo-feminist propaganda, we do not live in a patriarchy, nor do we live in a matriarchy just because women have been conditioned to condition men and to influence them to obey the control system. See, if you really understand the neo-feminist agenda, that's epi-eugenics. Women conditioning men to listen to them to lead them into a place of total chaos, enslavement, and tyranny. That doesn't mean we live in a patriarchy because women are conditioned to do that. And they're doing that to men in society, and they're doing that to their children, both male and female. That doesn't mean women are directing the show. It's being directed by the social engineers that actually act as the master class. We do, however, live in what I refer to as an occultocracy. Rulership by the occult. Rule by occultists. That's what humanity is living in. An occultocracy. And I've amended that over the time to call it a technocratic occultocracy. We live in a technocratic occultocracy, meaning the occult ruling class who knows about human psychology and the real laws of nature are keeping people ignorant regarding that psychology and regarding those laws, and they are doing that through technological means because they're putting all of their propaganda out into the world, and the actual truly enlightened people who have some level of knowledge and understanding and wisdom are not putting their propaganda out into the world in nearly enough numbers or with nearly enough force. That's why the technocratic dark occultocracy is winning the war for the human soul. And that's why people who claim that they want freedom and claim that they want things to be orderly and good all around them are losing colossally. You're losing in a big, big, big fucking way. You're not even close to winning. You're not even close to understanding the requirements for winning, let alone have you integrated those requirements, let alone have you acted upon those requirements. You're not even near the understanding of what the requirements are to win in this spiritual combat. Not even close. You're in a battle where your opponent is the master MMA artist of the last 500 fucking years, and you're a fucking child eating strained peas in a high chair. That's the lopsided battle that we're fighting. An occultocracy, a society that is ruled covertly by a hidden priest class of dark occultists who use their advanced knowledge of the human psyche to mind control the overwhelming majority of the ignorant human population. The occultocracy comprise a small subset of humanity who believe that they are super worthy and that they are on the way to becoming gods on earth. Out-of-control selfishness is the essence of their satanic religion. Their satanic mindset is bent on me, totally out-of-control selfish thinking, which they then give to the rest of humanity at a lower grade level so that they can become easier to control. The occultocracy have inculcated us with their own ego-driven belief system, which has replaced our traditional moral values and has become pervasively entrenched in our culture. As George Carlin said, you have no choice, you have owners. And the gig would be over if we learned a thing or two and stood the fuck up. Like it is on this chessboard that the occult chess masters are playing, and humanity's on their fucking knees, prostrate before them, and all we gotta do is learn and stand up. And it's game over. We'll never do it. Humanity will never do it. We're not in the condition to do it. We're not in the level of knowledge to do it. Evil's going to win this round, folks. Evil is going to defeat all goodness in the world, and we are going into another cataclysmic period, which is going to make it infinitely even harder the next time around. If there is a next time. And it will be merciful if it's just a true ELE. Whatever happens this time, a true extinction level event is what this planet needs, because this race is a wretched satanic abomination upon the face of the earth, and it just needs to go. And the only sad part of that is we're going to take a big chunk of the animal kingdom with us, if not all of it, and that's sad and disgraceful. But this race needs to go. And that doesn't mean I'm not for a pro-human future. I'm saying what humanity deserves. And it's true. We don't deserve anything better based on our current performance as beings, based on our current level of knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. We don't deserve better than what we have. As a matter of fact, I feel that the creator of the universe has been endlessly, abundantly, overly merciful to this trash ape species. Given us way more time than we've deserved, given us way more opportunity than we have deserved. Constantly, over and over again, pulls the card that says, give them a stay of execution one more time. And this race doesn't deserve that. Never has once. Like I said, thank your lucky stars I ain't in control of things, because this race would have been exterminated a long time ago if it were up to me. Thank your lucky stars that occultists who are either, want to toy with their food before they kill it and eat it, or the God of creation is somehow providing a stay of execution for this trash ape race. Because I would not be so merciful. Neo-feminism is also, in addition to being an occult agenda, a communist agenda. It's a fascist agenda. It's a communist agenda. It's an agenda for complete control over the population. However, it plays to an audience that is certainly more left-leaning than right-leaning politically. And that doesn't mean there aren't morons on the right that believe in neo-feminism, because there certainly fucking are. I hear all the time the nonsense spewing out of especially very, very low information, dumb women's mouth on social media. Just endless drool that is all contained in the epi-eugenics of neo-feminism, not even knowing that they're plagued by this Satanism in their mind. Like, I hear people who are on my social media friends list spouting neo-feminist propaganda, not even knowing that's what they're spouting, thinking that they're talking about relationship dynamics as they perceive them. Like, out of their own free will, when every word they're saying is a conditioned response from the social engineers and occultists that I'm fucking talking about, that they've never spoken about once, ever, in their whole, you can look at their whole social media history. The word occult will never enter into the picture. The word mind control never enters. Social engineering is never said. Fucking Satanism never talked about. They don't know what real Satanism is. And then in the next breath, they're an expert on how relationships should work and how male-female dynamics should work. And they know more than people who have completely dissected the entire neo-feminism agenda framework all the way down to its constituent elements, as I have done. And spent hours upon hours upon hours of my fucking personal time in the fucking room with these social engineers, where they want to make me one of them and put me on the eugenics arm of the op, which, like I said, count your fucking blessings. Because if I was entered into the club of Rome and they did fucking pull me up through those satanic ranks, the population of Earth wouldn't be here right now. Believe me, it would not. Trust me, I would have pushed that for the rapidity of extinction of this species because it is so fucking wretchedly, satanically vile. And that's really what they're doing. They're just doing it in slow motion. I was entered into the club of Rome and they did fucking pull me up through those satanic ranks. The population of Earth wouldn't be here right now. Believe me, it would not. Trust me, I would have pushed that for the rapidity of extinction of this species because it is so fucking wretchedly, satanically vile. And that's really what they're doing. They're just doing it in slow motion. They're just the cat toying with the fucking mouse before he finally breaks its fucking spine and neck and eats it. That's all that's happening here. It's a slow torture chamber instead of a fast meat grinder. That's all it is. Socialists and outright communists have long ago taken over the school system in America. Communism infiltrates the educational system throughout our country and has slowly, over the last few generations, culturally taken over the minds of the youth. All 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto are in place in America, making this nation a de facto communist regime. And sadly, most people in America cannot even define what communism is. And again, see my presentation, Two Masks, Same Face, The Dark Occult Origins of Nazism and Communism, if you want to go infinitely deeper into these dynamics. Again, this presentation, I'm just hinting at some of the knowledge that you have to acquire, but it's not here to provide the totality of it. If you want to really delve into it in a far deeper way, watch Two Masks, Same Face. Neo-feminism as a communist agenda includes the cultural Marxist plan to wage a covert war on America through a long march through the institutions. This idea was originally formulated by the Frankfurt School think tank under the direction of Italian communist Antonio Gramsci. It was not labeled with that name, the Long March Through the Institutions, until the 1960s. But Gramsci and the Frankfurt School did in fact come up with that formulation of the agenda that in order to entrench socialism and then eventually communism into a nation over the long term, you had to conquer that nation culturally first with your ideas. You had to insert those ideas into pop culture, into literature, into newspapers and magazines, into media, into movies, into television shows, etc. You had to infiltrate the culture first and make it seem hip and cool. Then you get the youth, and then by extension you get the next generation after that youth begins procreating. And they're procreating on the same dysgenic, dysfunctional, mind control program of social engineering that think tanks like this were inculcating them into. This is not rocket science, ladies and gentlemen. You have to understand who the real fucking players have been historically, what their tactics and agendas have been, especially culturally, and then you'll understand exactly how they're steering society at any given moment of time. They see it as they're putting one dog's neck in one fucking collar, and then they're walking it around wherever they want it to go. It isn't like they're reaching billions of people individually. They have control of the reins of culture. They have control of the reins of communication. They have control of the reins of media. This is why I'm trying to start a campaign to create the real, true media. The media is supposed to be people who bring the truth to the people, not who lie and propagandize for dark purposes, for control and enslavement. Propaganda can be positive or negative. What I'm doing right now is propagandizing. It doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean it's evil. Propaganda just means you're putting out information toward a long-term goal. And my long-term goal is the true understanding of natural law, objective morality, and the governing dynamics of human freedom and the forces that have fucked that up. Look into Gramsci, look into his understanding of Marxism, look into his plan for the Frankfurt School, and you'll understand it's all about cultural takeover. Realizing that America could not be conquered easily from without, Gramsci's plan was to weaken it over time by infiltrating its institutions and creating socially divisive issues, dialectics, polarization dialectics as I call them. This tactic would eventually produce the long-term effect of dividing the genders and destroying the familial dynamic in society. Once again, notice I did not use the word family dynamic. I used the term familial dynamic. The familial dynamic is the foundation upon which the family dynamic stands. It is a lower level dynamic, culturally and psychologically, than the family dynamic. It is the foundation underneath the family dynamic, which I call the familial dynamic. Paving the way for the takeover by their party, that whatever bullshit, socially engineered political party that they want to trot out. It doesn't matter what they call it. It doesn't matter whether they call it the Socialist Party, the Democratic Party, the Labor Party, the Conservative Party, the fucking Nazi Party, the Communist Party. It doesn't fucking matter. It's all leading you to the same place, which is a gigantic fucking slave pen. And ultimately, one big fucking meat grinder that you're going to get fed the fuck into and chewed the fuck up. Vladimir Lenin, who ushered in the Bolshevik Revolution, said, "Give me 4 years to teach the children, and the seed that I have sown will never be uprooted." Boy, was he right, Where are you going to hear? You think you're going to enter into a college fucking system, a university system of so-called higher learning, and you're going to get taught this? You think you're going to get taught what I taught people in Two Masks? You think you're going to get taught what I taught people in the natural law seminar? You think you're going to get taught what I taught people in demystifying the occult? You think you're going to get taught what I taught people in streetwise spirituality? They're going to shove so many lies up your fucking ass that you're going to burst at the seams. They ain't there to teach you. They ain't there to edify you. They're there to lie to you, program and condition your weak fucking minds. Joseph Stalin said, "America is like a healthy body, and its resistance is threefold. It's patriotism, it's morality, and it's spiritual life." And I would say not in that order. Patriotism would come last after the other two. Morality, real spirituality, and patriotism. If we can understand these three areas, America will collapse undermine these three areas, America will collapse from within. See, he understands it's all about internal subversion, internal infiltration and subversion of the culture. And that's what progressivism is. It's collectivism leading to socialism, leading to communism. And it all comes from collective mentality instead of putting up on a pedestal what really should be put up on a pedestal, individual rights, by way and by nature and virtue of true understanding of morality and natural law. And that our rights don't come from governments, don't come from people, don't come from people's fucking thoughts or opinions or mental constructs. They come from the Creator and the Creator's laws. Nikita Khrushchev, later premier of the Soviet Union, said, "Your children's rights don't come from governments, don't come from people, don't come from people's fucking thoughts or opinions or mental constructs. They come from the Creator and the Creator's laws." Rights don't come from governments, don't come from people, don't come from people's fucking thoughts or opinions or mental constructs. They come from the Creator and the Creator's laws. Nikita Khrushchev, later premier of the Soviet Union, said, "Your children's children will live under communism. You Americans are so gullible. You won't accept communism outright, but we'll keep feeding you small doses of socialism until you will finally wake up and find that you already have communism. We won't have to fight you. We'll so weaken your economy until you fall like overripe fruit into our hands. This was 1959 that Khrushchev made that statement. And it's not just the economy that they're weakening the moral fabric of our society. And not in anti-religious ways, in true anti-moral ways. Anti-morality is what governs fucking America right now. People that don't understand all government is immoral. All belief in authority is immoral. All forms of violence, coercion, and theft of property is immoral. Whether you think it's violent or not, you're condoning what is actually violent, what is actually coercive, what is actually putting people under duress. And that makes you a bad fucking person for continuing to believe those things are morally legitimate and to continue to condone those things. It makes you a bad person. Alexander Trachtenberg said in the 1800s, or I'm sorry, this was probably in the middle part of the 1900s, when we get ready to take the United States, we will not take it under the label of communism. We will not take it under the label of socialism. These labels are unpleasant to the American people and have been spared too much. We will take the United States under labels we have made very lovable. We will take it under liberalism, under progressivism, and under democracy. But take it we will. He said this at the National Convention of the Communist Parties at Madison Square Garden in 1944. Okay? So this is how communism infiltrates a society. It's not going to do it militarily.
One of the most common arguments that I hear online when I start talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Essenes, and Jesus is that there is no historical evidence to prove that Jesus was connected to the Essenes. There's nothing in the Dead Sea Scrolls about the Essenes. And so you guys have a lot to say about that. So let's dive in. I would love to hear from you. What do we know historically about the Dead Sea Scroll group and their philosophy and way of life? And let's start with that, then we'll move into Jesus.
Hold my beer, Melissa. I mentioned to you before we started, I'm literally turning in a research paper on this tomorrow for my master's thesis. So this topic is very ripe in my brain at the moment. And it's just a topic I just absolutely love studying, because once you start going down the scholarly rabbit hole of the amazing connections of the Jesus movement in the first century to the Essene type of Judaism, the connections just really never stop revealing themselves. And James and I have seen this in the last couple years of our kind of obsessive research in the subject. And I think you mentioned people say, oh, there's no connection between Jesus and the Essenes. I think the first reason people say that primarily is probably because they don't want it to be true for religious reasons or otherwise. And we've encountered this a lot. We've literally debated this topic before with Wes Huff and others. And so what we try to show people is that, first of all, before we can answer this question, we need to know, what do we mean Essenes? What is that group? What are we talking about? Because a lot of people think we're just talking about the Qumran group, as you mentioned, Melissa. And that's the first fallacy to clear up, right? Is that the Essenes were not the group known as the Qumran group or the Dead Sea Scroll group. That was one Essene group of many, many Essene groups. In the first century, Essenism was a type of Judaism. And even Josephus tells us this in Antiquities, I believe. He says there were basically four main sects of Judaism: Pharisees, Sadducees, Zealots or Sicarii, and the Essenes. Now, just right here, Melissa, let's do some process of elimination. Was Jesus a Pharisee? Is there good evidence for that?
Nope. Definitely not.
Definitely not, right? What about Sadducees? Any matches there? No?
Nope.
The temple cult. He was a member of the temple cult.
Yeah, it doesn't line up super well with the historical Jesus. So then let's go to the Zealots. Now, most people are less familiar with the Zealots. They were a very militaristic group of anti-establishment Jews who believed that it was their job to fulfill the scriptures by overthrowing Rome. And so I think the Hebrew word Sicarii means like the bladed ones. And they had performed many famous assassinations, such as the high priest Jonathan, son of Ananias, in the, I think, 60s AD or something like that. They would sheathe blades in their cloaks, like small little daggers, and they would go around and slit people's throats like priestly establishment people that they wanted to get rid of. And so they were very difficult to deal with, and they actually are primarily the group that kicked off the whole revolt against Rome that led to the destruction of the temple. So does that sound like a group Jesus would have been involved with to you?
I'm guessing not, since he said turn the other cheek.
Yeah, I think that's a good guess. And so we're left with one group, right? Now, of course, it's a bit of an oversimplification. It's not that every single Jew in the first century was only one of these four types. There would have been blends, and it was a spectrum. Some people sided with these beliefs and those beliefs and whatever. But suffice to say, of these four buckets, there's only one that is even possible that Jesus could have belonged to. So to me, that's a pretty good piece of evidence right there when you look at the historical context, as we just did. But then you look at the Essene type of Judaism's beliefs and practices. And now this is what scholars really look at. It's a segment of scholarship called historical phylogeny, which is the study of relationships between groups and sects, right? So scholars don't just look at the name of a group to know if it was related or any of the more obvious things. They look at the sectarian beliefs and practices to know like what groups branched off from other groups, like Gnosticism, for example, is famous for this. There was like over 60 different branches of Gnosticism by the 4th century. But all the trees of Gnosticism branch back to the single original sort of founder of Marcion or Marcionism, and it bifurcated from there, right? Same with virtually every sect of Judaism. So Essenism was an anti-temple, anti-Pharisaic sort of reform movement of Judaism that started probably sometime after the Babylonian exile in the 5th century BCE. And it was because these Jewish people believed that the lying pen of the scribes had falsified the Torah, as Jeremiah said in chapter 8, verse 8, that the priestly cult, the temple cult, had introduced paganism into the holy temple of God, which, per Jeremiah 7:21, God never commanded sacrifices when he brought us out of Egypt through Moses. And whether it's Epiphanius, I believe even Philo and Josephus, so many early church fathers say that the Essene type of Jews believed ardently that Moses never commanded these abominable sacrifices, that this was basically Satanism being practiced in the temple. And over, they appealed to the law of Moses as being the 10 Commandments. And so they believed that the Torah was corrupted. And this is another scandalous thing of why, especially Christians, don't want Jesus to have anything to do with Essene-type Judaism, because they were very vocal about the fact that the Torah was corrupted. It's even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the Damascus document especially, they talk about the wicked priests and the lying pens and all these kind of themes that have corrupted God's commandments with man-made rituals and laws that God did not ordain. Damascus documents full of these statements. And so Jesus clearly shows these Essene-type beliefs when he's opposing the temple cult, when he's correcting the scriptures. You've heard it was said in Leviticus, Exodus, and Deuteronomy, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. But I say to you, no, a new commandment. Love your neighbor as yourself. Turn the other cheek. I mean, this would have been super scandalous for a first century rabbi to be correcting Old Testament passages and saying, you search the scriptures for you think in them you have life. So this is an Essene type of belief without question. There's no other sect of Judaism that believed the Torah was corrupted in the first century other than Essenism. And then you add in anti-animal sacrifice. There is no other Jewish sect other than the Essenes that believed that sacrifices were not something God commanded. And we know Jesus cleanses the temple, pronounces condemnation. Go and learn what this means. I desire mercy, not sacrifice. So Jesus shares that commonality. And then we have vegetarianism, which we've been over a bunch. We have voluntary poverty and communal living. There is no other Jewish sect in history that has this practice of living together in communion, sharing all your possessions, other than the Jesus movement of the Jerusalem church, as seen in Acts 2 and 4, and the Essene type of Judaism. And then we have atonement baptism, yet another striking commonality between the Essenes and the Jesus movement. All Jewish sects perform some kind of ritual immersion in water and purification. But the big difference is the Essenes were doing this as an alternative to animal sacrifice. So instead of slaughtering animals to have their sins forgiven, they believe God wanted us to bathe in the waters of purification, as it says in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and repent and perform this kind of water immersion ritual to be cleansed from your sins. And you would return from the water cleansed from your sins, as in the community rule in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So who do we see practicing this kind of repentance and baptism for the remission of sins? Melissa, any guesses?
Jesus, John the Baptist.
Yes, Jesus and John the Baptist. And the funny thing is about John the Baptist is that he's also another striking link between Jesus and the Essenes, because even Christian scholars, for crying out loud, will admit, yeah, you know, John the Baptist was probably an Essene. He checks every box of Essenism, right? He's this ascetic guy living out in the wilderness, eating carob pods and honey, and he's pronouncing the way of the Lord, preparing the way of the Lord in the wilderness. And Jesus says, this is the one whom the prophet Isaiah said would be preparing the way of the Lord in the wilderness. And what happens when you crack open the Dead Sea Scrolls and you read what they believe they were fulfilling? It says, we are the ones crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord. The same self-designation that Jesus gives John the Baptist was what the Essenes gave themselves. We are the ones crying out in the wilderness. I mean, literally in the Transjordan wilderness in Qumran. And so John the Baptist is sharing that self-designation. So John the Baptist is point for point an Essene, and he is literally pictured as Jesus's mentor. And Jesus was his protege, basically, carrying on the movement after him. And so in the Gospel of John, you see this intentional downplaying of John the Baptist, and Luke actually, because like, oh, we don't want Jesus to have had a mentor, and especially not an Essene mentor, because that means he was anti-sacrifice, anti-blood atonement, and all the things that are inconvenient for Catholic theology. So all this stuff has been obfuscated over history. And so when you ask a Christian if Jesus was connected to the Essenes, they'll laugh in your face and say there's no history or proof of that. But scholars know otherwise. And in fact, this is really an emerging niche of scholarship right now, thanks to people like Dr. James Tabor and Dr. Robert Eisenman, who are like, hey guys, we got to take a look at all these parallels. And just those 5 that I showed you, again, are so important because they are not shared with any other Jewish sect in history. And as far as historical phylogeny goes and scholarship goes, that's what we call a slam dunk, my friends.
Aaron, it's even more of a slam dunk than that, because there's 2 additional traits that, for me, just knock this entire case out of the park. There was only one Jewish sect that A, rejected participation in warfare. They refused to fight in wars, and they refused to make weapons. Pliny and Josephus both speak about this. The early Christians were well known for being pacifists. They would let people kill them instead of fighting back. That's how hardcore of pacifists they were. So, I mean, does Jesus sound like he would reject warfare and making weapons? The second one is an absolute rejection of the practice of slavery. Every single other Jewish sect, there was widespread practice of slavery, especially with the Sadducees and Pharisees. I mean, it's all over the Old Testament, the practice of slavery, regulations for slavery. And again, the Essenes said, guys, God is not giving you regulations for how hard to beat your slave and how many sex slaves to take. God, that's not God's cup of tea, guys. Let's be honest. And we know the early Christians outright abhorred the practice of slavery. It was an anathema to everything that they believed about the love and wisdom of God. So we have these 7 things together. It is an absolute slam dunk, in my opinion, that philosophically, the early Christian movement descended from this type of Judaism.
Thank you so much for watching. As a way to show my gratitude, I am continuing to offer my one-on-one sessions almost 75% off what they were. I personally love offering the lower prices, and you guys do too, because you've been booking up my sessions and supporting me, which I so much appreciate. My spots are limited to 6 sessions per week, and they fill up extremely fast. So don't wait, book your spot today. You can sign up for a 25-minute energy healing, a 45-minute energy healing and spiritual coaching session, or you can pick a custom set. Blown away by what, like, the absolute beautiful, jaw-droppingly beautiful passages that are in those texts. But I would love to hear, because again, there's a lot of arguments about them not being necessarily from the 1st century, or maybe being a forgery. But I'd love to hear your perspective on that. I know there's more research coming out now that you don't necessarily have all the answers to yet, but you've been teaching. You both have been talking about these texts for a while, and I'd love to hear your personal perspective on why you value them. And then maybe we can get into the philosophy after that.
Yeah, in fact, I can give the historicity aspect part of it, and then I can pitch to James for the philosophical, if that works.
Perfect.
I read a book by a woman, Elizabeth MacDonald, who wrote a book called The Lost Jesus Scroll, where she talks about in the 1980s listening to Vatican radio. She was a Catholic at the time and, confessing Catholic and all that. And on the Catholic radio one day, one of the Monsignors starts reading, they would sometimes read scrolls they had in the Vatican library, because as we know, these people keep every ancient text on earth secret to themselves and they won't let them out, but they'll sometimes say, hey, we have these cool texts, we'll read them on the radio for you. And there was this one text, I think they just called it the Gospel of the Essenes. And this Catholic Monsignor is reading it on the radio, and this woman's listening, and she's like amazed and blown away. And she is so intrigued to know more about it. She writes a letter to the Vatican, I think to the Pope at the time, and says, can you please release a copy of this to me? Can I see this document? I want to read it. And they said, no, sorry, no documents can ever leave the Vatican. It's kind of the rule. And this was also what Edmund Bordeaux Zeckley said, who was the one who wrote the Essene Gospel of Peace in his translations from Hebrew into English. He said that, and his story is really cool, but he gets this job at 19 years old after graduating high school, working for the Vatican Archive record keeper at the time. I forget his name, but he names the guy, and he was really, really close with him. And he says that Edmund Bordeaux was very passionate about St. Francis of Assisi, as was his cardinal. And so they would talk about St. Francis all the time. And he was like, I want to know what inspired St. Francis. Where did he get his inspiration from? And so he says, well, take this key to the archives and just go dig around and see what you can find on it, because I'm sure there's tons of texts in there that you can find answers to. And so he does, and he's digging around and reading all kinds of cool stuff. And then eventually he finds this Hebrew Aramaic text. And he was proficient in 4 different languages, by the way, English, Greek, Latin, and Hebrew and Aramaic. And he's reading it and he's going, wow, this is remarkable. And he takes it out and shows it to his Monsignor, and he's like, wow, you found something incredible here. And he says, can I translate this into English? And he says, of course, but you can't take this manuscript out of the archive. So you can never give this to a scholar or somebody to review it. All manuscripts stay in the Vatican archives, period. That's the rule, no exceptions. He said, okay, just let me translate it. So Edmund Bordeaux translates it, and it's what we have now as the Essene Gospel of Peace. And so it's really interesting because although we don't have any manuscript evidence, one scholar named Dr. Robert Eisenman has been doing research and studying this gospel, and there's actually a lot of internal evidence that it is a very ancient text. And of course, it's an English rendering of a Hebrew text, but as somebody who studies biblical Hebrew, when I read it, I also saw a lot of interesting Semitic sort of sounding phrases all throughout it, especially the use of nominal clauses is very common in Hebrew. The combining of nouns, pronomical suffixes and things like this. You can see how Hebrew likes to combine nouns rather than the way English does it, such as the word of the Lord in Hebrew instead of the Lord's word. And you see things like that and like, man, this reads like a Hebrew text translated into English, but I'm no expert in Hebrew or anything. But Eisenman seems to think similarly, and he says he's found some pretty convincing evidence to show that this is probably a first century text. But the last piece of scholarship I'll talk about is that the Essene Gospel portrays the Essenes as communing with the angels, something called angelology. And this is like what kind of like Hindus believe, that all the different deities, they don't worship them as exclusive singular gods. They see them as aspects or archetypes of the one universal God, right? So the Essenes similarly saw the angels as archetypes of the one God. So they have the 7 branches of the Heavenly Father on the tree of life, and the 7 roots of the earthly mother on the tree of life. And so where the masculine and feminine roots and branches meet form the 7 chakras. And so they worshiped, and what I mean worship, I mean commune. They communed with the angel of water, air, earth, and sunlight, the 4 elements. And we have an attestation from a church father named Hippolytus talking about an Essene sect called the El-Cushites. The El-Cushites, the Cush or El-Cush is like another word for the Garden of Eden. right? So we have the Edenic ideal in their name, El Cushites. They were the ones trying to establish or return to Cush, the Garden of Eden, as it was in the beginning. And they practiced the exact same type of angelology, according to Hippolytus, as is written in the Essene Gospel of Peace. They would commune with these angels and say certain prayers and incantations to them, like the ones given in the Essene Gospel. They would bathe ritually in water to commune with the angel of water. And he lists a number of things, which we've done an episode on the Jesus Way podcast, where you're like, this is point for point what we see in the Essene Gospel of Peace. So we know for certain that there was an ancient Essene group that did practice basically exactly what we see in the Essene Gospel of Peace. So that's dead accurate. We know that this has to be a real document if a Catholic Monsignor read it, which I've researched, by the way. I looked up the guy that the woman wrote about in the book, and sure enough, he was on the Vatican radio during those years. And so everything is checking out, even to the point that Edmond Bordeaux's cardinal, who he got the key from, he was alive for the next 30 years after Edmond Bordeaux published the Essene Gospel of Peace, and he told his story over and over again of how he got this gospel, right? And if it was all a lie, why wouldn't his Monsignor say, hey, wait a minute, everything Edmond Bordeaux is saying is not true. I never gave him a key. He never got a manuscript from me. And he never said anything. And in fact, interestingly, the Catholic Church waited to denounce it until after he died, his Monsignor who gave him the key to the archives. Interesting, right? Maybe they didn't want their propaganda being obfuscated by this guy who would have said, no, that's true. I did give him the key and he did find a manuscript. So there's a lot of pieces of evidence that are leading in this direction and converging in the direction that this probably is some kind of ancient text. But to know for sure, we would need to see, obviously, a copy of a manuscript.
Right. Well, I'm holding out hope that that will come to light at some point.
As are we, Melissa.
James, do you have anything to add?
Thanks for that historical background, Aaron. The both of us have just been profoundly inspired by this book. The spiritual philosophy outlined is just so beautiful, and it had to have been written by a true spiritual genius. It's so beautiful, and it changed our life. So I don't even care if it's, a forgery or its lineage doesn't go all the way back, because it's inspired me so much. And I truly believe for someone to write words that are that inspiring, you have to be tapped in to something deeper. However, it does completely echo everything we know about the Essenes, the Nazarenes, the Ebionites, and the Elkosites, what their spiritual philosophy was of prioritizing peace, of utter commitment to nonviolence, to communing with the angels of the various elements, especially water and the air, the breath. And also, what resonated with me the most on my own personal journey is the absolute prioritization of the health and purity of the physical vessel. And we know this was extremely important to the first Christians. And from my own life path, this is what I've seen. I used to be very overweight and unhealthy. I dealt with different addiction issues. I've been through it all. And I know what my level of consciousness was like when I was 100 pounds overweight, eating a ton of meat, drinking alcohol, all of these things. And one of the main tenets of the Essene Gospel of Peace is that riotous living and living in sin, basically, I don't know how else to say it. It fills you with parasites, and parasites are essentially antennas for demons. It's almost like the Wi-Fi signal that negative beings connect to.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And there's some really interesting documentaries on YouTube about the demon parasite connection. It's almost like the parasites, which are extremely common, are the physical representation of a metaphysical being. And when you have these parasites or demons, your consciousness is very distorted. It makes it very difficult to connect with God. You'll have literally intrusive thoughts that are self-deprecating and tell you you're a piece of crap. You'll never amount to anything. You'll also have thoughts on the other side that are very prideful or lustful, whatever. So Aaron and I have just come to see this entire path as a path of spiritual warfare. And the focus on physical health and mental health is really to protect oneself from negatively polarized beings that are seeking to suck more beings into this service to self outlook. So, Aaron, you're welcome to illuminate more of this, but the health of the physical body, eating healthy, drinking pure water, getting sunlight, grounding, this is everything we promote with the Jesus Way. It's also what we promote with my business, Organic Muscle. I have a plant-based supplement company, if y'all want to check that out. But we've just seen personally, and with many others, that it is absolutely part of the spiritual path to be healthy and to be fit and to have a clean diet, because otherwise you're just giving an opening to forces that make you fat, sick, tired, unconfident. I mean, can you really be of service in the world when you're totally drained of energy and you don't have any confidence to go out there and speak about these principles?
Yeah, link to Organic Muscle will be in the description. And I just wanted to comment on what you just said, because it's just amazing to me. Before I even discovered the Essene Gospels of Peace, I had discovered like the quantum health circadian biology movement online, and just transformed my spiritual connection just by getting outside, grounding to the earth, which would be the angel of earth, getting under the sun, which would be the angel of light, getting in the cold rivers, which would be angel of water, and then of course meditation and breath work for the angel of air. And just like it instantly like just transforms your entire energy field. And it's like you can feel this information coming to you from nature, and you can feel that it's like the spiritual connection. Nature is not just physical. It's so spiritual, and it's so conscious, and it's so intelligent. And add to that getting meat out of the diet. It's a complete transformation. And actually, there was a passage that I found. Just give me a minute because I'm going to look it up.
In the Essene Gospel?
Yes.
There's so many bangers in there, man.
Okay, so the passage is from Book 2. And Jesus gives you the prescription for physical health. I'm just going to read it here. It says, "Blessed is the child of light who is strong in body, for he shall have oneness with the earth. You shall celebrate a daily feast with all the gifts of the angel of earth, the golden wheat and corn, the purple grapes of autumn, the ripe fruits of the tree. You shall celebrate a daily feast with all the gifts of the angel of earth in body, for he shall have oneness with the earth. You shall oneness with the earth in body, for he shall have oneness with the earth. You shall celebrate a daily feast with all the gifts of the angel of earth, the golden wheat and corn, the purple grapes of autumn, the ripe fruits of the trees, the amber honey of the bees." So you have the vegetarian diet there. "Then you shall seek the fresh air of the forests and of the fields, and there in the midst of them shall you find the angel of air. Put off your shoes and clothing, and suffer the angel of air to embrace all of your body. Then shall you breathe long and deeply, that the angel of air may be brought within you. Enter into the cool and flowing river, and suffer the angel of water to embrace all your body. Cast yourself wholly into his enfolding arms. And as often as you move the air with your breath, move with your body the water also. You shall seek the angel of sun, and enter into that embrace which purifies with holy flames. And all these things are of the holy law of the earthly mother, she who gave you birth. He who has found peace with the body has built a holy temple, wherein may dwell forever the Spirit of God." So everything that we were just saying, communion with the earth and the angels of the earth and the vegetarian diet allows the presence of God, the divine union within. This is a clip from an 1.5 hour long interview that I did with Aaron Abke and James Nethko, hosts of the Jesus Way podcast, on the historical evidence that Jesus was an Essene, that Jesus was a vegetarian, and what the historical gospel and message of Jesus actually was. Check the description for the link to the full interview.
for individual men, for freedom of speech, for the presumption of innocence in all sorts of quite horrific ways. And so I wanted to try to chronicle that and to show people where these ideas came from in academic feminism. And yeah, and then last summer, so we were going along, my producer, Steve Brule, and I were making more videos, and all of a sudden we were permanently banned from YouTube. And of course, they never tell you why. They just tell you that you've in some way contravened the community guidelines. And so that was the end of, all of these videos that we had produced. We lost all of the view numbers, of course, and the comments underneath, which were often fascinating conversations. That was really disappointing. But we have started up again now, and we're called Studio B. And so we're on YouTube again. And I hope people will come and find us there. I'm doing a new series on the history of feminism now, focusing especially on the 19th century and the origins of the feminist movement. And my point is to show that although we have this idea that feminism started as a really good idea, it was all about equality. Certainly there were some feminists who wanted to take their equal share of the burdens as well as the rights of citizenship. But my point is that actually feminism was always deeply implicated in man-hating, in toxic resentment, and in female moral superiority. And so I'm trying to bring out some of those strands in my analysis of early figures who were involved in the movement and the various issues that those early feminists tackled.
Well, that was going to be my next question, because I know that you refer to yourself as an anti-feminist. The first time I ever heard that, I was in Washington, D.C., and I happened to go to a seminar hosted by Christina Hoff Sommers. One of my friends brought me, and I was just so, it was so enlightening to me to see her speak. And I know that she's also kind of takes that name, an anti-feminist, but she would consider herself a first wave and probably even a second wave feminist, whereas I don't know that you have that same connection. So I was going to ask you if you do consider yourself a feminist in any way. I think a lot of people agree that third wave and fourth wave feminism has really turned into a very negative masculine man-hating environment, and not just that, but also the whole intersectional white supremacist accusations that we now hear. But could you maybe walk us through what the difference would be between yourself and Christina Hoff Sommers, and what it is about first and second wave feminism that you I think I don't want to put words into your mouth, but I think that you reject.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. I think Christina Hoff Sommers, whom I admire a great deal, she's done wonderful work. Her book, Who Stole Feminism, is just a primer in all of the inaccuracies and myths of feminist criticism and so-called feminist research. She's a wonderful woman, but she calls herself an equity feminist. And there are other women around who are also critical of many of feminism's exaggerations and inaccuracies, women like Kathy Young and Camille Paglia and various others. A wonderful book or critic named Daphne Patai, who's got a book about the sexual harassment industry. I think she would also call herself an equity feminist. And yeah, I don't call myself any kind of feminist. I obviously believe that every person, regardless of their sex or any other inborn characteristics, should have an opportunity to make a contribution to society, and that they shouldn't be hindered by any of their inborn characteristics. But I don't believe that there was ever a time that feminism was free of female moral superiority and attacks on masculinity. For instance, if you go back to 1848, which is sometimes considered the beginnings of the first wave feminist movement in the United States. This was a women's rights convention at Seneca Falls, New York. And those ladies, Elizabeth Cady Stanton was the primary mover and shaker, but there were some Quaker women involved. And they were advocating for women's greater freedoms and rights, including the right to vote. And they wrote a document called I'm blanking on the name now. The Declaration of Sentiments is what it's called. And it says, as its central thesis, that the history of mankind is a history of repeated usurpations and injuries by man against woman, with the express purpose of establishing a tyranny over her. That's the whole history of mankind, is men oppressing women. So that notion that the whole world can be divided up into an oppressor class and an oppressed class, which we now see, everywhere in intersectional feminism, and that the oppressor class is blameworthy and toxic and responsible for evil, while the oppressed class is innocent, morally innocent, not responsible for evil. That idea was there at the core of first wave feminism, and you can trace it right through to the present day. So I don't believe there ever was a feminism that was really very interested in equality. It was always about punishing men for the alleged sins of their fathers. It was never about recognizing what men bring to civilization. It was never about recognizing the significance of masculinity in creating cultures where women and children could flourish. It was never about expressing any gratitude for men. It was always about blaming and about asserting the alleged moral superiority of women, who were supposedly much more nurturing, much more empathetic, wouldn't start wars, responsible for everything good and loving in the world. And so that notion of collective blame, that all men now, especially, of course, all white, able-bodied, heterosexual men, are responsible for everything evil, and even if they've never done anything bad in their lives, should have to shoulder that burden and apologize for their alleged privilege and take a step back and allow their sisters to come forward and collect the special scholarships and be hired through affirmative action programs and be given all sorts of special programming and advantages, while they just have to accept that because they were born male, that they are second-class citizens, that they're not only disposable, but they're blameworthy and hated, rightly hated. I just think that is a terrible ideology. There's nothing good to be had from it, and we should just jettison it entirely.
Well, it sounds a lot like communism and the sort of modern intersectional situation where, everyone is an oppressor and an oppressed. And one of the things about feminism that has struck me since I was in university myself is that it's so counter to our own lived experience in human nature. Like, everybody knows that there are bad guys out there, right? And the thing that you need in society to counteract bad guys is good guys, right? Like, that's what our whole society is about. Like, having police officers there to protect you. Thing that you need in society to counteract bad guys is good guys, right? Like, that's what our whole society is about. Like, having police officers there to protect you, having a male friend walk you home at night, when you're in university, getting married and having that partnership, someone there to have children and have that unity that you need, someone to go out to, take care of the family, someone else to stay home with the children. And yet this message is so prevalent, especially in academic circles. Why isn't it refuted and debunked more often? Because to me, it's so counter to human nature that it almost doesn't even need to be said, because it's almost laughable.
Yeah, it is so bizarre. The contradictions in feminism are so evident to anyone who thinks about it, even for a few minutes. Exactly the points that you just made. Men are told over and over again that they are by nature violent, and that their masculine qualities like aggression, assertiveness, competitiveness, risk-taking, etc., all these things are allegedly toxic. They should become more like women. But then they're also expected to step forward if they see a woman in distress. And they're expected even sometimes to risk their lives, and men do risk their lives for women, even for strangers. And somehow that toxic aspect of their masculinity is required in particular situations if they're encountering another toxic man or a threat to a woman. So the contradictions right there in how men are supposed to behave are never really clearly resolved. And as you say, we all know that in our society there are many men who absolutely love women and are interested in working and indeed sacrificing and have created this incredibly flourishing, secure civilization that we're now fortunate enough to live in, out of, in many cases, love for women and the desire to create safe spaces for women and children to flourish in. And yet none of that is acknowledged. So we live in a strange society in which I think the mutual recognition and reciprocity between the sexes that is so important for a functioning society has broken down. Men are still expected to care for and support and applaud women. They're expected to encourage women to enter all of the spheres that were once mainly masculine spheres of endeavor, including the military, policing, firefighting. All those areas have now been open to women, and men are supposed to welcome women into those spaces. And yet it's not clear what women are supposed to do in response to men and what men are entitled to in our society. That even word entitlement has become kind of a dirty word. So yeah, there are just so many contradictions that I think really prevent, especially young people, being indoctrinated into this toxic ideology. Prevents us from recognizing what is good in our society and what should be preserved.
One of the other contradictions that I always noted was that from the time I was in university, I took one women's studies course, and I found it to be so lacking any intellectual rigor. It was so frustrating to me to hear the discourse of the other students. There would be like not exaggerating, a girl would cry like almost every class just talking about something, and it was just I couldn't even attend the class. I actually made an arrangement with the professor where I would do the lectures in the library, and I wouldn't go to class because it was too infuriating to me. But that's an aside. That we're told that men have all of these negative qualities, and yet at the same time, women, especially in my generation, were told to be more like men. When it came to sexuality, even like public drunkenness, and you see more and more women going out and drinking, and that's like part of the culture, something that didn't used to be the case, for instance, in my mother's generation, and focus so much on career, like to the extent where it's like you wake up and you're 30 and you're like, oh, I forgot to get married and have kids, and I'm like not setting myself up for an important well-rounded life because I've been focused so much on career. And I know so many women in my age group in their 30s who have neglected that sort of like personal aspect. So whilst telling men that they should be less like men, we're telling women to be more like men. And I think that the result is that both men and women are sort of miserable unless they have some wisdom to go back and look at the sort of traditional lifestyles that people had. What did your parents do? What did your grandparents do? What did your great-grandparents do? And looking at that wisdom as opposed to the sort of modern day advice that people are given. So I'm wondering what your advice is to young people in their 20s, people in university, now both men and women, about how to engage in relationships, what the proper role for men and women is. Because I think I know so many people now that they're not married because they can't find someone who, what they're looking for, because they think that, oh, the men my age are terrible or women my age are terrible. And I can kind of understand and relate, but I'm wondering what your advice is for young people about gender roles.
It's a really big issue. And, you're right that women are encouraged to think that their fulfillment and sense of life satisfaction is going to come from achieving what men have traditionally been exhorted to achieve. And there are all sorts of studies now coming out showing that women in general are much less happy and less satisfied with their lives than they were earlier. In fact, there was a huge study by two professors out of the University of Pennsylvania that looked at all sorts of different surveys. It was one of these meta studies that collected data over the last 50 years. And it clearly found that starting in the 1980s, women in general have progressively become less and less satisfied with their lives, both absolutely in comparison to women of previous generations and also in comparison to men, interestingly enough. And so, as women's economic opportunities have clearly improved, as women are freer to take on professional careers, you could even say as women are freer, as you pointed out, to engage in more masculine and less moral kinds of behaviors. Women can divorce their husbands and live off their husband's earning. They can abort their children with impunity. They can walk in the slut walk and declare their right to be as sexually promiscuous as they want, and nobody dare say no. And yet they're not happier. And the researchers themselves, who are feminist researchers, really they had no way of offering an explanation. And they ended up falling back on things like, well, the feminist movement, the gains of the feminist movement have actually improved the lives of men more than they've improved the lives of women. That's what they were reduced to speculating. Or women still take on more of the emotional burden of caring and looking after a household. And that's why they have greater stress. They made up all sorts of answers. And it seemed to me that a big part of the answer was that women no longer have a sense of what it means to be a good woman in the world. Women are no longer exhorted to pursue virtue, feminine virtue. Men still have an idea of what it means to be a good man, despite all the slander, all the anti-male discourse around, which is a very heavy thing for men to have to take on, but they still know what a good man is. A good man is a man who achieves and makes a contribution to his society. He looks after his family, he protects and provides, he seeks justice, he defends the weak. We have all of those classic masculine virtues. They're still in place. Whereas what is a good woman now? If you ask a feminist what a good woman is, she'll just laugh and say that those are ideas that tried to create women and turn them into dupes of the patriarchy. So she'll say a good woman is a woman who smashes patriarchal oppression and subverts the social order. We used to have ideas about femininity, about being a good helpmeet, about being nurturing and caring, about looking after one's family, the maternal virtues, all of those kinds of things, being chaste, being sexually virtuous, being faithful, all of that. And I think it's time that we have to seriously start thinking again about what the feminine virtues are and why they have mattered historically and why they still matter today.
Oh, that's so interesting. I listened to recently, Jordan Peterson did an interview with, I think it was Ben Shapiro, and Ben asked something about is there a example in mythology or in Disney movies or something of the female that everyone ought to aspire to, that women ought to aspire to. And I think Jordan Peterson talked about Belle from Beauty and the Beast because, she liked to read and she was interesting and she was introspective. She didn't care about society. And there was this, the sort of main guy in the movie that everyone liked in the town. I don't know if you're familiar with the story of Beauty and the Beast, but Gaston, he was the hunk in the town and all the women liked him, but Belle didn't like him because she thought that he was too arrogant. And then instead she chose this other man. So the story was kind of more about her in regard to getting married or who she chose to partner with. But it was just, the question itself was an interesting question because we have a lot of stories of men and great men still in our culture, whereas less so for women. So maybe I'll put that question to you. Are there any women in literature, you have an English literature background, that you would point to as what you think of as an ideal woman in myth or in stories?
Oh, gee, that's a good question. I don't think I have a good answer, but my favorite author is Jane Austen, and she was deeply interested in the question of the virtues both the Christian and the classical virtues. And she is interested in masculine virtues, certainly, but she focuses especially on heroines and on how they have to learn these various virtues of and they're the traditional virtues of bearing up under suffering, and being faithful and enduring, and examining the self in order to look clearly at one's weaknesses, overcoming selfishness and narcissism, caring more about others than about oneself. Those are the very traditional kinds of virtues. And I think as I get older and older, I appreciate the importance of that, of caring about others, and not being selfish, making a contribution to one's family, finding the balance in one's life so that one can give to the people one loves. I think being nurturing, being empathetic, we're told that those are the virtues that women naturally possess, but I think modern feminism often encourages women to be the opposite of those things. So for me, that's Austen's heroines offer really interesting examples of good women learning to examine themselves and to become stronger and better.
Oh, that's interesting. That's great advice. Well, I did have one other question that I wanted to ask you about. You mentioned researchers at the University of Pennsylvania, and it reminded me that I wanted to ask you about this trans swimmer named Leah Thomas. So the NCAA swimming championship is happening this week, and there's a trans swimmer on the University of Pennsylvania team, so a biological male who competed with the men's team and then had a transition or began identifying as a woman, and now that Leah Thompson swims with women has just shattered all of the records. And I've been reading into it. I take some interest in it because it's a fascinating sort of human event story. And when I read about it, I mean, there's two emotions that I feel. One is like just a kind of remorse. Like, I feel sorry for this individual because it's such a spectacle taking away from the sport. I feel sorry for the girls involved. I feel pity for everybody involved in the situation because it's so excruciating, seeing this tension between a clearly, biological male who can swim at a pace is just nothing like what these women can swim at. And then also a sense of anger and frustration that you have this separate division. NCAA still splits sports into men and women. And the whole purpose of women's sports as a dedicated separate event from men's is so that women can succeed and women can have their own, can compete on a level playing field. And it's just so much injustice here that it's so out of hand. So I wanted to get your take on this because it kind of adds in another element to your critiques on feminism. How do trans women like Leah Thomas fit into that?
Yeah, well, that's a really big subject, and I agree with you that my heart goes out to everybody involved, and the trans issue in general is a really complicated one. But if we're going to focus just on trans women in women's sport, it's a fascinating instance of one of the consequences of a significant part of feminist theory, and it also really exposes some of the incoherencies of the feminist position on gender. Now, it seems to me, just to cut to the chase, it seems to me clear that Leah Thomas is a man biologically. I don't have any problem calling Leah Thomas she and treating her as a woman in general society. But Leah Thomas has only made the decision to transition a couple of years ago. She's been, I think, doing a year of hormone therapy. Her body is still a male body, and to pretend that it isn't so much significantly stronger and faster than a female body. I mean, men have a larger muscle mass, a much larger heart and lungs. Their upper body strength is significantly greater than women's. Men have much greater hand grip strength. Their bones are heavier and larger. A year of hormone therapy doesn't change that. And so if we can't recognize the fundamental truth of biological reality, we are really at sea as a society. And there are other examples of this happening all across sport. There was a case of a mixed martial art fighter named mixed martial arts fighter named Fallon Fox, who actually broke a woman's skull in a competition. And the woman said that she'd never encountered strength like that in all the years she'd been competing in mixed martial arts, because Fallon Fox has a man's body. And there are many other examples of this. And yet, I can't help sometimes but feel a kind of rueful, not satisfaction. Well, yeah, it is satisfaction. I have to admit, I do. I feel a kind of satisfaction because feminists have for decades claimed that almost all of gender, sex itself as a biological condition, is a social construct. You can find, PDFs of articles by major feminist theories. There's one by Judith Lorber and Yancey Martin called The Socially Constructed Body, where they essentially argue that although there is an underlay of biological reality, we really don't even know what it is because it is so thoroughly constructed. And they're talking about women in sport, and their fundamental argument is that there is really no difference between women and men in sport that we can definitely point to, and that much of what we think we know about the differences between male and female bodies is as a result of social conditioning. Women are supposedly trained, from the time they're 2 or 3 to act differently from men. They move differently in space. They're told they throw like a girl, and therefore they do throw like a girl. Like, they make those arguments over and over again. If we had not allowed those arguments to achieve credence in academia and then moving out into the wider world, we would not be where we are now with this bizarre situation where a good portion of feminist intellectuals and others claim that simply by deciding that a man wants to be a woman, that man becomes a woman. It's truly bizarre. And on the other side, of course, then there is this sort of aggrieved, entitled anger on the part of other feminist women who do not appreciate the encroachment into women's sports and other female domains of male persons claiming to be women. But that falls often back into a kind of feminist grievance argument about how these men are oppressing women. This is just another example of patriarchal oppression. These men want to be women because allegedly, men hate women but somehow want to destroy women and take over their spaces. And so, and that, I think, that really gets at that tension that is so much a part of feminism. On the one hand, women are no different from men. We should never say that women can't do certain things because that's sexist. And yet now suddenly, again, we hear that women need special rights. They need special women-only spaces where, male bodies must not intrude. All the while, though, over the last 30 years, male spaces have been continually eroded. If men in a fire hall said, look, we're really uncomfortable with the idea of having women working as firefighters along us because they don't have the strength. They can't do what is required to fight fires. Same with the military. All sorts of standards have been lowered in these various formerly male domains in order to admit women and to pretend that there is no significant difference between women and men. So I think we have to stand on the bedrock ground of biological reality. If we've lost that, we really can't have sane conversations about any of these issues. And I'm not that sympathetic to either side of the feminist debate on the question of trans women in sports, because I think both, buy into various feminist postulates, either anger at men and exaggerated claims about toxic masculinity and patriarchal oppression, or the gender as a social construct position. Neither of them is helpful in finding a sane solution to these kinds of conflicts.
I tend to agree. I sometimes just sort of sit back and laugh at the two sides of the left, warring over this issue. The only reason I want this issue to be resolved is because I have a daughter and I want her to be able to enjoy women's sports like I did growing up. I loved playing sports. I was on a hockey team. I played with the boys until I hit about 12, and then I went on to a girls team. I played soccer, baseball, and I loved that. And the idea that perhaps if we continue down this path, like the idea of women's sports just simply won't exist because we'll go back to mixing. So that's part of the reason why I think it's important to push back at least and try to find some truth here, because truth seems to be left behind. Well, Janice, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your clear explanation of these issues. It's always really a pleasure to speak to you. So I really appreciate your time today. Thanks for joining the show.
Well, thank you. I really enjoyed it. Obviously, we could go on for much longer. There's so many fascinating issues. So thanks a lot for having me on your wonderful program.
Well, thank you. I'm definitely going to have you back again. So Janice Fumengo, thank you so much. I'm Candice Malcolm, and this is The Candice Malcolm Show.